I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices and Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your courtroom. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys. I won't be able to properly express myself at a court level, and that's bullshit. It's not fair, and if you ask me, I think it's a fucking mistrial.
You could look at any existing socialist country. If you don't want to call them socialist, call them whatever you want. Post-capitalist, whatever. I don't care. Call them camels, window shades. Doesn't matter. As long as we know the countries we're talking about. You can look at any one of those countries, and you can evaluate them in several ways. One, comparing them to what they had before. And that, to me, is what's very compelling. That's what's so compelling about Cuba, for instance. When I was in Cuba, I was up in the Escambray, which is like the Appalachia of Cuba, very rugged mountains, people, very poor if they were. And I said to this campesino, I said, do you like Fidel? And he says, sí, with all our soul. I remember his gesture, with all our soul. I said, why? And he pointed to this clinic right up there on the hill, which we had visited. He said, look at that. He said, before the revolution, we never saw a doctor. If someone was seriously ill, it would take 20 people to carry that person, because you'd go day and night. It would take 2 days to get to the hospital. First, because it was far away, and second, because you couldn't go straight. You couldn't cross the latifundio lands. The boss would kill you. So you had to go like this. And often when we got to the hospital, the person might be dead by the time we got there. Now we have this clinic up here with a full-time doctor. And today, a doctor in Cuba, when you become a doctor, you've got to spend 2 years out in the country. That's your dedication to the people. And a dentist who comes 1 day a week. And for more serious things, we're not more than 20 minutes away from a larger hospital. That's in the Escambray. I said, that's freedom. We're freer today. We have more life. And I talked to a guy in Havana who says to me, before, all I used to see here in Havana, you call this drab and dull. We see it as a cleaner city. It's true, you got the paint is peeling off the walls, but you don't see kids begging in the streets anymore. And you don't see prostitutes. All we used to have was prostitutes. Prostitution used to be one of the biggest industries. And today, this man is going to night school. He said, I can read. I can read. Do you know what it means to be able to read? Do you know what it means to be able not to read? So you compare a country to what it came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
The air outside feels thick, like I'm breathing through a pair of dirty gym socks. It's a high radiation day. Most everyone will be staying inside, but I need to hunt for some work. I always like to start the day with the traditional PI breakfast.
What do you think South Africa would have looked like if the Europeans had never landed on these shores? And compare it with present times, or after the Europeans arrived. What do you think South Africa would, for example, I know it's difficult, but what do you think South Africa would have looked like in 2020 if the Europeans had never landed on these shores?
Now, again, I have to say, how incredibly racist the question is. And I see that, your mode of thought basically proceeds from that kind of racist thought, because if you don't get the point I'm making, let me demonstrate. What you are asking me is tantamount to asking a victim of rape, what would your life have been had you not been raped? Because remember, integral to colonialism, which is the coming of Europeans to Africa, rape, slave rape was integral to it. So what we are doing is asking victims of rape to say what would their lives had been like had they not been raped. And you don't see anything wrong with it, because your thought pattern proceeds from a very racist framework that says for these other people, it is possible, to say anything about them. But when those things are said about white people, then, certain sensibilities of justice, morality, and other sensibilities spring into action. But I'm going to answer your question nonetheless.
We high, high, higher. 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 Ancient warriors, eagle feather in his head. Ancient warriors, talks to me with his eyes. Ancient warrior,
Here's to feeling good all the time.
The communist governments were further burdened by this incredible legacy of colonialism and maldevelopment. Many people don't realize it, but most of Eastern Europe, before World War II, and certainly after World War II, given the additional destruction, most of Eastern Europe was a third world region. Thousands of villages were reduced to rubble. Illiteracy, poverty, disease, coal, hunger was the common lot among the peasantry and much of the working class, as it was before the war. Capital formation was almost non-existent. The same was true of pre-revolutionary Russia. The same was true of pre-revolutionary China. Henry Rosemont, he notes that when the communists liberated Shanghai from the U.S.-sponsored Kuomintang reactionary government in 1949, the communists found that about 20% of the population in Shanghai, 1.2 million people, were drug addicts. And every morning, special crews of street cleaners, quote, would gather up the corpses of children and adults who had been murdered during the night or died of disease, cold, and starvation. Communism, ladies and gentlemen, I say it without flinching, communism in Eastern Europe, Russia, China, Mongolia, North Korea, and Cuba brought land reform and human services, a dramatic bettering of the living conditions of hundreds of millions of people on a scale never before or never since witnessed in human history, and that's something to appreciate. Communism transformed desperately poor countries into societies in which everyone had adequate food, shelter, medical care, and education. And some of us who come from poor families, who carry around the hidden injuries of class, are very impressed, are very, very impressed by these achievements and are not willing to dismiss them as economistic. To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people. But what about the democratic rights that they lost? We hear U.S. leaders talking about restoring democracy to the communist countries. But these countries, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, were not democracies before communism. Russia was a czarist autocracy. Poland was a right-wing fascist dictatorship under Pilsudski with concentration camps of its own. Albania was an Italian fascist protectorate as early as 1927. Cuba was a U.S.-sponsored dictatorship under that butcher Batista. Lithuania, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were outright fascist regimes, openly allied with Nazi Germany in World War II. So what democracy are we talking about restoring? The socialist countries did not take away any rights that didn't exist there in the first place.
what, Julian? Maybe I will come with you. Not hanging around here with that drunk bastard.
What you call me, Bubbles?
Nothing.
Get the fuck out of here, Leahy.
Nothing.
You know what a shit barometer is, Bob?
Oh?
Measures the shit pressure in the air. You can feel it. Listen, Bubs. Hear that? Sounds of the whispering winds of shit.
What the fuck are you going on about?
Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you will, my sorry little friend, when the old shit barometer rises, and you'll feel it too. Your ears will implode from the shit pressure. You were warned, Bubs. But you picked the wrong side. Beware, my friend. Shit winds are a-coming.
When are we gonna head down to the King for the 2-for-1, Mr. Leahy?
Randy.
This is bullshit, Mr. Leahy.
Feel that?
Feel what, Mr. Leahy?
The way the shit clings to the air, Randy.
Shit clings to the air.
It's already started, my dear good friend.
What started, Mr. Leahy?
The shit blizzard.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Welcome down to Leaping Larry's. It's me, Leaping Larry. I'm here to give you a Leaping Larry communist good time. Morning, comrades. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you all are well today. I know I am. Hey, Squiddy dear, good to see you in here, comrade. Seb's Dev, Cinnamon Challenge. We've got all the comrades here this morning. Lennon Smash, NTC, Mama M Media. Welcome, welcome. Strin Sam, hello. Do I keep going higher pitched as I read people? Each name gets me higher pitch, right? Like Cinnamon Challenge, Lennon Smash, March of the Fire Ants, GMO, Sebs, Mama Media, Winnie Deer. Boy, I hope no one else. I hope no one else comes in. Hope your comrades are great today. I've got our normal, the Tuesday schedule that we usually have going on here, which means we've got our morning DPRK defense video. This one is on healthcare in DPRK.
Yeah. See ya.
I feel like I somehow need to incorporate that into the intro, right? Like GMO, I somehow need to put that see ya, some part of that scene into the intro video, I feel like. Hey, Carpax, welcome in, comrade. Hope you're good today. If I'm not mistaken, Carpax, you stream too, right? We'd want to shout out to, of course, all our comrades who stream. It's just the way we roll around here. Try and lift up all the other communist streamers in the community. You do? Okay, cool. Just showed up for Carpax then as well. Welcome in. So, do you know, Tuesday we do our theory read. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, GMO. Like, I don't need to have any of the fight, really. Just the one part where you see Buddy, and she goes, even like the girl, she says, be seeing you around, and then it switches over to the guy, and he goes, yeah, see ya. Carpe Pax, got it, sorry. I appreciate comrades who are able to break it down for me because, as you know, I do have a bit. I have a habit of like mashing words together. So normally on Tuesdays we do Theory Read, which we will be doing today. Got it. Like Carpe Diem. Got it. Cool. Yeah, we're going to be doing our theory read today. We got Kim Jong-il on the Juche philosophy we're going to get to today. Of course, you can always get in my channel by just typing reading, the command, into chat like that. This is going to be later, though, because I got some other stuff I want to get to. We got the People's News first. We've got our DPRK, like, defense video. And then I got some, you know, we're meander around the news and stuff as well. That fight scene is beautiful, though. Like, I definitely gotta have some of Yes, See Ya. And, like, is there any other sound bites that should be in the intro, is what I'm wondering. You know, like, should I go so far as to include just the little the snippet of Luann going, like, long live the People's Revolution? Should all of that be in the intro, too, I wonder?
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere,
like,
you know what I'm saying?
I would have been friends with Stalin.
Yeah, because I could cut out, like, one of the songs, right? Because here's what I'm thinking. Here's the thing. I'm thinking that one song that we do, Ancient Warrior, I'm thinking that we could just do Ancient Warrior. We use that as the hype train song. So maybe it would be best if we take that one out of the intro. And instead, I'll replace it with, like, some of the sound bites that we're missing. That's kind of my thought right now. You can let me know what you think about all that. By the way, next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend, the weekend after this weekend, we're going to be going to DPRK, taking the whole comrade there. You do like that song in the intro, though? I'll have to mull around with it. I'm just thinking. I'll do a secondary version of the intro, and then I'll play that alternatively. Maybe I'll do something like that. Alright, without further ado, let us get to that. Let's get down and dirty with the anti-colonialism, the DPRK, the AES defense, etc. So this video here is on the healthcare system in the DPRK. Yes, later today I will be, in fact, streaming with Kay, How Do You Say? I'm going to be doing an interview, so make sure you're following along with that channel. I think what our plan is, when Kay starts streaming, I'm going to go ahead and just, I'm just going to raid into her, I think, and then hop in the voice channel. So that will help any comrades who are following or who are in chat already. We'll just all go over to her channel together, if you're here already. Can we get a scene from Squirrel and Hedgehog with someone going off a ledge and then the... Oh, I almost want to write that down because, you know, I'll fucking forget that. I am writing that down. I know it sounds wild, but I really do forget things that fast, so I'm just going to write it down here right quick. So, Squirrel and Hedgehog falling. Plus, yeah, see ya meme. I like that. Perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yes. Yes, we need that. And this little scene here, Doc Hollywood showed me from this scene. Oh, that's right. It's not one of the point redemptions. It's actually on my channel itself. So for that one you'd actually have to spend bits on, but I still really do like the scene that it's from. It's right down here. This fucking, it's like from this wrestling promo, and it cracks me up every time I see it.
I don't like it when things aren't going my way. You got me mad now.
I just love that. The way he says that. That's the best acting that poor wrestler has. I found that too funny. And what's even better is the actual video clip of him. He looks like the most awkward fucking... He looks so awkward, it's hilarious. I don't know how many of you have seen that before. Yeah, primo cable access level acting. Oh yeah, well, I mean, here it is.
Earlier we talked to Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Let's go now to that interview. Folks, there's Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Jeff, a while back, what a match you had with Motley.
Yep. Probably the hardest match I ever had in my life. But I don't like it when things aren't going my way. Motley Crue, you turn the tables on me. You turn the tables in a wrong way. You got me mad now. I've stood around. I've listened to everything you had to say. I did everything necessary. But when you turn around and you backstab me one way or another, and you cheat me out of what's rightfully mine, that's when I get angry. Now I'm the one doing the challenging. I'm issuing a challenge to you, Motley Crue. Get in the ring with me. This time, I'm going full force.
Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Now let's go to the ring.
Jumpin' Jeff Farmer. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely reading a card, yeah. This is back when men were real men with great hair and pretty chests, right? Don't worry, lesbian hot sauce. I'm growing my hair out to the pretty length for the winter. Okay? Well, good morning to you, motherfucker, Red Falcon. Hope you were good. Good. I think people will appreciate it, right? Alright, that's enough fucking around. We got memes a little bit later as well. Let's watch this cool video. Healthcare, DPRK. Watch out. They'll force you to have good health. That's how authoritarian DPRK is.
It's a long dream of humanity.
Motherfuckers literally forcing you to be healthy.
To realize the dream. Then, when and how will the dream of humanity to live long in good health come true?
Back when men had hair on their ass.
The public health and maternal health is free of charge for all people of DPRK, and that is a very good thing. It's the first thing to access healthcare.
Очень важно и необходимо делать профилактические осмотры. А то, что это бесплатно, это заслуга вашего руководства, вашей страны и ваш курс.
Oh dear God. Oh dear God, that looks absolutely cursed. What the fuck?
都国家来承担的，这是很伟大的，这是很伟大的一方面。
Alright, we might have to check that out in a minute, NTC. That looks cursed in the best possible way.
Public health system has been established in Korea under which everybody can equally receive treatment free of charge. Hospitals and clinics are found everywhere people work and live, and section doctor system is enforced.
I have a feeling it's gonna piss me off, lesbian hot sauce.
Free medical care system of Korea has a long history.
우리나라에서는 주체 36, 1947년도부터
Because that's the style? The fuck, lesbian hot sauce. Get some, fashion?
전쟁이 한창 가열처절하게 벌어지던 주체 40이 1954년부터는
That's fucking
치료 대상이 제한 없는 전반적인 무상 치료제가 실시되었으며 주체 49, 1960년부터는 완전하고도 전반적인 무상 치료제가
Who said it was uniform? Like I said, that's just fashion, lesbian hot sauce.
This is the area in the capital city, Pyongyang. A number of general and specialized hospitals in the area form a village of hospitals. Here, we have a glimpse of the public health system of Korea.
Oh God.
This is the Pyongyang
Hulk
Maternity
was such
Hospital.
a fucking cringe person to
It can be
watch.
said that the first step of long life in good health comes from sound birth. All countries have maternity hospitals, but none of them bears full responsibility for the health of the parturient women and babies as the Pyongyang Maternity Hospital. The Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, with high medical technology and excellent conditions, not only helps women give birth to babies safely, but also allows them to leave the hospital only when health of the mothers and babies is guaranteed. It can be said that the health of mothers is that of children. In Korea, it is regarded as a tradition that the state supplies wild honey and other tonics for the health of women in childbed. Under such state benefits, babies are born in the Pyongyang Maternity Hospital and take the first step of human life. Recently, the Breast Tumor Institute has been built at the Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, making an active contribution to the improvement of the health of the women. Worldwide breast diseases are a trouble impairing health of women. This institute organizes and executes the work to prevent breast diseases on a nationwide scale and researches and treats the diseases.
우리나라에는 해마다 봄과 가을에 오면 일정한 나이에는 유승들을 위하여
It depends on the day, Sam.
유승들이 많이 일하고 있는
Depends on the day. Some days you have to have Kim Jong-un's haircut. Other days you have to not have Kim Jong-un's haircut.
그리고 조금이라도 문제가 생긴 유승들은
Part of the
유승연구소에 아무 때나 찾아봐.
part of the daily routine of DPRK citizens is trying to figure out which one it is for that day.
This hospital, and if we have any problem like ladies, we were having lots of problems like us, like me. I have lots of problem. I can come here.
Yeah, you never know in advance. It's just picked randomly that day.
Medication, and I can take the treatment with the free of money. And you said no, yeah, free of charge.
Well, I think breast cancer and breast tumor is something which affects women all over the world.
All treatments free of charge.
I think it's very heartening and encouraging.
We have free healthcare here in
a
Canada, but it doesn't
institute
include
that is
dental.
dealing with this
It doesn't
issue.
include optical.
And a lot of care
Only mandatory stuff.
has gone into the building of the facility to address this, and I can see from the rooms and from the facility.
That is fucked up, lesbian hot sauce. The chemo is en route from India. Again, I say it's 3,500 in India, but costs 20,000 in USA, because they're not getting ripped off by having a totally free market. Free market.
Facilities that you have both.
It's a
the
misnomer,
technology,
to say the least.
as well as the care of the patients.
It's just
at
called
heart.
that.
I think that is certainly something which is.
Yeah, free to be
very
fucking
heartening
ripped
for us
off,
to
exactly.
I want to add something. I think when anyone is afflicted with a sickness like this, it is not just the patient, but also the family members who will be very concerned about not just about the treatment, but also the long-term care for the patient and how that is addressed. In my own country, the cost of healthcare is something we are constantly concerned about, and I hope that is something which here is being addressed for all these women who are afflicted with this illness.
Health in babyhood and childhood is
certain
prerequisite to
medications
long
here,
life
certain
in
are.
good health. That is why special attention is paid to the health of children in Korea. Korea spares nothing for the children, no matter how difficult it may be. Such Korean policy for protection of children is proved well through the Ongyu
Someone give me a
Children's
revolution that feeds the children?
The hospital, which opened in October Juche 102 or 2013, is a comprehensive medical service center for children equipped with latest medical facilities.
The revolution that feeds the
Along
children
with its
gets
modern
my
equipment
support.
and high medical technology, the hospital has all conditions and wonderful surroundings for treatment, relaxation, and education of little patients. Pictures from cartoon films and collections of juvenile stories are found on the walls of the hospital, giving a sense of security to the children fearing the hospital. Children frolicking in the places of relaxation and indoor playing halls
we got
do
an
not
after,
give a feeling that it is hospital.
After this documentary, we got a chord break that Lesbian Hot Sauce just redeemed
medical
everybody.
service activities and scientific researches for children. It is said that the patient from a locality will have heart operation soon.
어린이 선천성 심장 질병은 여러 가지 원인에 의하여 출생할 때부터 가지고 있는 질병으로서 출생아 1000명당 5 내지 10명 정도로 나타나고 있습니다. 일반적으로 이 병에 걸린 어린이들은 제때 수술을 받지 않으면 출생 후 곧 사망할 수도 있습니다. 심장 수술은 높은 기술과 첨단 의료 설비들, 값비싼 무령 소모품과 약품, 생물 제재들이 쓰이기 때문에 다른 나라에서 심장 수술을 받으려면 엄청난 수술비를 내야 하지만 우리나라에서는 이러한 심장 수술도 무상으로 받고 있습니다.
This hospital has teachers and classrooms in which the children in the hospital can receive education lest they should get behindhand in study.
우리 병원에서는 유치원 어린이들로부터 소학교, 중학교 학생들이 이르기까지 입원해 있는 기간 교육과정 안에 따른 수업을 중단 없이 받을 수 있게 되어 있습니다. 해마다 4월 1일이면 온 나라 학교들에서 똑같이 우리 병원에서도 입원한 학생들을 위한 계약식이 진행되게 됩니다. 학령기 아이들이 우리 병원에 입원하면 병력서와 함께 출석 후에 통수의 이름이 오르게 됩니다.
Я увидел вот этот комплекс детской больницы и был поражен большим вниманием со стороны руководителей государства к детям. Показ детского учреждения, больницы, где сочетается лечение и образование, я увидел впервые. Первую такую только в Корейской Народно-Демократической Республике. У меня есть внук и правнуки. 5 и 6 лет. Я бы, конечно, хотел полечить их тоже здесь, если заболеют.
The traditional Korean medicine of Korea is widely known to the world from ancient times for the originality and excellence of its curative theory and method. Korea regards it as an important state policy to develop Korean medicine. Korean medicine not only has independent characteristics in its theory and curative method, which are different from national medicines of other countries in the East, but also can cure different kinds of diseases whose treatment is impossible with modern medicine, including those newly developing because of ecological and environmental changes. So, it draws the world's great concern. This is the Academy of Korean Medicine. The mission of the Academy is to conduct researches into Korean medicine and prevent and cure diseases with a combination of Korean medicine and modern medicine, and thus actively protect and improve the health of the people. The Academy has hundreds of competent specialists, including many academic degree or title holders, who are engaged in researches and curative and preventive work.
우리 고려의학과학원은 친구연구소, 내과연구소, 외과연구소, 체질연구소를 비롯한 고려의학 부문의 임상연구기지, 기초연구소, 고려의학연구소를 비롯한 기초과학연구기지, 또한 고려의학을 생산 보장하는 약무부문과 과학연구 보장 단위들로 구성되어 있습니다. 우리 고려의학과학원에서는 전국 각지에서 고려 치료를 희망하는 환자들을 수용할 수 있는 수백 명 능력의 입원실들도 있습니다.
Don't worry, that was my computer if anybody heard that.
Korea medicine applies medication and the method of curing patients of their diseases by acupuncture, moxibustion, cupping, and massage without using medicines at all. In the past, the Academy of Korean Medicine completely cured many patients with Korean medicines and traditional Korean therapy. Especially, it has made great successes in treatment and prevention of geriatric diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, arteriosclerosis, and hypolipemia, diseases with high incidence such as cerebral hemorrhage and cerebral thrombosis, and incurable diseases including spontaneous gangrene and epilepsy. In this course, it has developed very effective curative methods and Korean medicines. In the village of hospitals, there is the Ryugyong Dental Hospital, which opened on the same day with the Ongyu Children's Hospital. From olden times, it was said that healthy teeth are one of the 5 blessings.
Well, here we go, dental care.
Healthy teeth are closely related to the
This is
long
one of the
life
things
in
that
good
our
health.
national health care doesn't
It is
cover.
not long after its inauguration, but the Ryugyong Dental Hospital is making a great contribution to realizing the people's dream of long life in good health. This hospital is proud of its modern medical equipment and world-standard medical technology. This is a universal dental chair with endoscope. This endoscope put into the mouth of a patient displays the state in his mouth on the screen. Receiving treatment at the recumbent posture, the patients can see the hygienic state of their teeth, and doctors can diagnose and treat diseases more correctly.
저는 오늘 병원에 와서 화면을 통해서 이빨 상태를 다 보고 또 그에 맞게 치료도 받으면서 선생님들로부터 앞으로 이빨 관리를 어떻게 해야 하는지
You had dental work today, it cost you £150. It's private in the UK as well, yep.
좋습니다.
Yeah, here you can't, there's no...
This is the implant room.
Dental care, except for
Implant
like
technology
kids
is
can
set to be
get
introduced
$1,000.
only in a few developed countries at present. This hospital is recovering the functional
DPRK,
shape
under
of
the
teeth
heaviest sanctions
by
any
using
country has ever
the implant
faced,
technology.
offers everybody free dental care though.
I
Okay.
have visited many hospitals, New Children's Hospital, Maternity Hospital, this dental hospital. I also visited in the past some hospitals in other cities like in Sarivon, but this is first time that I'm actually receiving treatment myself. So I was a little bit curious and a little bit worried what it's going to be like. Is it going to be any different than in my country? The main difference is, of course, that all these treatments are free of charge, and it's a huge difference for every person. And the second difference is that you have much more modern equipment than even in Western Europe. And also the tools that I got done now, the doctor replaced the metal topping that I had before, and it feels better now than the previous one. It feels much more smooth, and the doctors are very gentle themselves, so I was not in pain or anything. I received all the aftercare. And I've heard that all this modern equipment was the gift of Marshal Kim Jong-un to the hospital, so I'm deeply impressed by how much he cares about people.
She is a Korean Friendship Association member from Ireland who got a bunch of free healthcare work done in DPRK because she couldn't afford to have it done in Ireland.
It is said that if a man is 1,000 nyang, his eyes 800 nyang. It suggests that
And then her
eyes
kids
play
got
an
to go to
important
the international
role in the
kids
life
camp
of
there.
men. So healthy life is unthinkable apart from good eyes.
And here's the
This
other
is
thing
the
that's
Ryugyong
not
General
included in ours
Ophthalmic
either.
Hospital of World Standard, which has recently opened according to the policy of the Workers' Party of Korea to enable the people to enjoy a healthy life with good eyes. The facade of the outpatient ward representing human eye and the outer wall of the inpatient ward
Yeah,
with an eye chart
that would be
show
fucking-
that it is an
that'd be
ophthalmic
cool.
hospital. The inside of the hospital is nice and neat, yet modern.
Yep. Falcon and I will have our teeth until we hit 90, and then they fall out and we start projecting our voice onto the wind.
The hospital has several treatment
Starts sounding
rooms
like we're
with
standing
general
behind
and
you.
electronic eye charts, general eyesight tester, ultra microscope and others, röntgen
behind
examination room with tele-röntgen diagnostic machine, which can see not only all sorts of eye diseases, but also focus of any part of human body, and different kinds of examination rooms equipped
NTC,
with
that's what I
latest
gotta do
medical
too.
appliances such as scanning laser thermograph, eye electricity and physiology tester, and artificial
missing a bunch
lens
of teeth.
measuring device.
Canada.
It has also 4 operating rooms.
Like if I could afford treatment, I wouldn't have to just get them pulled, the ones that I did.
The inpatient ward is also perfect. In the sick rooms, lamps representing human eye and viridescent walls are impressive. It is said that the verdant
approaching that
green
elder
has
status.
comparatively appropriate absorption and reflection, and so it is a color suitable to the
See how
nervous
old
system
my
of
son is
human
getting,
body,
and I know
cerebral
I'm
cortex,
on my way.
and retinal tissue. The sick rooms representing the characteristics of the ophthalmic hospital are fully equipped with different kinds of furniture and fixtures necessary for the life of the patients. The Ryugyong General Ophthalmic Hospital has a wonderful spectacles shop.
손님들은 우선 진열대에서 마음에 드는 안경테를 골라잡습니다. 다음 시력검사실과 교정실에 가서 정확한 시력을 검사하게 됩니다. 많은 경우 사람의 두 눈의 시력은 같지 않으며 상태도 서로 다르게 나타나기 때문에 시력검사실에서 시력검사를 하고 교정실에 가서 굴절검사를 한 다음 교정을 정확히 해야 합니다. 그리고 시력검사표를 가지고 안경 가공실로 가면 가공사들이 해당한 안경화를 가공하여 이미 고른 테에 맞춰줍니다.
It was not long after its inauguration, but many people have benefited from the hospital. Among them is Kim Un-sim, who became blind due to an accident and received treatment here in the hospital some time ago before restoring her sight.
은심 환자가 우리 류경환과 종합병원에 입원한 날은 우리 병원이 개원한 지 이틀째 되는 날이었습니다. 그때 환자는 두 눈 완전 실명으로서 최중증 상태였고 갑자기 실명당하다니 소화장애를 비롯하여 일반 상태가 매우 나빴습니다. 그러나 우리는 우리 당의 인민사랑을 가슴에 안고 최신화 과학기술과 현대적인 안과 의료 설비들 그리고 우리 모두의 정성만 있다면 꼭 완치시킬 수 있다는 신심을 가지고 40여 차례의 의사협의회와 각종 검사들을 진행하고 치료 전투를 벌려 끝내는 혁명 처소에 떠나보내게 되었습니다.
얼마나 뜨거운 사랑이 저를 지켜주고 보살펴주고 있었는지 저는 물론 우리 부모들도 다는 몰랐습니다. 한 점 빛도 가려볼 수 없어 마음은 아팠지만 우리 사회주의 복원제도가 있는 곳으로 하여 실망하지 않았습니다. 이런 고마운 정성과 사랑이 있어 오늘은 이렇게 아들을 볼 수 있게 되었습니다.
This hospital is an energy-saving building and green structure. The cooling and heating problem of the building has been completely solved with introduction of the cooling and
Soon
heating
they'll be
system by
subjected to a hot
geothermal,
box.
and installation of solar panels makes it possible to conduct medical service activities without let-up under any circumstances. A garden has been built on the rooftop of the building where the inpatients can have a rest. This is a hospital worthy of the name and the people's hospital worthy of pride, where everything is satisfactory. With the Ryugyong General Ophthalmic Hospital built, this area with hospitals such as the Breast Tumor Institute of the Pyongyang Maternity Hospital, the Ryugyong Dental Hospital, and the Ongyu Children's Hospital has taken shape more perfectly as a village of hospitals. All the medical service establishments in the village of hospitals represent the devoted efforts of the respected Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un to enable the people to live long in good health and fully enjoy socialist civilization. Kim Jong-un chose a site for the medical oxygen factory in the best place in the suburbs of Pyongyang City and solved all problems arising in the project. When the factory was under construction, he called at the construction site and gave important instructions concerning the project, including the issue on furnishing the factory with modern facilities and perfect technical processes. Under his special concern and meticulous guidance, the modern medical oxygen factory has been built in thick woods with fresh air, whose production processes have been automated and computerized. It has become possible to supply quality medical oxygen to the hospitals and improve the quality of the medical service. Today, the rapidly developing science and technology give answers to many problems unknown world concerning good health and long life of man. They have also developed ways to prevent and treat incurable diseases, giving humanity the possibility to realize the dream of long life in good health. But many people of the world are still tormented with diseases and feel resentment at the unequal society with their dying lives. It shows that the dream of humanity cannot be realized only with the progress of science and technology, and modern civilization of humanity can belong to the people only under the popular and advanced social system.
I love how this is a part of it.
Under the socialist health system of Korea, the only one in the world, the party and the state take care of the people.
Like, I just love how part of this documentary, they get to the end and they're like, but if you want to have this kind of healthcare system, you need socialist system.
With full responsibility
I love
for
that.
their lives and health, and share constant benefits to them. Through the system, humanity see the way to realize the dream of long life in good health they long for so much.
How about we listen to some music from DPRK then?
Long live the People's Revolution!
Oh yeah. First, my bad. First lesbian hot sauce gets her cork. That's right. Reminds me of the movement and sound jacket from Toys. We'll have to plug this in sometimes because it'll sound way different then. Again, when I'm doing it right now, it's just coming out of this little fucking speaker. Look at that. That's what the sound's coming out of. So if I plug it in with these ports on the front, it's got MIDI too. So if I ever do get a synthesizer, we'll be able to do a lot more with it. Watch Toys at Christmas? Alright. I'll watch Toys at Christmas, sounds good to me. Okay, we got this song we'll do, and then the news, I think, is what we'll do next. Yeah, and then we'll do the memes after the news. We got a couple that people send. My cat's in goblin mode. Listen to those muted trumpets. Come here, kitty. She's going wild. Oh, nice. Accordion solo? Holy shit. Knows how to play that fucking accordion. Sure, NTC. Her fucking accordion playing is blasting me away. Look at her fingers. I'm fucking blown away by that accordion player. That's fucked. Good God. Holy fuck. Okay. Oh, yes.
It's going to be a three-way for the TNA heavyweight title at Sacrifice between you, Kurt Angle, and Samoa Joe. Now, before you get there, you have an important step tonight as you and X Division champion Petey Williams take on the unlikely duo of Kurt Angle and Samoa Joe.
You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Samoa Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at Sacrifice, you got a 33 and a third chance of winning.
33 and a third.
I got a 66 and two-thirds chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning at Sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, if we used to go one-on-one, and then add 66 and two-thirds percent, I got 141 and two-thirds chance of winning at Sacrifice. See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Sacrifice. See, but I'm going to break it down for all you ladies. Would you rather be with me, or would you rather be with Joe?
Well, I think Joe's kind of nice. I mean, you know.
See, you're one of those girls that like romance. I'm going to talk to all my freaks out there. Would you rather come home to me, a genetic freak, to be satisfied every night, or go home to that fat-ass Samoa Joe? See, tonight, we're going to win, and I'm going to be the world champion at Sacrifice. Come on, P. Let's go.
Scotty, just like you always say, Big Papa Pump has got your hookup. Well, Maple Leaf Muscle is who you need to look up. Holler if you hear that.
What the fuck? Here, this is one Falcon sent.
Let me ask you this. Just let's see if we can simplify this. Do you have any doubt as you sit in that witness stand today that you were discussing the length of your penis on Bubba's radio program? Any doubt?
Well, it's not mine, because mine isn't that size. But we were discussing the length of Hulk Hogan's.
Seriously? So you
no, seriously, I do not have a 10-inch penis. No, I do not. Seriously.
Fair enough. So what you're telling us is you were discussing
Believe that.
Hulk Hogan's penis, right?
Excuse me?
You were discussing Hulk Hogan's penis.
Yeah, because Terry Bolle's penis is not 10 inches like you're trying to say.
What? What? What the fuck? Oh, okay then. It's 11. Yeah. All right then. Jesus fuck. Yeah, no, we don't need any more context than that. I think we'll shut her down for the day. Holy fuck, that was extra cursed, right? For some reason? Or was it just me? It felt extra fucking cursed. Oh great, now I got this app download going. Okay, well that's okay. That can go in the background. I'm sure that's fine. That won't hurt anything. It's time. It's time.
Land defending. Water defending. Strike actions. International politics. Socialist News. Bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
People's News with me, Leaping Larry. Crowd control kept trying to interrupt my fucking intro though. This time. I don't know if anybody else caught that. It kept being like, hey, do you want to play games with the comrades now? Like, no, not right now. We'll do that on the weekend. God damn it. I guess it updated or something? Like, what happened? Did new games come up? You've yet to see me leap. Oh, I can leap, Sam. Don't worry about that. I'm leaping all over the place. I'm leaping all over. Don't worry about me and my leaping. Alright? My leaping's just fine. Lawrence Hoof doth leapt, indeed. Indubitably. Leaping 8 leap. Yeah, where's that emote? Aw. Wrong. What do you mean wrong? What's wrong? Alright, I'm doing the news now. It's the news, god dang it. Devotion to the people. First we got Pyongyang Times. Devotion to the people means making devoted efforts for the good of them, while regarding them as the most precious being in the world. It is based on the noble view on the people that regards them as God. At the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea, Kim Jong-un, General Secretary of the WPK, solemnly pledged that he would regard the great people as the God of his life and work at the risk of his life as a faithful servant of the people on the road of devoted service to them. It is the steadfast stand for the WPK to hold the people, whom President Kim Il-sung and Chairman Kim Jong-il regarded as their God, in high esteem, as much as it does the President and the Chairman by engraving the people on the minds as the images of the great leaders. The WPK demand that all officials make good efforts for the good of the people. DIU, historical root of the WPK. So here's a little history lesson for you. Again, from Pyongyang Times. October 17th is the 97th anniversary of the formation of the Down with Imperialism Union. 97 years. The Korean Revolution, which has been carried on for nearly a century, originated from the DIU. Like a boundless ocean, starts from a stream. At the time of the DIU's formation, the Korean people were suffering the miseries of a stateless nation under the Japanese imperialist military occupation, 1905 to 1945. Owing to the colonial obscurantist policy of the Japanese imperialists, the Korean people could not use their own language freely, and were forced to change even their names in the Japanese way, and Korea seemed to fade away from the earth. Shouldering upon himself the ardent desire of the fellow countrymen, Kim Il-sung formed the DIU, a revolutionary organization of young Korean communists of the new generation, in China's Haduan, in October 17, 1926. In his historic report titled "Let Us Overthrow Imperialism," he said that the broad masses should be armed with the anti-Japanese patriotic idea and progressive ideas, awakened to national and class consciousness, and rallied organizationally, and, therefore, a revolutionary organization of the young communists should be formed first, and the name of the organization should be Down with Imperialism Union, in conformity with its mission, abbreviated to DIU. The immediate task of the DIU was to defeat Japanese imperialism and build and achieve Korea's liberation and independence. And the ultimate goal was to build socialism and communism in Korea, and furthermore, to destroy all imperialism and build communism throughout the world. The DIU has become the root of the Workers' Party of Korea, the guiding force of the DPRK. The program of the DIU served as the basis of the program of the WPK, which was founded in 1945, nearly 20 years later. The principle of independence set forth by the DIU became a principle of party building and activities, and the revolutionaries of the new generation trained by the DIU became the backbone for founding the party. Since then, the WPK has consistently maintained the idea of the DIU. The lines and policies advanced by President Kim Il-sung in each period and at each stage of the revolution, including the agrarian reform policy after Korea's liberation, the policy of agricultural cooperativization after the war, and the basic line of socialist economic construction, and the line of simultaneously carrying on economic construction and defense building, were all rooted in the ideas of the DIU. The DIU also serves as the cornerstone of the WPK's consistent stand against imperialism. To wipe out all imperialism on Earth, with arms, and build a new world of the people free from exploitation and oppression. This is the steadfast anti-imperialist stand put forward by the DIU. From this anti-imperialist standpoint, the WPK defeated the military invasion of the imperialist allied forces and won a brilliant victory in the Fatherland Liberation War 1950 to 1953. Under the wise leadership of President Kim Il-sung, after the war, it firmly defended the sovereignty and dignity of the country by frustrating the imperialist moves for aggression at every step, while acquiring tremendous military capability and building a people-centered socialism. Today, the WPK regards it as the immediate goal to build a prosperous and civilized socialist society in the DPRK, and to achieve independent and democratic development of the society on a nationwide scale. And as its ultimate goal, to build a communist society where the people's ideals are fully realized. At present, the sovereignty and dignity of the DPRK are being further demonstrated thanks to the WPK's independent politics, which embodies the resolute spirit of independence of the DIU. Pyongyang Times. Wasn't it like a couple months ago I heard like some ridiculous Orientalist repeating the line how DPRK abandoned communism or something? Meanwhile, they're like printing about it being the goal in their friggin' newspapers. Literally right here. The DPRK to achieve independent democratic development of the society, independent and democratic development of the society on a nationwide scale, and as its ultimate goal to build a communist society. Bam. Hey Kay, how do you do, comrade? Welcome in. I'll be on Kay's channel later today, of course. I think our plan is to just raid into Kay when she goes live and she's ready to go. We'll just raid right into her, and then I'll hop in your voice channel. I can see the VIP channel there, so I assume I'll be able to hop in, no problem. I think we gave Kay a shout out already, so I think we still are on a cooldown. But we did give you a shout out this morning, Kay. We were talking about your channel earlier. Always, Kay. Risky military attempts of Japan. War state closely watched. 7 minutes remaining. Perfect. 4 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. my time. Japan has now completely removed the bothersome mask of exclusive defense. On October 10th, the Japanese defense minister said that his country would advance the period of deployment of long-range missiles for the possession of capability for attacking enemy bases, to directly strike the DPRK, China, and other neighboring countries. Earlier on October 5th, he visited the U.S. and begged it to deliver the U.S.-made long-range cruise missile Tomahawk 1 year earlier than scheduled. It shows that Japan's military moves towards overseas reinvasion have reached a very grave phase. As is well known, the Japanese self-defensive force have already exceeded the demand for exclusive defenses long ago. The war expenditure rising to a record high every year, the introduction of ultra-modern military hardware for attack, including aircraft carrier and latest stealth fighters, the establishment of military operation posture in the domains of outer space, cyber and electromagnetic waves, and other are clearly aimed at waging a war of aggression. Large-scale military drills in the archipelago and at sea to steadily master and complete the offensive capabilities are in continuation of such desperate moves. Japan has already provided a springboard for expanding the spheres of the SDF's activity in the whole world. It also announced the war guidelines specifying the possession of capability for attacking enemy bases, and the increase in defense expenses at the end of last year. In order to realize its military ambition, it has interfered in the internal affairs of other countries and stepped up the overseas advance of the SDF forces, availing itself of the U.S. strategy for hegemony. It has persistently caused friction with its neighboring countries on the pretext of territorial dispute, maritime security, and other issues, and openly staged multinational military drills at home and abroad under the cloak of strengthening alliance. In August, the heads of the US, Japan, and puppet South Korea agreed to run a real-time sharing system of North Korean missile warning information within the year and stage a triangular military drills annually at Camp David in the suburbs of Washington. A legal justification for the SDF to become highly adept at the reinvasion of the Korean Peninsula and be committed to the Korean front in case of emergency. The annual triangular military drills are little short of an entrance ticket to the Korean Peninsula. Japan's overseas reinvasion and Japan as a war state are not fiction, but entity and have become reality. Japan's arrogant choice will create new challenges to security, further aggravating tensions on the Korean Peninsula and in the region. But Japan should not act rashly. The armed forces of the DPRK, with the important mission to defend peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula and in the region, are closely watching every move of Japan, sworn enemy, to fly a war criminal flag on this land again, with its eye on the territory of Korea generation after generation, oblivious of the history of defeat. KCNA, Pyongyang Times. Okay, comrades. You're going to want to get your bleach, your acid ready to pour into your eyeballs after you see this next one. Look at this shit. CUPE, which is a teachers' union here. CUPE's Hamas support shows the need to revisit mandatory membership. Yeah, exactly, March, exactly. The RAND formula, or mandatory checkoff, is a straightforward concept in labor law. Employees in a unionized workforce must pay union dues. It was born of an arbitration decision by Supreme Court Justice Ivan Rand that ended a 1945 strike against Ford in Windsor, Ontario. In case you're wondering where that comes from. Before Rand, unions could only collect dues from members on a voluntary basis, and the employer did not assist in the collection. The UAW sought to make union membership mandatory and have Ford collect and remit dues to the union. Ford sought to keep union membership voluntary so as to limit the union's power. Rand ultimately ruled that while membership would be technically voluntary, employees had to pay dues whether or not they chose to formally join the union. So that was somewhat of a step forward and a step back in other ways, which we can get into another time. The RAND formula has been adopted in unionized environments across Canada and also enshrined in labor laws that the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled constitutional. Laws and collective agreements may notionally allow union members to conscientiously object on religious grounds and apply to the Labor Board for an exception under which they pay an amount equal to the dues to an agreed upon charity. However, that option is rarely used. Employees generally treat union dues as no different than income tax, EI, and CPP source deductions. The concept that employees who receive benefits from collective bargaining cannot freeload is therefore well-founded. On the other hand, forcing union members to fund political activity they do not support is wrong. Here we fucking go, comrades. Here we fucking go. Following Hamas's attack on Israel, CUPE Local 3906, which represents 3,000 McMaster University academic staff, posted on X, "Palestine is rising, long live the resistance," and shared a post glorifying the attack. Fuck you, whoever wrote this MSN. CUPE Ontario President Fred Han liked the CUPE 3906 post and shared his own support for the attacks on Israel, including a post that stated, "From river to sea, Palestine will be free." A well-known chant that in effect calls for Israel to be eliminated. Yup. From Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Yup. I love how mainstream media is fucking just scrambling right now to try and push back against the public pressure they're facing. It shows you how we've always heard for so many years about how the mainstream news media just tells people what they need to hear or the facts. This shows you that's not the case, because look at the immense pushback. Like, even people who wouldn't normally push back against this shit are saying stuff, which we'll get to. The Piers Morgan debate is kind of crap, because I know the one guy is a bit of a lib, but you'll see. Yeah, called Operation Mockingbird. It might be argued that Han's actions were personal and not in his capacity as coup president. But Han put the argument to bed when, after accusing Israel of apartheid, he noted, "These are the positions that have been adopted by members of my union in CUPE Ontario for almost 20 years. Not only us, unions and progressive organizations around the world have done so." CUPE Ontario then doubled down, putting out a statement that attacked Israel as an apartheid state. It is, supported Han and CUPE 3906's messaging, and accused those criticizing them as trolls backed by the pro-Israel lobby. Probably are. Han's claim that CUPE and its associated unions have long been involved in this type of political activism, particularly against Israel, is accurate. Yup, based. In 2009, when led by longtime President Sid Ryan, CUPE Ontario pursued a ban on Israeli citizens working or even speaking at Ontario universities. Fucking based. Unions regularly endorse and support political candidates. Generally, the beneficiaries are NDP and Liberal candidates, because the NDP officially subordinates all unions. Like, what the fuck do you expect? All unions are literally fucking officially subordinated by the NDP here in Canada. So yeah, what the fuck do you think they're gonna support? That's just asinine right there. But in 2022 Ontario election, at least 10 trade unions supported Doug Ford's progressive conservative government, in which political direction such support is directed. However, it is financed by union members' contributions. That's not fair. Union members should not be forced to fund political activism. It ought not to be a precondition of working at McMaster University that you fund CUPE Local 3906's radical endorsement of Hamas's attack on Israel, nor the political activity of union leaders like Fred Han and Sid Ryan. Unions should have to decide. Either they limit themselves to purely labor activities, because that's not at all political, right? No. Such as collective bargaining and grievances. Yeah. Can you imagine how powerless unions would then become? And are entitled to mandatory checkoff and employer collection of union dues. Or they engage in whatever activities they please, but mandatory checkoffs does not apply to them, so that employees do not have to associate it with views or actions they do not agree with. Danielle Abelesser is a lawyer. Well, fuck you, Daniel. All right? Daniel can go to hell. Just wanted to show you that. Like, the mainstream media just trying anything to push back against it. The public pressure is just laughable to me. How about we got Liberation? This is from PSL, of course. U.S. Israel manufacture atrocities to justify their war crimes. It's all over the media. Terrorists from Hamas breached the Gaza border and invaded Israel in a murderous rampage. They decapitated some 40 babies at kibbutz. Its soldiers are raping Jewish women. They killed 260 young people at a concert, and there's more atrocities to come. The media took their cue from President Joe Biden, who lied that he saw confirmed pictures of terrorists beheaded children, and described the Palestinian resistance as committing rapes and other acts of sheer evil, quote unquote. These horror stories have dominated the front pages of newspapers in the US and Europe, and have been the top of the broadcast news for days. In loud and outraged voices, in huge bold-faced type, the establishment media has carried the same atrocity stories, even using the exact same words. The same reports have been picked up and amplified by social media. It's all certainly incredibly gruesome and frightening, only these stories are blatantly false and unverified. This is war propaganda, designed to confuse, soften, or win over public opinion for imperialist invasion. It is crafted to justify the Western-backed Israeli government's massive bombardment of Gaza, allegedly to destroy Hamas at its base, but really to kill, maim, and starve the 2 million Palestinian civilians there. As Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, the goal of the Israeli offensive is the elimination of Gaza. Some 1,000 Palestinian children have been killed by this bombing to date. Yeah, right? Insert that interview by the CIA guy we watched a while ago. The electronic infadas, the Mondoese, online news services which seek to cover the Middle East from the point of view of the people who live there, trace the story of Palestinian fighters decapitating 40 babies at the Kfar Aza kibbutz to an article and video by Bell True, a reporter from the British newspaper The Independent. Yeah, John Stockwell, that's the one. True, who was at Kfar Aza on October 10th, wrote an article quoting Israeli Army Major David Ben Zion, claiming that women and children in that compound were beheaded, and that when Hamas came here, they cut the heads of women, they cut the heads of children. She did not question whether reservist Ben Zion, who was not the officer in charge, was a credible source. He is, in fact, a leader of arch-racist West Bank settler movement, and has called on settlers to wipe out the Palestinian village of Harawa, which was attacked and burned several times. But she did write, the Independent did not see evidence of his claims, and says that in the video accompanying her article, that the bodies she saw lying around Kfar Aza were the bodies of militant soldiers. The Independent, however, distorted and sensationalized these findings in a headline for this article. The only evidence I've been able to find about behaving babies is pictures of car seats that have blood in them. If it was true, someone would leak it, absolutely. And I mean, how many babies were fucking beheaded in all of these buildings brought down by Israeli fucking attacks on Gaza? You know? How many? Oh yeah, around 1,000. As we write this, Palestinians face, this is by the Red Nation, sorry. Palestinians face unrelenting and unprecedented settler violence. The Israeli army has warned 1.1 million Palestinians in Gaza to relocate south within the next 24 hours as Israel prepares to level Gaza with bombs. The Israeli apartheid regime.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
The apartheid regime has already cut off all food, water, and electricity to Gaza, while carpet bombing residential buildings, markets, schools, health facilities, and mosques. Across the occupied West Bank, residents fear the worst. with many trapped in their homes as armed Israeli settlers threaten pogroms against Palestinian families and the military prohibits any freedom of movement. Israeli officials promised to open the gates of hell, labeling Palestinians as human animals. Yeah, oh yeah, totally, Red Falcon. For the last 2 decades, 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza have been forced to live in a dense open-air prison, besieged by Israel in violation of international law. 2/3 of the population in Gaza are refugees that were forcibly displaced from other parts of Palestine. Half the population are children, and the vast majority are impoverished. Follow London Smash, by the way. Completely surrounded by militarized barrier, Gazans are denied freedom of movement and regular access to food, water, and healthcare by a protracted Israeli siege. In 2018, the United Nations deemed Gaza unlivable, and since then Gazans have experienced multiple bombardments by Israel, intensifying an already untenable situation. This is not a conflict, this is the deliberate act of settler colonialism and genocide. Israel's violent occupation of historic Palestine is typically framed as a conflict. Nice, good job, Sam. This is a distortion of history that erases the actual truth. Israel cannot exist without the annihilation of Palestinians, whether this be slow or sudden, and that's why there cannot be a two-state solution at the end of the day. Settler historians in the United States have long framed the history of U.S. settler colonialism as a conflict between two equal sides, cowboys and Indians, settlers and savages. Coda scholar Elizabeth Cook Lynn reminds us that there are no two sides to a story of colonial dispossession and genocide. There is a clear perpetrator, the settler state. Settlers invade and destroy in order to replace. Like U.S., Israel is a violent settler nation that should be condemned for its crimes against humanity. Like I said before, from the perspective of the colonized people, regardless of whether it applies in international law, is fucking irrelevant. From the viewpoint of the colonized people, the settler population themselves cannot and are not a fucking civilian population. They are an invasionary, genocidal population. Whether or not they're explicitly armed with guns or other weaponry, melee weaponry, which they usually are, even if they're not, the entire purpose of them moving there to these lands to dispossess and displace is in order to perpetrate a genocide, right? They're being used as pawns of the settler state itself. What are pawns in chess? They're combatants. It should be clear to tribal leaders and all native people that we are on a parallel path with Palestinian people struggling for land back and decolonization. Native nations and people face the same settler colonial violence that is descended upon our Palestinian relatives. 200 years of U.S. federal Indian law forms the basis for the imperial foreign policy the U.S. now uses to support Israel in its genocide of Palestinians. Let us not forget that native water and land protectors have always been labeled as terrorists when defending our homelands from U.S. colonial aggression. While the U.S. government and its allies clamor to beat the drums of war and annihilation, we remain inspired by the steadfastness of the Palestinian people and committed to the righteous struggle for decolonization that Palestinians are waging in this moment. Our dreams of liberation are one and the same. And here's that article right here. Has a bunch of different calls to action that have been going on, so be sure to check that out there as well. And be sure that, yes, you follow Kay, how do you say? We'll be raiding into there later today, and your boy Larry will be doing some talking on Kay's show. Alright, we got 2 last articles here, and then we're gonna do, we have a couple video ones here as well. And then, yeah, Oh, and then we'll take a break. We'll listen to this cursed shit, and then we'll do our read. Sound good? Sounds good. Yay! Kay and Larry, first stream together. I'm excited, Kay. Letter from Gaza. We prefer to die standing than to give up. By Ahmad Issa. Hello, world. I am from occupied Palestine. I live in the Gaza Strip. I am married. I have 2 children. Bassam, 5 years old, and Adam, 2 years old. I'm 30 years old. My family has lived in Gaza since 1948 as a result of the forcible displacement of my grandparents from their hometown, Ashdod. All my life, I've dreamed of returning to my homeland. Hi, Larry. Hi, Chad. Thanks for popping in yesterday, Larry. No problem. I actually helped vote for you because I was in Lennon's stream actually when we voted for you. Lennon and I do every Monday night. Lennon and I do a co-stream together now. It's a regular Monday night Lenny Larry type situation. So I could recover from the stream last night going night. Well, at least you have time to recover. Hey, Red Wizard, welcome in, comrade. Great to see you here. Yes, please. Lenny Larry type situation every Monday, exactly. Please, join us, comrades. Juche Gang orders.
Go, smokes. Let's go, smokes.
Juche Gang orders. Follow Potato King. There, is that smoky enough for you? I'm gonna start this over. Yeah. Look, I'm smoking. Fam meeting? Okay, mama. Yeah. Make sure you follow Potato King. That's a Juche Gang order, god dang it. Gosh darn it. Alright, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna restart this one just because this is one that I think we need to hear here. Hello, world. I am from occupied Palestine. I live in Gaza Strip. I am married and have 2 children. Bassam, 5 years old, and Adam, 2 years old. I'm 30 years old. My family has lived in Gaza since 1948 as a result of the forcible displacement of my grandparents from their hometown, Ashdod. All my life, I've dreamed of returning to my homeland. In 2020-2021, I secured the Sheving Award funding for the UK government to study MSc Marketing and Strategy at Warwick Business School in the UK, which is considered one of the top universities of the world. After I completed my master's in 2022, I returned to Palestine to work as communication coordinator with G Gateway, a social enterprise that aims at assisting unemployed youth and helping them earn a decent income to support their families, a meaningful and purposeful mission that aligned with my core values. That's why I returned, even though I had the chance to stay and work in the UK. My people has suffered in Gaza for the past 17 years with a high unemployment rate, lack of hope in basic human needs, such as water and electricity, and constant assaults by Israeli warplanes and military drones which target anything, anytime. This is a young population full of energy but no opportunities to grow or flourish. This has resulted in an explosion towards the occupier. What did they expect from people living under such circumstances? I believe what has happened on October 7th is the result of years of Israeli brutal occupation that suffocated and besieged people for so long. What do they expect? I've been privileged to travel to the US and attend the Palestine Rights Literature Festival via the Erez Crossing. It was not easy to get permission to travel because most of my people are denied access to travel, but I was lucky. On my way out of Gaza, and for the first time in my life, I saw my Palestine. I experienced the fresh air, looking for signs of our villages and greenery places where we all lived in peace. I kept wondering how so many settlers are living in peace with high human conditions, as if they were living in Europe on our land, compared to my life in Gaza, just a few meters away, where we are living under brutal and inhumane circumstances. How is that possible? Don't settlers living on the other side know about the people suffering in Gaza? They are talking about displacing us to Egypt, but I will never leave Gaza. I have several experiences being outside of Gaza, but I have never felt that I belong anywhere else. If we were to die, we would prefer to die in Gaza. All my family members have agreed that we are staying together and we will not leave. We prefer to die standing up than to give up. We have suffered a lot. We have suffered everything. We are resilient and we can endure everything, and we will never leave, even if they want to kill us. We, the Palestinian people, are going to preserve and stay in our country no matter what. We will keep existing on this land, as I believe our existence is resistance. So many friends of mine have traveled to convince me to stay in the UK. But I felt that if I stay, I will vanish. My identity will vanish. I know that I will have many benefits and privileges if I leave. But my impact and connection to Palestine will vanish. That's why I returned to work with G Gateway to help Palestinians improve themselves and their skills, to work with international clients as software developers and digital marketers, being here, feeling the suffering and enduring it with my people is far more satisfying and fulfilling to me than being outside and not being connected. I feel that shit. In conclusion, we are the people who have the truth on our side. We are facing a barbaric and brutal occupation and witness the killing of children and innocent civilians at night while they are sleeping. This is the Israeli strategy in all their major aggressions in 2008, 2014, 2021, and now. If you are feeling sorry about what you have seen recently, please take a closer look at all the pictures and the videos coming from Gaza to compare and contrast between our resistance fighters and the brutal occupier. I know you will not, because the mainstream media will not show you anything from our side. But if you have heart, you will look and find the truth. You will be able to judge for yourself. As a Palestinian, and speaking on behalf of all Palestinians, we hope to live in peace, and we condemned any act of killing civilians on both sides. I already told you my perspective on that. We condemn all acts of violence all the time, in all cases, but there is a saying in the Quran that Allah gave the permission for those who are oppressed to end their occupation by all means. This is also legal by all the international laws and resolutions, such as the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 37 by 43, passed in 1982. It reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of people for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination, and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. Peace upon everyone, yours. Uncivilized and human animal, Ahmed Elsa. That's from the Workers' World right there. I think we had the same thought, Red Wizard. No problem. Okay. Now, I do have a couple videos that we're going to do as well as part of the news. So let's just see. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on Monday announced another $10 million in humanitarian aid for Palestinian people, but stressed that they are victims of Hamas too. Fuck off, Sunak. Sunak made the remark while addressing the House of Commons for the first time since the Israel-Hamas war began last week. By the way, I've said it before, this is the one criticism I have is I wish China was a little less on that side. Oh yeah, I saw this one. We might save this one for after, just because this is quite a long one. So this might be our after reading the book article. I'm gonna just stick this in our back pocket here. So on the indigenous Juche symbol, I know one on the right is tomahawk and pipe put together. And the other one on the left is a club. Yes. The one in the middle is actually a bone needle. So the idea was to make them each serve the same purpose of that the WPK symbols do, right? So the tomahawk is also a pipe. But the tomahawk is also a pipe. It is a tomahawk too, but it's also a pipe. And of course that's like used in the same way, that's used in farming as well. In agriculture and gathering. And then when you look at the bone club, that's of course used for construction, right? And sorry, the club on the building club on the left is used for construction. And then the bone club in the bone needle in the middle. I don't know why I keep saying bone club. The bone needle in the middle is what would have been used to record, like if we had a meeting, if the Wabanaki Confederacy had a meeting, the bone needle would be used to record what was agreed upon in that meeting on the wampum belt. Which is why we always scoff at the idea. We scoff at the idea of us not having written language or something beforehand. That's what the wampum belt is. Not only is the wampum belt recorded language, but it's like literally showing international like diplomacy before the European concept of nations even existed. Yeah, it's just a bone needle. So you get the string, of course, goes in at the top. That's where you would sew your beads on. A wampum belt is made up of beads, and you would read the beads. That's how it would be interpreted. So like, wait. So like this. Like, I keep minimizing the window that I'm meaning to bring over. There. Like this, see? This is these are like the wampum belts, and the beads themselves are what would tell you like what was agreed upon in whatever meetings. Yeah, in much this exactly. Yes. If I'm understanding correctly, I mean we just say the pipe tomahawk represents the people who provide food, right? The club represents the builders, craftsmen, and the needle represents the intellectuals. Yes, exactly. Wampum for the joining of the Handoni. Oh yeah, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy became the banner and the flag. Yeah, which I thought it was right here, but I guess it didn't. They still call it. I thought I saw it when it was there. It is. Yeah, it looked like this, right? Very or similar to this or something like this. Yeah. Yeah, I always like that little detail. Yeah, that's the wampum belt, and that's what would be, like I say, because what would happen is in the case of the Wabanaki Confederacy, for example, every, let's say, 5 or 10 years, all the nations of the Wabanaki Confederacy would meet upon in some agreed upon location. Everybody, of course, would be able to speak. Anyone who wanted to attend the meeting would have time, would be able to speak. And then all the chiefs of the leaders of the various nations would decide on, or sort of vote and decide upon whatever matters would be that which affects all the nations. And then whatever was decided upon would be recorded on the wampum belt. And now again, like, you can further debunk the idea that there wasn't written history because there's also petroglyphs as well, right? Which I have shown before. Yeah, UK providing money to Palestinians. Are these states counting dual citizen holders as dead of their other state, not Israel, or are they double counting? That's what I would like to know, Magyar guy. I've been wondering that myself, actually. Because we keep seeing, like, this citizen, Israeli Canadian citizen killed. So Canadian citizens killed, right? Like, they're just... Look at this. Woman with Canadian connections confirmed dead in Hamas attack on Israel. Okay. A lot of people have fucking connections to Canada or something, or people in Canada. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Fuck off. They're reaching so far about this shit. They're reaching so far. Yeah, Falcon says the 2-row is also an important one because it is the one that delineates our sovereignty outside of the independence of European-style government. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. We got the global connections up in here. Exactly, exactly. Hey, Grom, welcome in, comrade. Yeah, right? Chatter connected to Lenin takes a shit. Fucking hilarious. WoW is down, like World of Warcraft is down. Oh shit. That's gotta hurt. Look, Israel's Gaza evacuation order could breach international law, UN. Oh, could it? You don't say. You don't say that it could. Israel launched strikes overnight on Hezbollah group targets in Lebanon. A statement from the Israeli army said early Tuesday morning. That was 7:22 this morning, comrades. Diplomatic efforts continue. Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Russia is ready to coordinate efforts with all constructively minded partners to bring an end to violence in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and stabilize the situation during his phone talks with several leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister and Palestinian President on Monday. Palestinian President Mohammed Abbas discussed the conflict in Gaza during a phone call with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on Monday. Abbas condemned Israel's plan to force more than 1.1 million people to evacuate to the southern parts of Gaza, calling on Britain to prevent Israeli attempts to displace Palestinians. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan discussed Monday the possibility of releasing hostages during a phone conversation with Politburo chief of the Palestinian Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, the Turkish foreign minister said in a statement. The United Nations Security Council failed on Monday to pass a draft resolution proposed by Russia that calls for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. U.S. President Joe Biden and Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sundi discussed the importance of addressing the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza, the White House said in a statement on Monday. I didn't even see what was going on there. U.S. President Joe Biden will travel to Israel on Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken announced. On when? Wednesday? Let's hope he fucking gets hit. U.S. and Israel agreed to develop. The United States and Israel have agreed to work out ways to let international assistance come into the blockaded Gaza Strip, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said on Tuesday. At our request, the United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, Blinken said after nearly 8 hours of overnight talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, fuck off. Around 500,000 Israelis have been evacuated and displaced in 10 days since Hamas unleashed the attack, the Israeli military said. Good. There are about 500,000 internally displaced Israelis at this time, Jonathan Conqueror, spokesman for the IDF, said in an online briefing, adding that all communities around the Gaza Strip, as well as more than 20 communities in the north, have been evacuated. Israeli military said it killed 4 people who have tried to cross the fence bordering Lebanon and planted an explosive device on Tuesday. And again, here's where my one criticism of China is I wish they would just get a little bit more militant. Zhang Zhan, China's permanent representative to the United Nations on Tuesday, said the humanitarian issues should not be politicized, addressing that the UN Security Council on Monday failed to adopt a draft resolution proposed by Russia at the Security Council on the situation in Gaza. Zhang said that the latest round of conflicts have resulted in massive civilian casualties and humanitarian crises. China condemns all violence and attacks against civilians and opposes all acts that violate international law, he said. Exactly, Pataking. That's all I'm saying. He elaborated on China's position on the current grave situation between Palestine and Israel and called for all efforts for a ceasefire as soon as possible to prevent greater humanitarian disasters. You all know I'm militantly in defense of China. I just would like to see a little more of that DPRK energy towards Israel, you know? Zhang said that the protection of civilians in armed conflict is a red line under international humanitarian law. The indiscriminate use of force is unacceptable, and neither Palestinian nor Israeli civilians should be targeted. And that's where I'm just kind of like, come on. You could have just avoided saying that altogether, in my mind. Zhang said that the protection of the safety of the UN staff and humanitarian workers must be guaranteed. In response to the current critical situation, China is urging the prompt establishment of humanitarian corridors to prevent the occurrence of more severe humanitarian disasters, Zhang said, adding that China supports active discussions on humanitarian corridor at Gaza and the conclusion of feasible arrangements at an early date, and appreciates the efforts by Egypt and other countries concerned in this regard. We deeply regret the Security Council's failure to reach a consensus on this matter. Humanitarian issues should not be politicized, and the protection of civilians must remain a top priority for all involved parties, he said. The ambassador also underscored that the UN must play its due role and the Security Council must demonstrate its commitments by quickly reaching a consensus and taking concrete actions as the international community expects. Yesterday we reviewed the Hamas Charter in full on stream, and honestly, I feel more justified in my refusal to condemn Hamas now. Yep. That's why I never have Pataking. I have read Hamas's statements before. I have read lots of stuff over the years from Hamas. And that's why I literally have I never condemned them. They have completely acted in self-defense. If you actually read why they engaged in this particular operation, you would also find that it was a preemptive strike because they had intel that Israel was literally about to strike them. And I mean, why wouldn't they believe that intel, right? Think about how many times has Israel striked Gaza, Palestinians before? Oh, right, countless times for over 75 years, right? So of course, and we do know that China does do some like covert aid, which I like. What the fuck is this now? Okay, I don't know what this came from. Okay, I do have a thing here. The original sin of Israel justifies any and all actions taken by Hamas. Oh yeah, I agree. But let's see. I wanted to see this thing that I shared the other day here. We knew that China does give like subversive aid to Palestine as well, but yeah. I love this. Look at, here's a quote by Kim Il-sung. The just cause of the Palestinian and other Arab people for the restoration of land lost to them and of all the legitimate rights of Palestine, including the establishment of an independent country, must be accomplished. The Israeli Zionists must withdraw from all the occupied Arab land immediately. This is restaurants in Palestine, by the way. This offers any DPRK citizens who are in Palestine 80% off of any food or whatever in this restaurant. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, and they explicitly delineate Zionists, not Jews. Yeah, if you are enjoying the stream, by the way, feel free to pop a sub there, or a gift sub, or some biddies. You know, it keeps me going, helps keep the family fed. And there is no better deserving recipient of gift sub than Mama M Media. Mama M Media's membership to the Juche gang has expired, and she needs help to get back into the Juche gang. So if any generous comrades are out there, she would very much appreciate that. Holy shit, toss out the veterans discount. I'd take a DPRK discount any day of the week, right? 80% off. I think, and that just, that should kind of show you like how deep the friendship is, like how much Palestine respects and appreciates DPRK, right? 13th Festival of Youth and Students, Pyongyang, 1989. Look at this artwork. For 17 cents a day, you too can sponsor a chatter with Juche ideology. Give it to Mama M Media though, if you're going to. She's the one. She's the one who's most deserving, I think, right now. There's a really good one. Where was it? Yes, and be sure to follow out be sure to follow all my socials as well. I had this really good here it is. Hi Barfcast. Welcome, comrade. So my comrade here, she's always posting the most fire like documents that she finds, right? Yeah, literally, comrades, for 17 cents a day, you too can help Mama get back into the Juche gang. Don't you want Mama to feel the love of the Juche gang? Lennon did the math. Thank God, because I can't do the math. So the one that Sarah McLaughlin. Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna really lay it on thick. Okay. I mean, look, you're supporting me. I'm a Mi'kmaq streamer. That means that you're gonna be giving back for Indigenous Month. Don't you want to give back for Indigenous Month? And helping Mama and media while you do it. Here, Bubbles actually has something to tell you all. Go ahead, Bubbles.
Hi there. Yeah, I haul shopping carts out of ponds and sell them back to the store for a living. I've been doing it for 18 years. So give me a fucking check, please.
I mean, yeah, true. All right. No worries, I'm mostly fucking with you all. Okay. I just wanted to show you this, though. I did show this the other day, but this, my comrade, she scans the most fire fucking documents online, right? Like, if you go... I actually highly recommend you follow her Twitter. Because she will scan, like, these documents from DPRK and shit that you literally have never seen before. The rarest documents like you've ever seen, because she has access to them through like universities and stuff. So this one that she found here, 1976, from it's a South Korean article that was published detailing all the terrorist activities of the DPRK. It's great. So you can see there's a bunch here, right? There's a whole bunch, like, they're going on about them participating in all these terrorist activities. Well, here we can see Palestine. They do mention China giving some aid in this as well, which is nice. Gave 3 to 5 months training courses to 30 to 40 guerrillas from Palestine, Zaire, Angola, and Mexico at the guerrilla training camp in North Korea. Yo, comrades! The guerrilla training camp, when we going? From January 1972 to January 1976. Provided Arab terrorists with weapons and trained 30 PLO guerrillas in North Korea in August 1972. 70 to 80 North Korean instructors trained Palestinian guerrillas in 1973. 12 Palestinian guerrillas of Hawatmi PDFLELP underwent a 1-year course of military training in North Korea in September 1975. The training was completed 3 months later. So that again, this is being reported by South Koreans. Yeah, no, it was what they said. They said they provided. Where's the one? Yep. They provided 30 to 40 guerrillas from Palestine at guerrilla training camp in North Korea. So there's apparently a guerrilla training camp in DPRK. Pretty cool. Here's another one you might appreciate here as well, comrades. Here you go. United States. North Korea furnished booklets on revolution and guerrilla warfare to the Black Panthers, comprising over 1,200 black people and 66 units, and other leftist organizations in the United States in June 1971. With the U.S. bicentennial in mind, North Korea invited the Chicago district leader of the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, Juan Mirantes, to visit Pyongyang and assured him of North Korean support in a joint communique in June 1975. Oh shit. Northern Ireland announced its support for and furnished Marxist training to the rebel Irish Republican Army in May 1972. Any other countries you want me to look for here? Here's Peru. Here's, I don't know if Sebs is still with us now, but here's one for Sebs. 20 Peruvian women were trained within the compound of the North Korean trade mission in Peru in anti-government subversive activities in April 1977. A considerable number of Peruvian students were trained in guerrilla warfare in Pyongyang in early 1977. During the July 1977 strike in Peru, North Koreans provided military training to members of an anti-government organization at a guerrilla base near Lima. So don't let anybody tell you that DPRK is not internationalist, okay? Brazil helped establish a guerrilla base in November 1970 in the vicinity of Porto Alegre, trained 16 guerrillas, and provided the guerrilla organization with $50,000 for arms purchase. And this was published, when did I say? 1978. So you can imagine all the stuff they've been involved with since this, right? Argentina financed the People's Liberation Army with, looks like, $595,000 in 1971-72. Helped establish a guerrilla base at Sada in December 1973 and trained a cadre of 30 to 40 Argentine guerrillas. Extended $1,600,000 in aid to the Revolutionary People's Army of Argentina, the Fatherland Safeguarding Movement of Paraguay, and the Latin America radical leftist group in November 1977. Delicious, isn't it? Venezuela provided the Forces for National Liberation with $50,000 and supported the guerrilla activities in mountainous areas in 1966. There's a good one. Trained the liberation fighters, sent military advisory groups to train black guerrillas in November 1976 in Rhodesia. Somalia. From January to July 1976, 5 guerrilla groups with 100 to 150 in each group were trained in DPRK. It's great. The Baader Meinhof Gang, a West German terrorist organization, requested North Korean military training as well as political cooperation. The group asked Kim Il-sung to supply it with automatic rifles and military training. Shit. DPRK is out here doing the international work, comrades. Alright, here's the last part of the news, and then we're gonna get to the next segment, which is some curse shit that we got. Okay. Yeah, then I'll get to then we'll talk about what I see on Twitter here as well. But first we want to see this.
It's been taking place. Around 500 delegates from more than 70 countries have been present at this event. And among the main topics that have been debated here is, of course, the situation in Gaza and the genocide that's being committed by Israel against the Palestinian people. So we're going to talk to some of the delegates to see what they think about the situation.
The genocide that is happening in Palestine is totally not acceptable because it's against the humankind, it's against the human rights.
وهذه هذه الحرب الإجرامية اللي بشنها العدو الصهيوني على أهلنا في غزة يعني تعبر عن الفاشية في الأيديولوجية الصهيونية.
Yo creo que en eso hay una cuestión de la hermandad entre el pueblo de Palestina y el pueblo de Cuba que tiene que ver con el bloqueo que nos han impuesto simplemente por defender nuestra dignidad y nuestra soberanía.
I mean, this is not a civil society that we intend to build, and I think not just to Israel, but also one of its principal supporters, the U.S. imperialism that is laying its full support on the back of the Zionists.
And with that now, the Israelites, with that perception, feel that they can do just about anything and get away with it.
Cuando Ursula von der Leyen da luz verde a Israel para matar más palestinos en menos tiempo, está hablando en nombre de las instituciones europeas, en nombre de los gobiernos, en nombre del imperialismo europeo y no de sus pueblos.
The Western media is trying to downplay it as if it's a war between Palestine and Israel, of which it is Israel perpetuating atrocities against the defenseless people of Palestine.
I think solidarity is the key, and it's not just occupation of the land, but it's also occupation of the mind that needs to be defeated.
Yes, yes, say it.
ولمقاومة الشعب الفلسطيني في وجه هذه العربدة الصهيونية لأن المقاومة
Absolutely right. It's about the mind too.
هذا العدو عن أفعاله.
We must unite as the working class of the world to firstly support the people of Palestine, but not only on theory, but in practice.
I'm on 42nd Street in Manhattan right now, and what you're seeing behind me is just a massive, massive march for Palestine. So large that you can't even see the end of it. There was a call to hit the streets to show their rage over the onslaught, the ongoing onslaught in Gaza right now. And as you can see,
this is why the mainstream media is scrambling.
In the thousands. Now, across the United States, there's been politicians scaremongering about the possibility of Hamas-sponsored terrorist attacks. But as you can see behind me, the people of New York City were not deterred by the scaremongering and have shown out to show their support for the Palestinian resistance.
Every Friday, hundreds of millions of Muslims around the world pray during their Friday prayers. But this week, Muslims across the globe took their prayers to the streets and expressed their opposition to the Israeli atrocities committed in Gaza. As soon as the call went out, the mainstream media and social media alike began spreading the notion that on Friday, there could be terrorist attacks across the United States. The hysteria spread like wildfire.
Oh, I'm not saying they're what I'm saying they're scrambling to do, Landon, is scrambling to try and come up with anything that will scare the people out of this kind of action. That's what I'm saying. This is actually breakthrough news we're watching right here.
Across the United States, police departments pledged to increase patrols.
Breakthrough news.
Major cities across the U.S. had a visible increase in police presence, especially in front of schools, government buildings, and other critical locations. The New York City Police Department deployed every single uniformed officer it had. Several companies told their workers to work from home. Rumors swirled. Police also sent particularly dire warnings to Jewish communities, implying that they would be prime targets of these would-be terrorist attacks,
as well,
including a reassurance from the FBI that the Bureau is taking the threat seriously. But the attacks never came. All we saw were massive, peaceful demos in the US and around the world, and this shouldn't really come as a surprise. When asked, every law enforcement agency stated that there was no credible threat. But that was never the point. The point was to intimidate people from protesting and to cast all protests as somehow connected to terrorism. There were, however, a number of real threats and attacks against Palestinians. In Chicago, a 6-year-old Palestinian boy was stabbed to death by his landlord before trying to then kill his mother. The murderer, Joseph Suba, repeatedly yelled, "You Muslims must die," while carrying out the attack. A Palestinian boy was beaten by 3 men waving Israeli flags in Bay Ridge, New York City, a densely Arab neighborhood. A New York City councilwoman showed up at a pro-Palestinian rally brandishing a pistol. Conservatives also took to social media to post threats implying that they were preparing to kill Muslims. This is all happening for a pretty simple reason.
Nice, March. Share this in a second.
People across the world have poured into the streets in the tens of thousands to express their outrage at Israel's latest massacre in Gaza. The outpouring of sympathy for the Palestinians in the US is especially threatening since the US is Israel's most important ally. If the people of the United States were to demand an end to support for Israel, it could spell the end of Israeli apartheid and cause big problems for US imperialism in the Arab world. Israel and pro-Israel politicians in the US have always accused pro-Palestinian activists of being anti-Semitic or supporting terrorism. But that really isn't working anymore. So now Israel and its supporters are trying something new, telling people that Palestinian terrorism is coming to America. The mayors of many of these major cities, Eric Adams in New York, Francis Suarez in Miami, Muriel Bowser in DC, all enjoy huge support from the Israel lobby. So it comes as no surprise that they happily went along with Israel's fear campaign. The fear campaign clearly failed, but it just goes to show how afraid the US and Israel are of a mass movement in support of Palestine. In the US, public support for Israel has fallen to all-time lows in recent years. While many were understandably frightened by the hysteria, just remember that no actual violence took place. And the hysteria the fear campaign created was exactly its intended effect. The fact that the US and Israel have resorted to trying to convince people that going to a Palestinian protest will get you killed isn't a sign that they're winning. It's a sign that they're losing control of the narrative, losing the battle for hearts and minds, and losing their grip over the Middle East.
To the media, we say your programs give cover to this genocide. They greenlight this genocide. They make us look like savages. You should be proud. You should be ashamed of yourselves. It's our duty to show out in the streets, to join organizations, and fight for Palestinian liberation. No amount of collective punishment by the Zionist entity will bend the will of our people to live in dignity and freedom. And no amount of repression will bend
Mohammed Takyapi. We're here in the city of Jordan.
Right. Oh, hold on. I got a breaking story just in. Breaking news. Man who has never left his hometown in rural central US horrified that terrorists are gonna come for him in his shitty trailer that he bought 40 years ago. How do we feel about media that say they are on the left, like TYT coverage of the conflict? I mean, I don't like watching them anyway. Like if I can get information from elsewhere, then yeah, I will. I will avoid going to TYT at all costs.
George Floyd in a place known as Minneapolis. It's also known as Badote, which is a creation site for Dakota people. And the reason why this protest here is important today is because it shows that occupation is a crime wherever it happens. And Christian Zionism began here in Turtle Island and before what we know as Jewish Zionism and the colonization of historic Palestine.
Kinda. Actually, I kind of agree. I think Christian Zionism actually really started with the Crusader conquest of Jerusalem, the Reconquista of Spain, and colonialism of the Canary Islands. And then was, of course, transported to America from Europe. But anyway, that's just a little nitpick I'll make there of that statement. TYT has always been trash. Yes, it has. I've always said this, okay? Even Hassan, even when Hassan was there, which is like arguably as left as it got, like Hassan still, I'm glad anybody that is reached and pulled left from Hassan, that's great. I'm glad for that. But we also have to criticize incorrect positions, and Hassan still can't stop himself from repeating certain imperialist, orientalist propaganda when it comes to DPRK specifically. But yeah, TYT, I never followed TYT because I knew they were always like this. They sell out marginalized communities constantly. Again, that's why I've never been supportive of them. But yeah, my only nitpick in Nick's statement here. My only nitpick of, well, thank you, Consent Van. Yeah, my only nitpick of Nick here is just simply that I would argue that Christian Zionism didn't necessarily start on Turtle Island. Like it really started again with Crusader conquest of Jerusalem, conquest. It's a continuation again, as I always say, of the same ideology, right? Like we always hear Michael Perenni, the famous saying that Michael Perenni always says about fascism, that fascism rises to save capitalism from communism or democracy. And that is true to an extent. But really, fascism is also the radicalization and the continuation of white European colonialism, genocide, right? It's a continuation of this same thing. And in the time when it was rising in Europe, it really was frustrating by the idea of this great replacement theory, which is the idea that so much intermixing or whatever between people would eventually eliminate the master white race. And this is why fascists were compelled to radicalize the white European colonial genocidal tradition, because they saw it as the way of getting out of this thing that they got with Darwinism, right? And of course, we know with scientific socialism why none of that shit is true. because racism is itself a social construct. Anyway, that's my one thing on that.
There's a direct link between the occupation and the settler colonialism and the erasure of indigenous peoples here as what's happening in Palestine. They put us on reservations here first. They got the idea for South African apartheid from the North American context, from settler colonialism happening here, in the erasure and the elimination of indigenous people. They have called us terrorists, they have called us militants, they have called us all kinds of names, but they never call us human beings. So we understand, probably more so than anybody in North America, what it means to be under occupation and what it means for our freedom dreams to come true. And what we saw happen in Palestine on a daily basis, it didn't begin.
Yeah, and I mean, consent fam, what's important to remember is, like what he's saying here, how it inspired Israel. Yeah, that's true. You know what else? The pogroms and the campaign against First Nations people inspired was the Nazis themselves.
Again last week. It began in 1945. It began during the Balfour Declaration, when Europe wanted to solve its problem of racism by exporting it to the rest of the world. We understood here in Turtle Island what that meant. That meant the dispossession, the erasure of Palestinians from their own territories. So we understand our struggles are naturally linked.
The Western...
Absolutely. Okay, another one here from Red Nation. I just got 3 more here. These are all short
political
news
establishment
articles.
from the EU, the US, and all the NATO states that have proclaimed to live by the standards of human rights and democracy have exposed their moral depravity by supporting Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza. Let what Israel is doing in Gaza to Palestinians as it bombs humanitarian corridors, innocent children, innocent women, and innocent men, orphaning so many children that have now lost their mothers and fathers, children that have been decapitated using white phosphorus against children's hospitals. This is what Israel is doing. Let this be an example of what the Western political and military establishment represent. They have weaponized the words human rights. They have weaponized the words democracy. They've weaponized these concepts against us to continue to support forever wars and profits for the military-industrial complex. All these wars represent are profits for the executives at Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing. The mainstream...
Yeah, absolutely. There's a modern-day forging of Christian Zionism that was allowed to flourish by evangelicals in the 60s and 70s. There wasn't always a lockstep with Christians and Jews. Absolutely. Typically, it was contested relationship, and with American lobbying playing a role on top of evangelical machinations led us to the Christian Zionism we see today. Yeah, 100%. The modern iteration of it, I agree.
Corporate media is contributing to the fog of war
and
through
again,
its
but
propaganda blitz.
And again, it's still based on the same white settler colonialism, which is why, sorry for pausing again, but if you don't know, that's why, did you know that's why, like, when African Jewish people tried to go to Israel, they were actually rejected. Because this conflict, as I repeat over and over again, this conflict in Palestine right now, the resistance in Palestine isn't about fucking Jewish people versus Muslim people. It's about settler colonials versus natives. That's it.
Names of beheaded babies, of mass rapes and mass murders, to paint Palestinians as savages, as barbaric, and are giving unlimited airtime and space on TV and in our newspapers, from the New York Times, the BBC,
and the black Jews
CNN,
who did get in faced forced sterilization.
Allowing U.S. military officials who have incited violence against Palestinians and are using Islamophobic tropes, calling us barbaric and human animals. to justify Israel's genocide against Palestinians. This is what the U.S. media represents. They only represent the interests of the U.S. political
like
and military class that drives profits for weapons manufacturers.
A Lebanese armed group Hezbollah says it struck an Israeli tank with guided missiles on the Israel-Lebanon border. Hezbollah has released this video said to show the attack. The Israeli army confirmed a tank was hit but said there were no casualties. Well, the Israeli army says it's targeted Hezbollah positions inside Lebanon. Towns along Israel's northern border with Lebanon have been evacuated after repeated exchanges of fire. And all this comes as Hezbollah's backer, Iran, is warning of preemptive action against Israel. Let's get more on this with Zaina Hoda. She joins
Israeli
us
army
from
hits
southern
Hezbollah
Lebanon.
positions.
Zaina, tell us more about this warning that Iran issued overnight.
Left is audio.
The possibility of an expansion of the conflict if, quote, the crimes against the people of Gaza continue. But last night's statement by the Iranian foreign minister is seen as the strongest yet, warning of the possibility of a preemptive strike in the coming hours.
Too often these wars around the world are reduced to profits for the MIC. Can you speak to what you think drives these conflicts, like the power these capitalists are looking to achieve and the ideology behind their motives? Well, Sam, it's like, I think it's like we can look for clues, especially in what we've been learning about Juche on this channel. And the idea that after World War II and with the events of World War II and the various revolutions and revolts that broke out around the world as a result of World War II, the imperialists realized that they could not enter into open armed like imperialist conflict with each other like they used to be able to. Right? And instead, the objective now is that they have to think of different ways to compete for the spoils of their already divided world. And instead, they have to expend all of their military energy at preventing any sort of conflict, any sort of movement that threatens the imperialist order itself. And that's why that's why you have this arrangement right now where, yes, they're all independent imperialist powers. Canada is an imperialist power by its own right. European nations are imperialist powers by their own right. But they're also all under the leadership of U.S. imperialism. And they all have agreed that they have to keep this certain relationship going in order to have the proper means, the proper unity amongst themselves to be able to fight against any liberation movement. Like Lenin said, right? Like anywhere where the chain of imperialism becomes weak, you have the threat of an imperialist, you have the threat of an anti-imperialist movement, a socialist movement breaking out and gaining a foothold, right? Now, Juche, of course, goes on and tells us further that even in the most unfavorable circumstances, if the people's revolutionary ideology is tempered enough, then they can even score success, even then, right? But yeah, what it's all about, Strin Sam, I would say the most important thing to them, even more than profits, it's about maintaining that imperialist order, which does ensure their super profits. So the profits is important, right? But it's not just the profits. It's the super profits that allow them to make concessions and have a little bit of a labor aristocracy. But they're fine going with, like, you know, as long as they can shape public opinion enough, they'll go with a more open, whatever you want to call, more openly anti-labor, fascist fucking situation. They're fine with that. If they have to roll back the labor aristocracy and they feel like they can shape enough public opinion to do that, they absolutely will do that. I mean, it's most important, absolutely, for them to hang on to the imperialist system itself, right? The next break, the next revolution, the next breakthrough in the imperialist system is another setback for them. And then on top of that, shrinks their super profits. already in a system that already has a declining rate of profit, you now have a sudden shrinking of their super profits. So which then compels them to also go into more extreme austerity measures, right? Because now they don't have the super profits for these concessions. So what do? Now they have to privatize healthcare even further, or privatize education even further, right? Which for them is still risky, and they realize that because they understand that that leads to a public pressure against those types of rollbacks as well, right? They do understand that as well. So yeah, it's complex. It can't be just boiled down to profits. It's profits and the maintenance of the imperialist system, which I think the maintenance of that imperialist system is the priority, the thing that ensures the profits, of course.
Will not allow Israel to do what it wants in Gaza. Among those groups is Lebanon's Hezbollah. Lebanon's Hezbollah has been engaged with Israel along the border for more than a week now, since the war against Gaza began. But that cross-border exchange of fire has been largely limited in scope, really confined to the border areas, even limited to military targets. They haven't been targeting population centers. Hezbollah describes what is taking place along the border as skirmishes and a warning, while Israel has described what is happening as below the level of escalation. But what could happen next? This is the question on everybody's minds. People are worried. Lebanon's national carrier, the Middle East Airlines, has moved 5 of its aircraft now to Istanbul Airport. It's grounded at Istanbul Airport.
But maybe Potakin can understand. Maybe Potakin can explain this to us better. But what the fuck do they mean by below the level of what? They're fucking blowing the tank up.
Possibility of this conflict, which is now confined to the south of the country, to spread elsewhere. Israel has warned Hezbollah time and time again that you will face a deadly response if you initiate a full-blown attack. Hezbollah not phased, saying that we are ready for battle and we know our duties.
Okay, Zaina, many thanks for the update. We'll keep an eye on that situation and speak to you more in the coming hours.
Like, we just blew up a tank, but that's no cause
a funeral for another child lost to violence, an echo of a conflict halfway around the world. Palestinian-American boy Wadia Al-Fayoume's mother answered the door to an angry landlord. Shouting against Muslims and the conflict in Gaza and Israel, police say the man stabbed her in the face with a military-style knife. When the mother fled, the attacker stabbed 6-year-old Wadia 26 times, killing him. 71-year-old Charles Chuba, who appeared in court on Monday, is now in custody facing murder, attempted murder, and hate crime charges.
Fucking settler man and think, oh, he's probably sweet.
My son is a martyr, says Ode Al-Fayoume, Wadia's father, and I hope the people of Gaza would accept him as a martyr to them. The issue of Hamas and Gaza is an issue of the world, not countries. I'm too small to comment on it, and I hope my son becomes a bullet that solves this issue.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
The service drew thousands, including Chicago's mayor and the governor of Illinois. Dan Mohammed hopes the funeral of a young boy will transform the view of lawmakers across the U.S.
Hopefully with this kind of situation that maybe
previously, then
after
you set him off.
These politicians who've been here and observed this service, maybe they'll take a different perspective on Muslims and understand that they're human and they have feelings too, and they need to be respected, and we need to look out for them as well as the other people.
The FBI and the U.S. Justice Department Civil Rights Division are also investigating the attack.
Yeah, I bet they are.
President Joe Biden said, as Americans, we must come together and reject Islamophobia and all forms of bigotry and hatred.
Someone give me
said repeatedly that
give me
I will
that
not
Trevor
be
and Corey
silent in the
emote,
face of
please,
hate.
comrades.
We must be unequivocal. There
You
is
have
no place in America
emotes
for hate
where
against
people are getting
anyone.
flipped the bird for a
The
reason.
killing has left many Muslim Americans
Let's go,
shaken.
Smokes.
Some, like
Let's
the
go,
family that
Smokes.
was targeted,
All right, well,
left
Smoke,
Palestine
too.
to avoid the violence.
But I'm just saying, you
only
got
to find
emotes
it
where
here.
people are getting flipped the bird
Osama
for a
Abdullah,
good
now a
reason.
doctor, left the Palestinian territory as a teenager.
I have a son. He's 7 years old. I can't even fathom what this boy's parents are going through. We're not angry. We are frustrated. We are sad. We are hurt. But what people are doing is that they're becoming more spiritual. and they're coming together, and they're becoming united, right? And they're just asking for people to come and stick to the truth and put water on the fire.
As that fire rages in Gaza, Muslims here in the U.S. are facing the heat far from that conflict. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Bridgeview, Illinois.
Now, the Israeli army says there's been another cross-border attack from Lebanon. One of its tanks was...
Israel... Oh, okay, we already saw this one. Yeah, okay, well, that's it for the news, I think. Yeah, they're... Oh yeah, people are trying desperately hard to de-escalate. Yeah, that's it for the news. I'm gonna show this first. First, let's do the song. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't even know. This isn't being shown on my local news. No, same here.
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم والله أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
Absolutely, March. You are 100% right. Even scorched earth, I mean, you still have to, it's like Michael Perenni says, you can carpet bomb the whole area, you can flatten everything, and you still gotta go in there. And when they have to go in there, they're gonna have to fight from house to house in the fucking rubble against people who know this area far better than they do. And then on top of that, they were talking about in electric Infada the other day. Now with all this rubble on top, even if they use bunker busters, it's highly unlikely they would be actually able to reliably destroy the tunnel system. Even with bunker busters, when you consider the amount of rubble now that's laying on top of the ground.
Welcome back. Last week I interviewed the day.
All right. Get ready for this this could potentially be a cursed as interview. We're gonna see what this is. It's Piers Morgan. Oh yeah, 100% Strin Sam. Well, to them losing the paradise is like worse than the world going away. So, anyone know it was World Food Day yesterday? I sure didn't hear about it. It's on an Islamic calendar I have. Interesting. Well, shit. I should have ate more food yesterday. Creating actual scarcity, which makes liberation movements a lot harder. Yeah. And I mean, yeah. Scarcity is something that they want, of course. All right, strap in. Get ready, comrades. If you got liquor next to you, you might want to take a drink. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, NTC. That the tunnels that they have aren't going to be shitty fucking holes, right? They're not just going to be able to bunker buster all their fucking tunnel network. They're joking themselves. They're too boastful about their military superiority. And we know that like you need like 3 times the amount if you're going to go in there and try and take out an entrenched like guerrilla population like that. Okay, Mama. Thank you for hanging out. No World Food Day in US or Israel. The only 2 countries that didn't vote for food being a right. What, does that not surprise me? Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's check the rest of this. Let's check this out. This is potentially cursed as shit. I'm gonna fill up my water too.
Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro on the crisis in Israel. His powerful emotional analysis made headlines around the world. 5 million people have watched that interview so far, a measure of the enormous emotion and division this conflict has awoken. Well, among those viewers was Mohammed Hijab, the controversial pro-Palestine influencer with nearly 1 million YouTube subscribers of his own. Here's what he had to say about it.
Do you think Piers Morgan, on fair grounds, would try and speak to me about an issue like this? Or Ben Shapiro, when they know what I'm going to come with? Absolutely not. Don't pretend you don't know who I am. You've been watching my videos. You know what I'm about. Your silence is deafening. And your cowardice is apparent.
Well, Mohammed Hijab joins me now. Mohammed, thank you very much for coming in. I hadn't actually watched your videos. I have now. I've watched a few of them. I'm aware you've got a massive following. You've got nearly 1 million YouTube subscribers. You're an influential person. And you have a lot to say about this issue, obviously. So I thank you for coming in, but I'm not too cowardly to talk to you. I don't have a horse in this race. I think I've tried to straddle a divide of being fair-minded with all sides. I've had all voices on the show.
I commend you for that, actually,
Right.
to be honest, for bringing me on. But do realise I did caveat that with on fair ground. So let's hope that this interview is conducted.
I intend to be completely fair.
Yeah, sure.
I promise you, because all I want to get to here is a real sense of what is going to happen. We can all look back at. We can all look back. Let me just. We can all look back.
Before that, Piers,
Yeah.
sorry, if you want to say fair grounds, you introduced me as a Palestinian controversial.
I actually
host.
corrected myself.
Right, so
I said pro-Palestinian. I meant to say
So
pro-Palestinian.
why did the word controversial come into play?
I think you're controversial.
So are you.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny
So is the
that.
ambassador. Why didn't you introduce her in that manner?
I'm happy to say that to many people, her views would be controversial.
So why didn't you introduce me as the Oxford graduate?
Do you want to be introduced as that?
Seriously though, he's right.
Or an
He's
Oxford
right.
graduate.
Go ahead.
Okay. No problem. You can be introduced as anything you like, frankly. It makes no difference to the debate. Let me ask you this. Where were you when you heard about what happened on October the 7th?
I was at home.
What was your reaction when you heard?
I was actually very sickened by it. And this is something I do want to put on the table because I think it's fair for people to know this. In our religion, we do not believe, okay, as a Muslim, I am a Muslim, and I do not believe in the killing of any man, woman, or children, non-combatants. That is not despite the religious teachings. That is because of the religious teachings. So in terms of condemning Hamas and just jumping straight into it, I condemn not only Hamas, but any other entity, okay, wherein it's proven that this has been done, that the killing of combatants has been done. Therein, I condemn any party that does it. Any party that kills people or strikes at people where it's more probable than not that it will hit a civilian target, I condemn them. And that's why I condemn the IDF. Because when they strike, they know that it's more probably than not going to hit civilian targets. They know that the majority of civilians or the majority of people that are going to be affected are civilians. We know that from the various operations that have been conducted. We know that because now in Gaza you find that there is a blockade, as you know, for 17 years, but also they're stopping them from electricity, water, which is a war crime under Geneva 4 of the Geneva Convention, Protocol 4 of the Geneva Convention. So this is something I'm surprised you didn't actually mention to the ambassador. But
I did mention it.
You didn't say it's a war crime.
Well, I think it's an arguable point whether it's a war crime.
Okay, let me ask you now then.
They are saying Israel, at the moment, Israel is adamant they are not breaching war crimes, right? It will be determined.
It's an arguable point if it's a war crime, he fucking says. And then he qualifies that by going on to say, Israel has said that they're not committing any war crimes, so. Oh, don't worry. We're not over here committing any war crimes. Don't worry about that. No, not us.
But if we could,
well, it will be determined whether that's the case.
No, sorry.
What is it?
That's incorrect.
Mohammed, let me just make a point to you back on that. I think surely we can agree that what happened on October the 7th was a war crime. I mean, when people are taking grandmothers and executing them, kidnapping young children, when they're killing.
Oh no, not their grandmommies.
Babies in their cribs. We can agree that's war crime, right?
Okay, babies.
Can we?
Surely, of course, 100%.
Right.
But babies in the crib. Sorry, what was the evidence for that?
You don't believe that happened?
Sorry, CNN, the White House, Sky News, which you work for, all say.
I don't work for Sky News.
Well, you're thinking.
I did work at CNN. I saw one reporter who retracted it because she wasn't sure about the source.
It's unconfirmed by the White House.
But then the Daily Telegraph and the Jerusalem Post and other sources then did publish pictures,
CNN,
which indisputably show babies have been killed.
No, it showed one baby who's been charred, and that picture has been put up on Twitter and has been refuted by many people saying that it's actually AI.
That's completely untrue.
That is true. What's your source?
Mohammed, there's been a thorough investigation into the claim that was put up there by some.
There has not been a thorough investigation.
It was AI.
Absolutely has not been.
Disproven.
Okay, let me ask you a
picture, which was published on the Telegraph, is a genuine, legitimate picture.
What is your source?
Are you seriously arguing that babies weren't killed?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what are you saying?
I'm saying, give me a source.
Yeah.
You know full well you've been fired from the Daily Mirror for fake images. So you know full well about the
I didn't accept they were faked.
Exactly, the UK government did.
Just doesn't answer.
Because the UK government, just to be clear, had waged, in my view, an illegal war in Iraq.
And
so you're allowed to go against the government.
Sure, it's fair to, but I'm just gonna tell you my perspective from here's the native perspective. NTC is that even if they didn't serve in the IDF, an occupying force that is coming in, encroaching on lands and taking lands, is a combatant in the eyes of the people resisting it.
And I'm not allowed to go against the Israeli government.
Yes, I agree with you there as well.
So tell me now, what's the source?
You seem to be making a lot of presumptions about me, Mohammed.
Yes, I was had softball questions.
I was the editor.
Ambassador
No, they weren't. I put all the questions to the ambassador. I was editor of the Daily Mirror when we opposed the Iraq War on the grounds that I believed it was an illegal war. I still believe that to this day. I think it stained this country.
Fantastic.
I don't think you even knew that.
I did know that.
Right.
But that's not the point I was making. I was making the point that if you're allowed to go against a government in their classification of an image, then if you have pro-Palestinian activists who are saying, actually, we need to see a source, shouldn't they be entitled to that?
The Daily Telegraph published on page 3.
Should they be entitled to that, yes or no?
You're talking about the
Daily Telegraph. Oh, the Daily Telegraph. Did they pierce? Is the Daily Telegraph a fucking source?
Said they had independently verified the picture, Mohammed.
No, excuse me.
If you're saying that their verification is wrong...
No, excuse me. Primary source in academia, I know you've done a journalism degree, which is, frankly, is not relevant to what we're talking about here anyway.
Probably is to journalism, yeah.
No, it's not to this conflict. But we, academics, require primary source evidence in order to make it...
The Daily Telegraph said they verified the picture.
That's a secondary source.
Fine. You may say...
That's a secondary source.
You may say...
That's a secondary source.
Well, you may say you don't think it's genuine. I don't agree with you. But the wider point...
That was my point. I said I want a source. I just want to see the evidence.
I think they already did with AI images then.
No, I'm saying I want to see the evidence.
So why are you picking on the semantics of the veracity of one picture, which has been verified by British journalists? Why are you picking on that?
British journalists are
some
not an
example
authority.
that somehow this wasn't as bad as it seems.
British journalists are not an academic authority. You know that.
I think you should get the Daily Worker instead, Bama.
What I'm saying to you is this: putting this issue to the side, I think you're trying to use this as a red herring to move away from the bigger issues.
What red herring?
This is a red herring because already 1,023 children have been killed in Gaza.
Yes.
That's why. And you didn't ask the ambassador that question.
I literally asked the ambassador.
No,
I said 3,000 people have already been killed in a week in Gaza.
Well, you didn't ask her whether she
even listen to my
it.
interview with the ambassador?
I did listen, but excuse me.
Well, don't put words in my mouth or say I didn't ask a question.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh,
Do you
shut up,
condemn the
Piers.
killing of those children by the IDF?
I tell you what I condemn.
Piers Morgan.
Yes or no?
I'm going to answer your question honestly and truthfully.
Sure.
And because I've tweeted about this, right?
Oh, okay.
I think that what happened on October the 7th was one of the worst atrocities I have ever had to read about or watch on
It happens every day in Palestine.
No,
So why do you care about
it
that?
actually doesn't. It doesn't.
It does actually,
No,
yes.
no. The Israeli
Yes, it does.
forces,
I've got the stats for that.
Israeli forces do not go.
Cast-led,
Wait a minute,
protective
Mohammed.
edge. Go and check it out.
Mohammed, Israeli forces.
Cast-led, protective edge.
Israeli forces don't go into Gaza on one day and grab grandmothers and kill babies in their beds.
They absolutely do that. Yes, they do that.
Hold on.
Rape and abuse women.
So, rape, is there any evidence for that?
It's been multiple reports in multiple mainstream media publications. Well, you just sit
Mainstream
and deny
media
everything.
publications. That's all he's citing for
civilians
sources.
have been killed. I do accept this. And I already said
You don't believe any of the reports that women were raped?
No, I didn't say that. I said that it's still to be
Do you
verified.
think they were raped?
No, I don't know. It's like the Russell Brand thing. You said we don't know. We need to see the evidence. So why do you apply two different standards?
Okay, so
it's been reported. When it's Israel, we know they're raped. When it's Russell Brand, you don't know because you're friends.
No, it's been reported by legitimate news
When it's
sources.
Israel, you know they're raped. But when it's Russell Brand, you don't know. When it's Russell Brand, you don't know if
There's
they're
no
raped.
comparison between Russell Brand and what's happened
It's the
here.
same thing. It's a rape allegation.
is, you fucking
Why are you stuttering?
I'm not stuttering.
You are stuttering. You don't have anything
You're
to say.
contesting every single thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
and I'm
the
saying
point of
to
an
you,
argument.
at the end, 1,300 people were brutally...
Okay, that part there was classic. That was fucking classic. This right here.
Why stuttering?
I'm not stuttering.
You are stuttering. You don't have anything
You're
to say.
contesting every single thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
and I'm
the
saying
point
to
of
you,
an argument.
at the end,
That's the point of an
1,300
argument.
people
Yeah.
were brutally
2,000 people have
murdered,
been killed on the other side.
abused.
2,000 people have been killed on the
I
other
said
side.
that to the
He's like,
ambassador.
yeah, that's a point of an argument.
Okay, but do you condemn that, yes or no?
I don't think
So you refuse to condemn?
No.
You do refuse to
Why are
condemn?
you putting words in my mouth?
He does.
You're not condemning it, are you?
What do you want me to condemn?
Condemn?
Israel's
Okay,
right.
excellent. What do I want you to condemn?
Yes.
I want you to condemn the fact that the IDF, knowing that it's more probable than not, pressing buttons from the sky, killing innocent civilians, 1,000 of them children, that is a war crime and that is not acceptable morally. Just like you condemn the other one. Is it condemnable or
I
not?
believe, given the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th,
Go ahead,
Israel is entitled
To
to
kill
defend-
children.
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead.
They're
That
entitled
is what
to
you're
defend
saying,
themselves
though.
with force.
Okay,
Then
excellent.
the question becomes, Mohammed,
Okay.
it's an interesting debate.
Sure.
If
So that is what he's saying, though. He's saying that he's not saying it's okay for them to kill children, but that is what he's saying, right? Does anybody else see that?
To kill children.
No, that's not what I said.
It's more probable than not. Pressing buttons from the sky, killing innocent civilians, 1,000 of them children.
He just acknowledged
that is
it.
a war crime and that is not acceptable morally.
Listen,
Just like
I
you condemn
believe-
the other one. Is it condemnable or
I
not?
believe, given the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th,
Go ahead,
Israel is entitled
To
to
kill
defend-
children.
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead.
They're entitled to defend themselves with force.
Okay,
Then
excellent.
the question becomes...
That means yes. That means yes. That means yes. So literally, he said, no, that's not what I said, and then went on to say, but they do have the right to kill children. Given the attack that these particular people carried out, right? Therefore, that justifies Israel killing 1,000 children. That's what Pierce just said. That's literally what he just admitted to.
There's an interesting debate.
Sure.
If, as it seems to me, you believe too,
Go on.
Hamas are not a force for good, do you believe that?
Well, I think that anybody who kills
I disagree
children and
with
those
that.
elements of Hamas who are killing children.
Right, so we can
are not-
agree. So we agree. So
Go
my
ahead,
point
finish
is,
your point.
if Israel's purpose is to rid the world of Hamas after the atrocity of October the 7th,
Sure.
how do they do that, given that Hamas embeds itself in civilian areas in the way that it does? Everyone knows that in Gaza.
Okay.
How do they do
You know why it embeds itself in civilian areas? Because Hamas is made up of civilians fighting against fucking oppression and genocide.
Do that in the surgically clean
How
way
it's
that you
embedded.
seem to think
Yes.
you should
It's embedded
be doing.
because
Have
it's
you not
people
killed
fighting
civilians?
against
I
genocide.
don't like
That's
any
what it
civilian
is.
death.
Do you mind if I answer
I
the question?
don't endorse any civilian death.
Well, no,
Do I
you don't condemn it, though.
Hang
do you?
on.
Yeah.
No, and here's why. Because I support Israel's right to defend itself.
Beautiful.
Now,
Can I say
no,
something?
No, one more point. So then
Go
you can
ahead.
reply.
He said it
But
again.
the
He
question
just
then becomes,
admitted it
what is
again.
proportionate?
Okay.
What is a proportionate response?
Okay.
I don't have the answer.
Excellent.
Because I don't
But he doesn't have. What's a proportionate response? He literally. So then he went on to go. He literally. So not only did he said it's okay then for Israel to turn around and kill children in response to what happened on October 7th, according to him, okay? But then he also went on to say that I don't know what a proportionate response would be. Like, 1,000 children killed compared to the event that happened on October 7th. Is that a proportional response? I don't have the answers for that. Only when Israel tells me. That's when I'll know. I mean, he already did that at the beginning of the interview, right? Because the very first thing he said was, he was like, "Well, are you going to condemn the human rights abuses, the war crimes by Israel?" And the first thing he said was, "Well, Israel says that it's not committing war crimes." Yeah, and that too, Potato King, exactly. It's 2 million people in a territory that is 25 miles by 5 miles. There's no place where there's not people. What's the grandma to babies ratio? At what point is it justified? How many of the babies do you get to take for how many grandmas I get to take from you? Exactly. Exactly. Right? That's not there's no proportional response. There's nothing that justifies it. Absolutely not. And that's if you completely take out the fact that what you have is the Palestinian people who are facing a genocidal occupation versus the genocidal occupier. It's pretty clean cut and dry.
What a proportionate response to 1,300 murders is. When
even more clean cut and dry. Like this guy's doing great here against Pierce, but even more clean cut and dry than what this guy is doing.
They get slaughtered by people paragliding in with machine guns. I don't know what the proportionate response is.
Pierce, let me respond to you.
So can you tell me?
You've spoken for about 2 minutes. You didn't do that with the ambassador. By the way, I'm just showing you're saying fair, but you're not being fair.
I've said
okay,
what I want to say.
So let me paint a picture.
I will be fair.
Sure.
I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say.
All right, excellent.
He can't even shut up long enough to listen to him. He's like, I'm genuinely interested in what you have to say. Then shut the fuck up for a minute, Piers.
You know that there was an IRA in Belfast and so on. Okay, so let me ask you a question now. If there was IRA in Belfast and they were occupying council properties and so on, and then we have a plane of RAF going to destroy that council property, destroy all of Belfast, flatten it, as one representative said, Gottlieb. The IDF said that. One of the IDF members said that we will flatten it completely. That's what we want to do. We don't care about accuracy, he said. We care about damage. That's what he said. You didn't question her about that. But anyway, if the RAF were to then go into Belfast and flatten, as the IDF and these guys want to do, if they want to flatten Belfast with all the white people, I'm going to use the term white, all the white people, council estates living in there, with the excuse that we're doing it because it's proportionate defense to the terrorists. What would you say about that?
Here's what I would say to you.
Is that acceptable or unacceptable?
Here's what I would say to you.
Yeah.
The IRA committed a series of atrocities over numerous decades. They targeted, in their eyes, military and political targets. They usually gave some form of warning, not always.
Okay.
They
were terrorists.
No, they were terrorists.
Sure.
They never, ever went out one day and committed the barbaric slaughter of 1,300...
Irrelevant.
No.
If they did.
I'm sorry, it's not irrelevant.
If they did.
No, Mohammed.
If they did.
Here's why it's not irrelevant.
Okay.
They never did.
But if they did, would you accept the RAF to flatten Belfast?
There were outrages committed by
the
loyalist paramilitaries too.
My question is,
here's my point.
If they did, would you think it's acceptable?
They never came close to committing an outrage on that scale.
That's not what he's asking you,
They never went in and kidnapped grandmothers or killed babies in cribs.
Is it acceptable? acceptable or not?
They believe they were
He's in
fighting for
cribs.
better or worse, and I believe for worse.
Sure,
and that's why I'm
We
glad
already
peace
talked
was
about
found.
that on
But
this
They believe they
video,
were
by the way.
Don't
fighting
answer my question.
political and military
I'm
targets.
trying to bring it closer to home
But
to
you're
you.
trying to compare apples and oranges.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
It's you that's doing that.
The only comparison that I would say that we saw from October the 7th and what Hamas did is with ISIS.
Excuse me.
It's the only comparison.
Do you mind if I...
that
Let
bears
me ask you a
witness.
question. Let me ask you a question. A Palestinian...
And ISIS were taken
Please
out,
let me
by the way, with
you keep interrupting me.
No, here's my...
You didn't do this with the ambassador.
I'm going to finish
You did this
the
with Ben
point.
Shapiro, which you gave the show to him.
No, hang on. I'm giving you
gave
plenty
the
of
show-
time.
No, you're not.
I'm giving you plenty. You asked about the analogy of a plane flying over and targeting...
but you didn't answer my question.
But that did happen,
They
Mohammed, with
did
ISIS.
use car
Would you
bombs
accept
quite
Belfast to be
frequently,
flattened
Then wait a minute.
or not? Yes or
Wait
no?
a minute. It never happened. So the like for like isn't
It's not. It's a
relevant.
hypothesis. It's
No,
hypothetical.
It's not. I don't do hypotheticals.
You don't do hypotheticals?
No, let's deal with reality.
Okay, let's deal with reality.
Now, let me finish. Then you can answer.
You don't want to ask the question.
No. Here's the reality.
British public can see this.
Here's the reality, right? Let's
British
just...
public can see this.
Yeah, they can see it.
Yeah, go on.
They listen to the debate.
Keep going.
Right? For what it's worth, I think it's a good debate to have. Right? These are questions many people on the pro-Palestinian side are having. I get it. Right? But you're trying to compare what happened on October the 7th with the IRA.
No, I'm not. I used the hypothetical
wait a minute, Mohammed.
question.
I'm comparing it to ISIS and the way that the world in the end dealt with ISIS.
Now, he's comparing it... Okay. Yeah, I agree, Bama. Take a drink every time Pierre says grandmothers or babies.
Actually was to use airstrikes, and many civilians were killed.
There's a huge difference
Many innocent
between the
people
two,
died.
which you're
They're not.
You don't understand it because you have no idea of the religious...
What's the difference between what happened on October the 7th and ISIS?
The difference between the Palestinian resistance is the following, okay? Any kind of thing which has Palestinian resistance attached to it, and ISIS, which is a brand of tekfirism.
Okay, look, GMO, his hypothetical that this guy was trying to ask was way better than what the fuck Pierce just asked right there.
Okay?
What the fuck
is
was
that? ISIS
that?
is just one of many brands of tekfirism, which you don't know what it is, which is a kind of excommunication type...
ISIS is like the Palestinian fucking
sect.
resistance.
Okay, so if there's
It's nihilistic mass murder. That's all they care about.
Listen, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying something else.
You agree with me, don't you?
I do, but of course I do, but you're not understanding what I'm saying, so I'm trying to break it down.
I am understanding what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that anything...
And I'm not anti-Palestinian, by the way.
Sure, please, but...
Over the many years, if you bothered to check what I said about it, I have always tried to shine a light on the plight of the Palestinians.
Allow me to speak, please, because you're just talking over me. The difference between the two are the following, right? Even if we assume that the killing of combatants in most definitions of terrorism is something which
always tried to shine a light on the plight of the
I
Palestinians.
will say that if that is the case, then the state of Israel breaks that threshold and meets that condition. Because why is Israel not a state terrorist? If their highest officials are admitting that we want damage and not accuracy, answer me this question. Why is the state of Israel, who are illegally occupying Gaza and the West Bank according to international law, and even the ICJ said that, okay, which is, as you know, an organ of the UN.
Yeah, no, his name
right?
is
So this
Pierce.
is international law. They're occupying, they're seizing, they're bombarding, they're indiscriminately killing, and they're blocking the supply lines. They're using white phosphorus. They're doing what you call mowing the grass, which is every few years, they're killing the Palestinian people.
Let me
now,
ask,
I want to understand what differentiates an
won't even let
Israeli
him
in the
ask the
sky
question.
pressing a button, killing the civilians, from somebody in any terrorist organization shooting the people. What differentiates it?
Israel will say it has a right to defend itself.
So will the terrorist...
What the fuck?
That's what Osama bin Laden
That's
said.
not what he just
That's exactly
asked.
Osama bin Laden's argument.
No, it's not, though.
Yes, it is. I read
Hamas
this.
That is literally not what he just asked at
Hamas
all.
aren't defending themselves. Bin Laden wasn't defending himself.
Define defense.
Bin Laden was trying
how do
to
you define
kill
defense?
as many of the enemy as possible.
Let me ask you a question. How could it be that an occupier is defending itself in the first place? The notion that Israel is defending itself
now
is
we're
as
getting
absurd
to it.
as the notion that the rapist is defending itself from the victim. Because Israel is the occupier.
You haven't asked me.
Hold on.
Yes.
Excuse me, let me finish. Just let me finish. An
it.
occupier
That's
by
exactly
international law definition
Think
means
about Lushaba lecture that we
they
listened
are
to.
already in an offensive posture. If they're in an offensive posture, if someone brings you to Piers Morgan, grabs you by the thing, throws you into your bathroom, yeah? You're in your bathroom, you're screaming, and they're eating food, having a good time. One day you come out of your bathroom, you try and fight one of them, who's defending who from who?
Mohammed,
How can you self-defend when you're occupying? Answer me this question.
Let me
please.
speak now.
No, but answer the question.
Let me speak.
Answer the question first.
Fine, I'm going to speak.
Yeah.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
I believe that Israel's made a number of bad choices.
That's not answering my question.
Wait.
Oh my
God!
You've got to be.
I don't think Israel's been perfect.
Oh my God!
Right?
Made a number of bad choices.
I think a lot of the decisions Israel's taken are wrong.
That's what he could
Benjamin
master.
Netanyahu, by
they
the way,
made a number of bad choices.
Usurp the power of the Supreme Court this year in Israel has been a complete disaster.
Do you condemn them from killing civilians or not?
I do not. I will defend them this week.
Yes or no?
Wait.
Yes or no?
I will defend them.
Yes or no?
Defend them. Israel has been a complete disaster.
Do you condemn them from killing civilians or not?
I do not.
I'm taking that sound clip. I'm taking that as a sound clip. I am fucking making that right there a sound clip. Do you condemn civilians or not? I do not. That's the sound clip right there. That's it right there. That's perfect.
How can you self-defend when you're occupying? Answer me this question.
Let me speak now.
No, but answer the question.
Let me speak.
Answer the question first.
Fine. I'm going to speak.
Listen to him.
Let me answer.
Yeah.
I believe that Israel's made a number of bad choices.
That's not answering my question.
Wait. I'm telling you what I think.
You're not answering my question.
Telling you what I think.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay? I don't think Israel's been perfect at all. Right?
You should have had the moral high ground.
I think a lot of the decisions Israel's taken are wrong. I think Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way, his attempts to usurp the power of the Supreme Court this year in Israel has been a complete disaster.
Do you condemn them from killing civilians or not?
I do not. I will defend them this week.
Yes or no?
Wait.
Yes or no?
I will defend them this week in defending themselves against one of the worst terror attacks ever.
So you can kill civilians for that?
You can target Hamas.
Can you target? No, hold on.
And if Hamas, the controlling, governing, ruling body in Gaza, hide amongst the public,
this is a false.
Members of the public will die.
You're talking about fallacies. This is called the Moat and Bailey fallacy, which is that you're trying to defend one controversial idea by using another. It's Moat and Bailey fallacy. You can check it up on your own time. The point is this. I'm not asking you whether Israel has a right to defend itself. We've already said of the logical and legal impossibility. The logical and legal impossibility of an occupying power, according to international law, of actually defending itself because it's already. Let me finish. It's already in an offensive posture. Now I'm saying this: if it is the case, you're just saying it's defending itself against Hamas. Is the only way to defend itself against Hamas by dropping bombs in the most densely populated area, one of the most densely populated areas in the world? Is that the only way? It's a false dichotomy. You're creating a false dichotomy. They could do surgery. They can do insurrection. They can go in and they can target.
We're going to take
Hamas.
a short break. I'm going to keep you here. I want to finish this. I want to give you the time. I think it's an important debate, an important conversation.
Sure. But you have to answer my questions.
I will. We'll come back. Yeah, but actually, you have to answer mine. It's my show. Actually.
It's my show, actually. You got to answer mine because it's actually
my show. We're going to take a short break.
We're
going to come back and we're going to finish with a few more minutes, OK? Welcome back to Pittsburgh. Says, well, Mohammed Hijab is still with me. Mohammed, we've had a lively debate. I knew it would be a lively debate. This is a very important issue. It's a passionate issue. People on both sides. You know, if I tweet about
what
anything,
a motherfucker.
doesn't matter what I say. One side, if I'm even remotely sympathetic to them, the other side, poor abuse and vice versa and so on. Let's try and cut through it all and get to what happens here. How do we find peace in the Middle East? I've been covering Israel-Palestine since I've been a journalist, 3 decades. And it seems to me we're as far away now as we've ever been. How do you think we get to a place of peace?
You'll be surprised. Look, even Hamas, some 4 or 5 years ago, they even agreed to the 1967 lines, the borders. And what you have to understand, that this cannot be scapegoated on Hamas, because before Hamas's existence, this was still going on. This was going on before Israel's existence.
But do you believe in a two-state solution?
No, I believe in... Look, even Hamas was proposing a two-state solution.
But do you believe in it?
Look, there's advantages and disadvantages. This is a different... I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult one.
Could you imagine 2 states next to each other living in peace?
No.
Palestine, Israel.
Look, it's a possibility. I mean, as I say, even Hamas was saying that that's a possibility. I mean, this was 4 years ago. But what I want to bring to your attention is that nothing can happen if the international body or the UN becomes a toothless agency. In 2018 to 19, when actually 221 people were killed on a peaceful protest in Gaza. It was called the Great March of Gaza. 220 people died. Hamas didn't shoot a bullet. No rocket was launched, yeah? So 220 people died, and this is even mentioned by the UN and these kind of agencies. They tried to bring it up, the Palestinian Authority, they tried to bring this up to what we call the ICJ, which is part of the UN, okay? What happened is the Donald Trump administration, they threatened to freeze the assets of the ICJ, which tells you the following. What are the Palestinian people to do? Because the fact of the matter is, if they try and bring it up...
Let me ask you.
Let me finish the point. If they try and bring it up...
We're running out of time. That's why I'm jumping in.
But if they try and bring it up to international law, it's thwarted.
I do think international law matters.
Sure.
I just don't believe that any peace can be achieved with Hamas in charge. Do you?
Before Hamas...
Now, after what happened last weekend.
Forget about last weekend. Last weekend
can't forget about last weekend.
No, it's not. Before last weekend, before Hamas in 1987, this was still going on.
But not on this scale. And
worse.
No, it wasn't as bad as this.
What are you talking about?
What happened on October 7th
sorry, that shows ignorance
was
of
the
history.
single worst assault on a populace since 9/11. It was.
Yom Kippur
since 9/11.
1973. That's false.
In one day?
In one day, I don't know, about 600 people died in one day.
Mohammed,
I've
got to leave it there. We've run out of time. I gave you more time than I planned to.
It shows you how fucking Euro-brained this motherfucker is. He literally said that's the worst atrocity on your population since 9/11. Have any of you comrades seen what's been going on around the world lately? Like, it's certainly not. Most definitely not. Well, we got a little palate cleanser here, Red Wizard, don't worry.
To the Critical Hour on Radio Sputnik. I'm Wilmer Leon, joined here by my co-host Garland Nixon.
Thank you, Wilmer.
The Hindustan Times reports Saudi Crown Prince humiliates Blinken over Israel. MBS kept U.S. diplomat waiting. For insight into this, let's turn to our next guest. He holds the John J. and Rebecca Moore's Chair of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston, one of the most prolific writers of our time. His latest book is entitled Revolting Capital, Racism and Radicalism in Washington, D.C., 1900 to 2000.
Dr. Settlers Timeline. Jesus, 9/11 attack, back. Russian invasion, Hamas, the terrorist attack. Absolutely.
So, a couple of things about this story. One is, when you read the Western press, no mention of this is made. It was a great meeting. It was a productive meeting. There was no mention of the fact that some say he kept him waiting overnight. And talk about the diplomatic dynamics of that and what message MBS was sending to Tony Blinken and to the United States.
Well, the message is clear. The message is obvious. Saudi Arabia, which was said to be on the verge of normalizing relations with Israel at the behest of the United States of America, is heading headlong in the opposite direction. I think at the end of the day, it's apparent that this crisis in historic Palestine is yet another withering and staggering blow to U.S. imperialism. That is to say, Washington keeps telling us that they want to focus on China, but yet they launch this failed quagmire in Ukraine. Now they're going to be bogged down in historic Palestine with
it's plans on, everyone.
Off the coast of Israel, threatening Iran, threatening Hezbollah in Lebanon, at the same time that President Putin this week will be in Beijing breaking bread. It seems to me that MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, who has been cooperating, by the way, with Russia on oil prices, like millions across the globe, sees what time it is. And the time is, as even the New York Times admitted a few days ago, the time is a new world order where the formulators of the so-called rules-based international order, speaking of U.S. imperialism, have to take a step back. Now, this is a very dangerous and perilous moment. I dare say that there is going to be hell to pay once what's happening dawns wholly and conclusively in various sectors of this country. I expect there to be some kinds of recriminations, particularly against the Zionist lobby, which has backed Netanyahu, who has maneuvered his country into this morass. Keep in mind that the Israeli lobby and the Zionist lobby, more generally, have done a lot of dirty work for U.S. imperialism. Recall how they helped to sandbag the presidential campaign of Jesse Jackson by branding him as a bigot and an anti-Semite some decades ago. Recall what they did to Jeremy Corbyn in Britain, branding him similarly. Recall the ludicrously obscene campaign against the former Soviet Union, where Moscow was portrayed as some sort of heir of Nazi Germany, believe it or not, and therefore there needed to be a campaign to liberate Soviet Jewry, which of course happened post-1991, and we now know that the entire enterprise was designed to bulwark the declining population of the Jewish population in historic Palestine and adding 1.5 million Russian Jews, who now, by the way, are trying to get back into Russia in light of the crisis.
Yep. And we read about that in Domenico Lacerda's Stalin read that we did.
There's going to be some sort of reckoning, it seems to me. And in that litany, I could have added the campaign to demonize other members of the U.S. ruling class. I'm thinking of James A. Baker III, the former Secretary of State under the first President Bush, who tried to resolve this crisis, came into conflict with the Zionist lobby and the Hawks and the Netanyahu forces, and since that time has been branded as a bigot and an anti-Semite. This kind of ham-fisted reactionary policy has led to this present crisis, has led to the acceleration of the decline of U.S. imperialism, and when this dawns, there's obviously going to have to be a reckoning, but in the meantime, watch out for an attempt to punish critics of this quagmire. I'm looking at what's happening in terms of trying to intimidate members of Congress, intimidating law students at NYU who are being deprived of jobs because of their objection to genocide in historic Palestine. I'm thinking of the campaign by Wall Street billionaires who are acting similarly against Ivy League universities like Harvard and the University of Pennsylvania. So the United States is going to be going through quite a bit of turmoil in coming days, weeks, and months. And it does not bode well for their long-term objective of bringing first China, then Russia to heel.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says, quote, "The injustices suffered by the Palestinians cannot continue any longer." What's interesting, I'll add that, and I'm sure you've been covering it, the Chinese and the Russians are both saying we've got to do something. The Palestinians have to have their own state. We have to be balanced. They're trying to work for a peaceful resolution and set themselves up to be able to negotiate with all sides. And meanwhile, the U.S. is taking a different perspective. What are your thoughts on the Chinese and or the Russian reaction as opposed to the U.S. reaction to the crisis in the Middle East?
Well, it's not just the Chinese and Russian reaction, as you well know. I would say it's the BRICS reaction, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Pay attention to the stinging comments coming out of the South African Foreign Ministry about Israeli policy, the resolution introduced by the Brazilians, who were president of the Security Council during this, who have also been issuing stinging condemnations of Israeli policy. And I think also we have to pay attention to Israeli policy, because I'm not so sure if Israel is going to back up its rhetoric, which is really going to help to compound their crisis. That is to say that Israel is very good at dropping bombs from 30,000 feet, but urban warfare, they have been proven to be rather incompetent. Recall what happened in Lebanon in 2006. In going into Gaza, they'll not only confront the so-called suicide attackers, but snipers and booby traps and minefields and drones dropping hand grenades, which you saw on October 7th and thereafter. And so Israel is in the strange position of being a bully that's averse to casualties. And that's unsustainable in the short term and in the long term. And so it seems to me what Israel is going to have to try to do is somehow inveigle or set up a situation where Uncle Sam intervenes on their behalf. And in that regard, pay careful and close attention to what happened during the Six-Day War, June 1967, when in broad daylight, Israeli jets attacked the U.S. ship, the USS Liberty. Now, if that were to happen in October 2023 today, I think it would be for a different purpose. That is to say, it would be a kind of false flag operation to try to entice or present to the press and throw dust in the eyes of the U.S. population the idea that this is like the USS Cole some decades ago, where the Iranians and their so-called proxies were actually the culprits behind this attack. But in any case, Israel has to be careful, because if it makes a wrong step, which I think it's about to do, it could be headed towards a kind of societal collapse, leading to the imprisonment of its present prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because I have been saying for a while that, or been asking the question, is Israel being baited into a urban warfare environment that they're not really prepared to deal with, and that this entire most recent part of the conflict is to disrupt their Israeli sense of security? Because one of the things that Netanyahu has been screaming for, I'm going to keep you safe. And now it is apparent, no, you can't. And so if body bags start coming out of Gaza full of Israeli defense forces, the society is going to say, this is not what we signed up for. You're not the guy.
Undoubtedly. Israel reminds me once again of the bully, the schoolyard bully, who really doesn't want to fight. And so when a confrontation occurs, he shouts, "Somebody hold me back." Hope somebody does hold me back, because he doesn't want to get his coat dirty. But it's even deeper than that. If you look at what's happening internationally, there are massive bets right now against the U.S. dollar, the massive bets with regard to U.S. Treasury bills. Pay attention to the conferring with the Chancellor Schultz, the Emir of Qatar, who has suggested that unless Germany changes its policy towards historic Palestine, they'll begin to cut off natural gas exports, which Germany has become dependent upon in light of their boycotting Russian natural gas exports. And even Israel, this is post-October 7th, has begun to sell off some of its U.S. Treasury bonds and has begun to augment it with Chinese currency. So even the ultimate culprit seems to know what time it is and is hedging against the imminent and incipient decline of U.S. imperialism. The only problem, or a problem, I should say, is that many people in the United States, sadly, because of misinformation from the mass media, are sadly and tragically malinformed and misinformed, and are destined to suffer as a result.
Dr. Gerald Horne, as always, thank you so much for your time. Greatly, greatly appreciate that analysis.
Damn, Gerald Horne. Thank you for that. Such a breath of fresh air after that bullshit we watched. All right, I think it's time we do some reading, but first let's listen to a song. The only way we're going to end the Imperial Beast is from within, absolutely. We can't expect any help from outside to do it, that's for sure. Absolutely, Red Wizard. I mean, as like Kim Il-sung said, right? Like, it's like putting the cart before the horse to expect foreigners to carry out the revolution for you. Of course, help is necessary and good, but the main factor is the internal forces. think why not do some reading, I guess. Do a little bit more of this Kim Jong-il's on the Juche philosophy.
Welcome to Leaping Larry's Revolutionary Reading Theatre.
Yes, welcome to the Revolutionary Reading Theatre, comrades. And today we shall be reading from the classic work from our comrade Kim Jong-il, known as On the Juche Philosophy. Not to be confused with the standalone work On the Juche Idea. I now ask that you turn, please, to page 23 if you are following along in your single page PDF, or page 18 if you were on a physical copy of the newest one. And right there you can of course find the read for yourself by simply typing that command into our chat. So, last time we read, we finished the first chapter, which was just talking about the historical position and the relevance of the Juche philosophy. So now we're going to be reading from the next part, which really gets down and dirty with the actual philosophical principles of the Juche idea themselves. This, of course, is complemented by the previous works that we have done in this book, which talks about what the actual definitions of humanity being the master, etc. actually means. But we will sort of go into all of that as we're reading, of course. The Juche idea is a new philosophical thought which centers on humanity. And I'm going to retranslate some sections as we go, just because, yeah. It's actually more accurate based on what the original Hangul would be, because there is no gendered terms in Hangul like this, no gendered pronouns. As the leader said, the Juche idea is based on the philosophical principle that humanity is the master of everything and decides everything. The Juche idea raised the fundamental question of philosophy by regarding humanity as the main factor, and elucidated the philosophical principle that humanity is the master of everything and decides everything. So what does it mean that humanity is the master of everything, you're probably asking? Like, wow, That seems a little bit idealist, we sometimes hear. But really, all it means is that humanity is the master of everything. It means that he is the master of the world and his own destiny. In other words, only humanity has the ability to transform the world according to collective desire and collective will. That humanity decides everything, man, means that they play the decisive role in transforming the world and in shaping their destiny. Not that all transformations in the world are caused by man, but rather that humanity plays the decisive role in their own activities to transform the world and in shaping their own destiny. And again, it doesn't mean that the first part, that humanity is the master of everything, doesn't mean that humanity is currently in control of everything. It means that humanity is the master of their own destiny and their own, insofar as building their own like socio-economic systems, their own political systems, according to the development, of course, of their ideology and the stage of their development, yes, but it's done through purpose and consciousness, right? Which is why our forms of society can change over time. It's not merely just an adaptation of the natural world around us. Humanity actively changes not only to overcome natural fetters, but also changes our various social structures themselves, right? In order to try and better suit our needs, which is the struggle for socialism is a part and parcel of that. The philosophical principle of the Juche idea is the principle of human-centered philosophy, which explains humanity's position and role in the world. The leader made it clear that humanity is a social being with independence, creativity, and consciousness. Humanity, though material existence, is not a simple material being. They are the most developed material being, a special product of evolution of the material world. Humanity was already outstanding as he emerged from the world of nature. They exist and develop by cognizing and changing the world to make it serve him. Whereas all other material lives maintain their existence through their subordination and adaptation to the objective world. Humanity is also that only being, as far as we know, that sits around and discourses about the discourse and perceives the world not through their biological not directly through their biological instincts and their biological characteristics, but through their thinking, through their ideas, right? Perceives and processes the world in a different manner. Humanity holds a special position and plays a special role as master of the world because they are a social being with independence, creativity, and consciousness. The leader gave a new philosophical conception of man by defining independence, creativity, and consciousness as the essential features of humanity, the social being. Independence, creativity, and consciousness are humanity's social qualities, which take shape and develop socially and historically. Humanity alone in the world lives and conducts activity in this social relationship. They maintain their existence and achieves their aim only socially. Independence, creativity, and consciousness are peculiar to humanity, the social being. And again, when we use independence, creativity, and consciousness, the meanings of these words are not the same as the generalized meanings of this. Like, for example, consciousness does not simply mean the development of intelligence or etc. Consciousness is a particular, is defined as a social knowledge that exists and develops through the historical course of humanity. And the proof of this social knowledge, the social wealth that exists and develops through the course of humanity's social lives, is the fact that knowledge that develops over time. As in, we start out, with being able to only make steam engines. Then through the accumulation of social wealth and social knowledge, we eventually are able to make better and better knowledge, right? That one generation could not achieve through that one generation. But through many generations of passing down knowledge and improving on that knowledge, we are able to rapidly advance our ability to create new things, to take raw material and create more and more complex things out of those things, right? And then independence, of course, is that trait that compels humanity to struggle against all fetters, whether they're fetters in nature or whether they're fetters in social subjugation. Like in capitalism, of course, we are all fettered by capital. Humanity is a being with independence. That is, an independent social being. Independence is an attribute of social man, who is desirous of living and developing as an independent way, as master of the world and their own destiny. On the strength of this quality, humanity throws off the fetters of nature, opposes social subjugation of all forms, and puts everything at their own service. This is not prescriptive, this is descriptive of the course that that's the course humanity has not only taken, but continues to take. And it's important to understand this. Why? Because just like the objective laws that exist in nature, the objective laws of economic and development discovered by Marxism, these laws of social development exist beyond the ability of any single individual to change, right? These are laws that exist. This is the development of humanity. The better we come to understand these laws, the better we can organize our societies in respect to them. For example, like I like to point out that the failure of humanity and the failure of masses to recognize that they do have the ability to transform the world leads to a certain nihilism, which then justifies certain things like, oh, well, we're not actually causing climate change. That's just the world the world changes like that. It doesn't matter what humanity's activity is. And of course, there's many facets and many sides to this same coin, but it all stems from this same thing of denying humanity's ability to transform the world according to a collective demand. And that's done, of course, by the reactionaries who do all they can to instill with the masses a reactionary ideology and keep them from being aware of their own interests, as we know. The duty of the revolutionaries is to go among the masses, right? Encourage them to struggle for their own interests. Socialism socialism might be led by the party, it might be led by the General Staff of Revolution, but socialism itself can only be built by one entity, right? And that's the masses. That's it. That's the only thing that can build socialism. It doesn't matter how highly developed or productive forces get. If the masses don't build socialism, it doesn't get built, you know? And that's sort of like a mistake of many like previous idealists and utopian socialists, where they thought that if we just had capitalism develop more and more, then eventually it'll just turn into socialism, right? Like this is the Kotskius kind of position, which is why a lot of the followers of that line ended up opposing Russia getting out of the war, right, in World War I. They thought it would weaken the ability to participate in capitalism, which was needed to move on to a socialist system. And Lenin, of course, argued against that and said, where? In what books did you read that capitalism is necessary to reach socialism? You know, why can we not? We can begin to build socialism now, but it must begin with proletarian control of the state. Independence is the life and soul of humanity, the social being. When independence is referred to as humanity's life and soul, it means social and political integrity. Humanity has a physical life, and also social and political integrity. The physical life is what keeps humanity alive as a biological organism. Social and political integrity is what keep them alive as a social being. Humanity is a being with creativity, that is, a creative social being. Creativity is an attribute of social humanity who transforms the world and shapes their destiny purposefully and consciously. By virtue of their creativity, humanity transforms nature and society to be more useful and beneficial to them by changing the old and creating the new. Creativity, like independence, constitutes an essential quality of humanity, the social being. Independence finds expression mainly in humanity's position as master of the world. Creativity is expressed mainly in humanity's role as transformer of the world. Humanity is a being with consciousness, that is, a conscious social being. Consciousness is an attribute of social man which determines all their endeavors to understand and reshape the world and themselves. Because they have consciousness, humanity understands the world and the laws of its motion and development, reshapes and advances nature and society as they desire. Consciousness guarantees the independence and creativity of humanity, the social being, and ensures their purposeful cognition and practice. Independence, creativity, and consciousness, after all, are what enables humanity to be superior to any other being and be the most powerful being in the world. To approach the world not fatalistically, but revolutionarily. Not passively, but actively. And to shape the world not blindly, but purposefully and consciously. Humanity, the social being, who has independence, creativity, and consciousness, is precisely the only dominator and remaker of the world. Again, coming from a First Nation perspective, something that really speaks to me about this can be misinterpreted, it's true, but what really speaks to me about this is the notion that, humanity does have this special ability, this special role, and they should use that ability to transform the world in order to tend to the environment. Like something that people leave out when they study First Nations a lot, I think. When settlers came here, it wasn't like barren land. And even in the land where First Nations people weren't actively living, they were fertile lands that were maintained by First Nations people in order to encourage and blossom the foliage and the fauna life, right? To give the animal people adequate life as well as the plants. And they could only do this, First Nations people only did this by understanding that they had this special role to do this, that Creator put them there to do this, right? And humanity, and Juche tells us instead not by Creator, but from just the development, the historical development of humanity itself has led them to this role. Not through the conscious decisions of any one individual or this or that person, but that has been the historical course of humanity as a collective being. And it is the historic course that humanity continues on. The better we understand that, the better we can organize our struggles in a way that suits that, right? Which is, of course, antithetical to the notion, again, that humanity's nature is something like to be greedy or individualistic, right? Which is why individualism, we can say very, very confidently that individualism is actually counter to like humanity's collectivist nature, right? And I know like the tendency with some Marxists is to say that, oh, well, humanity doesn't have a nature. It's pliable, it's moldable, it's reflective of its environment. Well, yeah, okay. But that doesn't deny the fact that it still does have a nature, right? Even clay has a nature. You can only stretch it so far, you got to keep it moist, etc. Well, with humanity, we're talking about, yeah, of course, greed, individualism, this shit has nothing to do with humanity's nature. But collectivism and the need to participate in a society, I would argue, absolutely does. and that we cannot have a humanity and we cannot have a society that is based around the idea that we somehow could do that, right? That the existence of humanity absolutely relies on collectivism. Humanity cannot, of course, live outside the world. They live and conduct their activity in the world. We're not separating humanity from the world here. Nature is the object of humanity's labor and is also the material source of their life. Society is a community where people live and conduct activities. Natural environments and social conditions have a great effect on human activity. Whether natural environments are good or bad, and in particular, whether the political and economic systems of a society are progressive or reactionary, these factors may favorably affect human endeavor to remake nature and develop society, or limit and restrict that activity. But humanity does not merely adapt themselves to environments and conditions. By their independent, creative, and conscious activity, humanity continuously transforms nature and society, changing as they desires what does not meet their needs, and replacing what is outdated and reactionary with what is new and progressive. This is humanity's endeavor and struggle to change and transform the world into one that serves humanity better. That is what is meant when we say, in the Juche idea, that is what is meant when we say that humanity transforms the world to better serve them. The overcoming of these hindrances that, for example, cause mass starvations and stuff in nature, and also overcoming the outdated and reactionary ideas in society, social systems themselves, or, transphobic motherfuckers, or homophobics, or anti-native ideas. All of these old, outdated ideas, or even the idea of greed itself, which I just touched on. Right? That the even idea of greed itself is a reactionary idea that will need to be overcome. This is humanity's endeavor and struggle to change and transform the world into one that serves humanity better. The Juche idea established a humanity-centered outlook on the world by throwing a fresh light on the essential characteristics of humanity and their position and role in the world. Now here's the important part. Here's the part where whenever somebody makes the erroneous claim to you that Juche somehow rejects Marxism-Leninism, I want you to listen very carefully to this part right here, okay? It had already been known that the world consists of material and changes and develops as a result of the motion of material. Right? The Juche idea gives a new world outlook by answering the question of who is the master that dominates nature and society, and where is the force that transforms them. That the world is dominated and reshaped by humanity is a new viewpoint on the world in relation to humanity. Yeah, that's why I'm doing the translation, Cinnamon. Because, I mean, look, the truth of the matter is when we're talking about Korean language and we're talking about Hangul, this really, in the original way this is written, would not have a gendered pronoun or a gender terminology in it, because that does not exist there, right? So the fact that gender pronouns don't exist there is something that in this translation I think does cause some confusion, because when they're saying man, they mean mankind, right? This isn't analyzing a man or a person on an individual level. It's important to understand that what this is analyzing is the collective of humanity as a whole. At the biggest unit, it's taking the entire species of humanity. And at the smallest unit, it's taking like collectives of humanity gathered around national liberation struggles. But yeah, in Korean, there's no gendered pronouns, so this is 100% a translational thing. Hey, good morning. Welcome, comrade. Working and lurking. Good, good. We're just actually talking about Juche. The Juche idea shows a new viewpoint and attitude to the world on the basis of humanity's position and role as master of the world. Right, Cinnamon? Because it's not one person who's at the position of role and master of the world, as we know. As individuals, we're quite powerless, right? But humanity as a collective is the only changer of the world, right? And the only way that the bourgeoisie is able to forward their interests, the only way the bourgeoisie is able to create their paradise is by distorting and misdirecting the masses' efforts into something that serves them, right? And they have to do this by, as we know, they're like enormous expenditures and reactionary propaganda and ideology and everything else. You know, that's why they spend so much on this thing, because their whole power fucking relies on that. Yes. Yeah. And not focus on humanity to the detriment of nature, but with the stewardship of nature, which I think it does. Like a lot of people sort of just gloss over it, which it does say right here, right? About in order to transform the world, not fatalistically, not nihilistically, but revolutionarily, right? Purposefully. The viewpoint and attitude to the world shown by the Juche idea are those with which the world is approached by focusing on humanity, the master of the world. Okay, I'm going to pause again. I know it's a lot. It's a lot of rambling this time. But I just want to point out that this one right here is also important. The viewpoint and attitude shown by the Juche idea are those with which the world is approached by focusing on humanity. This is a difference. Not uncritically, not unqualifiedly, but yeah. But no, okay, like I hate to ramble again, but this part right here is so very important because focusing on humanity, this is the thing that really separates Juche philosophy from classic historical materialism, okay? Well, thank you, Morty. I appreciate that. I hope that's what I hope. I hope rambling does help some people understand these concepts better, because like really, if we're being realistic, like if you were to study Juche philosophy in DPRK, you're not just going to read this one book and go, "Oh yeah, I understand everything," right? It's a course where you study Marxism, Leninism first, and then you study Juche philosophy as well, and then you sort of use the two to come up with your own analyses as well. But this part right here, everybody, the focusing on humanity, the master of the world, is the part that really separates it from historical materialism. Now, historical materialism is, of course, not one and the same as dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is the science, right? The science that Marx discovered of how to analyze the world, the material development, the economic development, etc., and as well as how those material and economic laws act on humanity, on society. Now, because Juche isn't starting with, first of all, isn't starting with the questions of, I will then say that historical materialism is then an application of dialectical materialism to analyzing social history itself. And it has done a great service in doing that, right? It shattered a lot. I'm going to actually show you two quotes, but it shattered a lot of sort of reactionary backwards ideas about it, right? But now, because Marxism had to focus on what came first, material or consciousness, and it had to prove the primacy of materialism, it ends up sort of focusing more on this one thing. It focuses, of course, very much on the material, as we know. Now that's great, and it helped us understand all these economic and material laws. But then what we have to understand is there is also these social laws that arise that are peculiar. And there is social laws that are peculiar to the material laws. And if you only focus on the material laws and how they intersect with society, you might overlook those material laws. Not saying that that's intrinsic to Marxism-Leninism, but that it's possible to have a mechanical, or what we would call an incorrect interpretation of Marxism-Leninism that, for example, is class reductionist, right? Or it's economically deterministic, or leaves out important intersectional questions, or leaves out important questions of colonialism, right? So that's why it's important to understand this. That is what the superstructure is about. But the problem again is, and again, it's not saying that anything in Marxism is wrong. It's that there's then this tendency of people, and I'm sure you comrades have come across this yourself. There's this tendency of people to then think, oh, well, because it's in the superstructure, it can't possibly have any effect on the material reality, right? For example, we have many Marxists who think that it's not, that the ideas and us going among the masses and fighting for their consciousness isn't going to change anything. It's just only the mutual aid that's going to do it. But really, the mutual aid helps, yes, but the mutual aid makes it better for us to reach the masses ideologically. And as Engels themselves said, an idea, when gripped by the masses, becomes a material force. And this is what's funny. I'll just say, Cinnamon Challenge, I think what you'll end up with, it like, if you look in Juche and you're trying to find ways to contrast it with Marxism-Leninism, it's not going to happen. You're not going to find it. Because Juche doesn't contrast with Marxism-Leninism. All it does is perfect our ability to understand dialectical materialism, scientific socialism, and Marxism-Leninism itself, right? So you'd never be able to find, like, you'd never be able to look at Marxism-Leninism and understand Juche through that lens. Because remember, Juche came afterwards. We can use Juche and analyze Marxism-Leninism with it, right? But it's just like you can't take Kant, you can't take Hegel and understand Marxism through that lens, right? Because it's a continuation of it, right? Yeah, no, I encourage everybody to ask questions if you got them, for sure. And this is why then, thinking about what I just said, think about this quote from Huey Newton here. The Black Panther Party is a Marxist-Leninist party because we follow the dialectical method and we also integrate theory with practice. We are not mechanical Marxists, and we are not historical materialists. Some people think they are Marxists, when actually they were following the thoughts of Hegel. Some people think they are Marxist-Leninists, but they refuse to be creative and are therefore... Oh, I lost my spot, sorry. I lost my spot, one sec. Some people think they're Marxists when they actually are following the thoughts of Hegel. Some people think they're Marxist-Leninists, but they refuse to be creative and are therefore tied to the past. They are tied to a rhetoric that does not apply to the present set of conditions. They are tied to a set of thoughts that approaches dogma, what we call flunkyism. Okay, well, why don't you understand that part? Yeah, that's all. That's all. It's just the recognition that Black Panther Party is moving on beyond analyzing historical history from just or social history from a historical materialist perspective. I mean, that's fine. But again, that doesn't mean that they're not in agreement with historical materialism. And that's why I showed this quote. Because from dogmatic Marxists, dogmatic leftists, especially among Westerners and settlers, they see that quote and they go, oh, well, then they're not Marxists. They're not Marxist-Leninists. How can you be a Marxist-Leninist if you're not a historical materialist? Well, we agree with historical materialism. Historical materialism made a very important contribution. I just said that, right? But that doesn't mean that we should continue to just use the same outdated lens to analyze social history, when right there we have an updated lens that everybody from Kwame Ture to the Black Panther Party to everybody else has been trying to give us all along, even Che Guevara. Again, we're going to read more works that talk about this as well, but it's like, you know, why would we just simply, we would become dogmatists, right? If we're like, oh, well, I'm going to always be historical materialist because it's historical materialism, right? Exactly. Dialectical materialism demands that we update it constantly. But the thing with historical materialism is that you can, to update it constantly, we have to improve our ability to understand humanity. And unfortunately, taking a pure, without having any of the intersectional analysis along with it, that we see many Marxists, like I just mentioned, Che, Kwame Ture, etc., when you mechanically interpret historical materialism to history, there are so many limitations that even Marx and Lenin finally came across themselves, right? Like, that's why there is certain concessions made in historical materialist theory itself. Because when they first started applying it to social history, like, for example, one of the most famous conclusions reached by a pure historical materialist analysis that had to be overcome by Marx was that idea that the most advanced capitalist societies are where revolution is going to break out first. Well, that was quickly proven wrong. And even before the end of his life, he realized that was incorrect, right? So then they thought, okay, well, so this historical law, this material law, yes, where capital is most developed, should have been where revolution happened first, but it didn't. So clearly, then they made the concession that, okay, so the consciousness isn't a pure reflection of the material conditions. It also acts on the material conditions. That was the concession they made, right? When they realized there was this limitation. And all Juche does is go, okay, well, wait a second. Can't we make something that's based in a new philosophical lens so that it's an actual scientific theory, right? That it's based on understanding social history. Dialectical materialism is that scientific analysis of the material laws of development, the economic laws of development themselves, right? As well as understanding how capitalism develops. And it gave us the ability to understand the inevitability of communism. Yeah, but this is and that's what's great, right? It's great that it is so apparent to us, and thankful for humanity, and that there were revolutionaries who are able to interpret that historical materialist philosophy correctly and adapt it creatively for their own situation. That's great. But unfortunately, we have to perfect our analysis for the masses as well, and we have to account for the possibility of people who incorrectly interpret things. It's not a matter of just debating them. We have to actually solidify this into a concrete scientific theory, if you will. And I don't mean a theory like synonymous with hypothesis. I mean a theory as in we come up with a hypothesis, we test it in practice, and then we improve the hypothesis, And the synthesis of all this together is how you formulate a scientific theory, right? That's all. So Juche is the scientific theory for understanding humanity's position and role in the dialectical materialist world. Like this one here. I'll just read you one more and then we'll get back to the read. Although the founders of Marxism established the materialistic dialectical concept of social history, aka historical materialism, by applying the general law of the development of the material world to social history, they themselves came across many problems in the practical social movement. Problems which could not be resolved only by the general law of the development of the material world. So they attempted to overcome this one-sidedness of the materialistic dialectical concept of social history by advancing some theories. For example, that although social consciousness emerges as a reflection of the material and economic conditions, it reacts on these conditions. And that although politics is defined by the economy, it reacts on the economy. However, the Marxist materialistic concept of history is, in essence, a view on social history which considers the common character of the motion of nature and the social movement as the main factor. Not to negate that those things exist, but just that that the historical materialist analysis of history focuses on that as the main factor. And therefore, this theory is unable to avoid the limitation of identifying the process of social development with that of natural history. The fundamental difference between the Juche philosophy and the preceding philosophy results, in the final analysis, from a different understanding of humanity. And this is why I say, like, for many First Nations people, I think Juche, the Juche analysis of social history can speak in such a more important way because itself, in the way that it's developed, combats the economic, like, deterministic viewpoint of many Western leftists, where they feel like if First Nations don't get liberation and immediately start industrializing themselves, then they can't possibly be socialist, right? And First Nations reject this fucking idea completely, as you have seen in Glenshon Coulthard and many of our other works. That's not to say that we don't develop the material force, the productive forces in order to feed everybody, but it just means that this economistic taking the material forces to be the only force that matters, we reject that idea. And that's why something that was discovered through applying this Juche viewpoint to history is that revolution really has three aspects. And the economistic aspect is only one of the revolutions. And that the other two revolutions, the three of them together, is the economic, the ideological, and the cultural. And so when we take a mechanical analysis of history with historical materialism now, right, what you end up with is it's possible that you'll only see that economic thing, right? And if you only see the economic viewpoint, you're going to miss how important the ideological and the cultural aspects of the revolution are. And that's not to say that revolutionaries haven't saw through that mistake. But what we have to do is perfect our entire understanding so the masses can see through that mistake. They do miss it. And that's at the end of the day, the thing that we have to work against, right? That's what we have to prevent. Hopefully that, and this is only one work in the whole thing, but I hope you hopefully chat's kind of getting what I'm talking about here. It can take some years to understand. We're talking about philosophical concepts here. And at the end of the day, like, the main fundamental difference is that foundational philosophical question of philosophy. Whereas Marxism took what came first, material or consciousness, right? Juche, instead, with the benefit of Marxism, is able to start with a new fundamental question of philosophy, saying Marxism was absolutely correct, therefore our fundamental question philosophy is, what is humanity's position and role in the world? And when you're talking about a philosophy, the fundamental question of a philosophy is the core concept of the philosophy, and it's what everything in that philosophy is based around that, right? I'll continue now. The viewpoint and attitude to the world shown by the Juche idea, with which the world is approached by focusing on humanity, the master of the world. Exactly. Juche says to ML, Juche says yes, and let's now improve. Yeah. Marxism-Leninism discovered the material, the economic laws of development. Juche said, okay, now let's discover the peculiar social laws of development that are able to be overlooked if we only use Marxism-Leninism to analyze social history. Or if we only use, we could even say that using Juche to analyze social history is still using Marxism-Leninism to analyze history. So rather, I should specify historical materialism itself. That's a specific concept, right? Taking a humanity-centered attitude towards the world means approaching the world from the viewpoint and interests of humanity, the master of the world. Well, you're not supposed to be confining yourself to economic matters, right? That's because you analyze Marxism in a creative way. And yes, it is all related, of course. But here's the thing. Here's the difference with people who use economism in a mechanical way, Cinnamon, versus what you just said, is somebody who's interpreting it with a mechanical way, for example, like the USSR actually did in reality and led to their overthrow. Let's actually take that as our example, okay? So the USSR making this grave mistake, and we saw the tragedy it led to in reality. The USSR making this grave mistake thought, yes, of course, it's all related, right? They had that part right, Cinnamon. They were like, yeah, all of these things, the superstructure, that's all related to the economy, of course. And they were right about that. What they were wrong about, however, was that when they changed the base into socialism, the superstructure itself and the people themselves would just automatically change into socialist people. And that idea led to them neglecting and refusing and failing to develop new philosophy, new theory for their own conditions, right? And so what ended up happening was the people were paralyzed. They were being taught Marxism-Leninism like a catechism in a society where capitalism had already been overthrown. So Marxism, could teach them a lot, yes, but it also was very, disconnected from their reality. They weren't living in a society where exploitation was employment, right? They weren't living in a world where, labor was a commodity bought and sold by capitalists, right? Instead, labor it becomes free labor for themselves, and you get the whole fruit of your labor back from society, so on and so forth. And that failure really paralyzed them, right? So you see what I'm saying? They understood correctly that yes, the superstructure is connected.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Yes, and Morty, and that's what's so interesting, right? Is how if you look at what Kim Jong-il says in Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, and we will read it eventually, he literally talks about a lot of only he gives a much more, I would argue, a much more Marxist-Leninist prescription to the problems that USSR was facing. But he really highlights the same problems that Pereni does in Black Shirts and Reds. But instead of saying, you just can't have you can't have restaurants owned by the state or something, Kim Jong-il says no. Instead, what they needed was something better than material incentives, because material incentives were causing a hindrance. You know, people were so worried about material incentives that they become blind to this, and instead they didn't want to serve as many customers because they would get paid the same amount anyway. Or if they stole a little bit from the store, then they would make a little bit on the side. So you see this failure to then focus on ideological incentives also harmed the economy itself, right? When really what USSR also needed to do was be like, focus on an ideological education in a way that was like, okay, you doing a good job serving the people in this restaurant, that's your contribution to the revolution, right? And the people serving in that restaurant should have felt like every time they were serving someone in the restaurant, that they were serving the revolution itself. And that then motivates those people. It's like, okay, I want to serve the people now, right? It's not just about now making money for yourself. Now it's about, I want to do good. It doesn't matter if I get paid the same amount, if I get a lot of customers or not. I just want to serve the people. And that's so important for a communist movement and for a socialist society to really instill in their members this servant of the people, right? And this is it. And this is what the USSR failed to do. All because they took this mechanical, historical materialist approach. Not that historical materialism is wrong, but they use historical materialism in a mechanical way and thought that because they built the socialist system, the socialist system just had to exist. And the people and the institutions and all the superstructure would just transform of its own accord, essentially, right? And that's why you had Stalin in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR saying, like, what we really need right now is a new economic theory that can help explain the new conditions we're facing. We can't keep going by the old capitalistic means of understanding the economy. I do have all these works that I've mentioned, by the way, in my theory list there, too. Okay. But see, so I hope you see what I'm saying, Cinnamon Challenge. Like, the problem is that, yeah, they were right about, you know, the superstructure and the base being connected. But they were wrong about this mechanical way of thinking that when you change the base, it just automatically changes the superstructure, right? And now we know from that experience that we have to also focus on ideological education as well. And so really, so what you're doing, just like with Marxism, Leninism, because it's a science, right? So what you've been doing all along, Cinnamon, you've been understanding the world with that historical materialist and Juche, the creativity that Juche calls for this whole time. You've been doing the thing, you know? You've already been doing that, and that's great. We need to. What's good about Juche is it can help those who misunderstand that understand it better, and it can help encourage us to sort of. I mean, we can't just look at Juche, we can't just look at Marxism, Leninism, and go, oh yeah, here's what we need to do here, right? We can look at Juche, we can look at Marxism, Leninism, we can say, here's what the lessons are that they learned here, but now we're going to have to use this. We're going to have to use this theory that I have written down right here, okay? Very important theory I have written here. Okay? Here's the theory that you're going to have to use to wage revolution in your own area. This is sort of like The Secret, you know? That book that everybody was real hot into for a while there that showed them the answers to everything. Oh my God, I write too much. Okay, there. This is the theory that's going to teach you exactly what to do in your own area. You got to write it. You get it? You got to write the theory. Juche. Long live the People's Revolution! Juche and Marxism-Leninism is merely your guide to action for you to then start to write your own theory about what needs to be done. And then you put it into practice and you say, this didn't work and that need to do that. The benefit of having Juche and Marxism-Leninism is we can see lessons, right? Yeah. You're not scientifically applying your theory if you're not actually putting them to work, right? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We need the right data. You need to be, and it needs to conform with like the people's own interests in your area as well, right? What the fuck is this? Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Its originators of games of lacrosse are incredibly pleased with the return of lacrosse to the Olympics. Nice! Lacrosse is America's first sport, now played by over 80 countries in the world. Oh shit! That's fucking amazing. Lacrosse in the Olympics again. That's great. Onondaga Nation is said to be one of the founding members of the Haudenosaunee National Lacrosse Program. That we believe that lacrosse is also a form of healing, and by participating in international lacrosse, we have built strong ties to other peoples, other countries, and other cultures. These experiences have enriched our prayers and made us even more aware of how lacrosse is bringing the nations of the world together in celebration of peace and friendship. Nice, Falcon. Thank you. Oh, lacrosse is quite different. Alright, I'll continue on the read now. The world should naturally be approached from this angle because humanity is the master of the world. Humanity understands and transforms the world in order to bring everything in the world to serve them. Humanity is the most precious being in the world, and their interests are more valuable than any others in the world. And again, it's important to understand that this is not a prescription, this is a description for the humanity's attitude, okay? And the more we understand that, the more we can organize to actually fucking have a society that accounts for that. Just like what Perenni says about, you know, okay, so even if humans were naturally greedy and individualistic, why then would we make a society that fucking rewards the most greedy, the most individualistic aspects of it, right? So like for us, we have to make a society that understands that humanity as a collective has to do organizes this way, right? You took third place in the last World Games? Oh shit. Approaching the world by focusing on humanity means by dealing with the changes and development of the world mainly on the basis of activity of humanity who transforms it. Humanity is the most powerful being in the world, and humanity alone is capable of transforming the world. It is humanity and none other that requires its transformation and performs this work. Humanity acts upon and transforms the world as they desire, drawing on the objective laws. The world is changed for the benefit of humanity only by their energetic activity. For this reason, it is an absolutely correct viewpoint and attitude to approach the world, to approach its change and development from the standpoint of humanity's positive activity to transform nature and society purposefully and consciously to meet their own desire. The Juche viewpoint and attitude to the world are truly revolutionary in that they enable humanity to transform the world and shape their destiny independently, creatively, and consciously, with a high degree of awareness that they are the masters of the world and their own destiny. The Juche World Outlook, which is based on the philosophical principle that humanity is the master of everything and decides everything, is an absolutely correct outlook on the world in our times. As history advances, humanity's position and role as master of the world is strengthened, and the extent of people's domination over the world increases daily through their independent, creative, and conscious struggle. In our time, the masses of people have emerged as true masters of the world, and through their struggle, the world is being changed more and more to serve the masses.
Communism is based
Today, the position and role of the masses of people as masters of the world are becoming stronger than ever before. This reality proves more patently the validity and vitality of the principle of Juche philosophy that humanity is the master of everything and decides everything. Socio-historical principles of the Juche idea. I want to read this too because this is important to pair with what we just read. The Juche idea clarifies the laws of historical development and social revolution. This idea has thrown a fresh light on the fundamental principles of the social movement, the revolutionary movement of the working masses who create and develop history. The socio-historical principles elucidated by Juche idea constitute a new socio-historical outlook, the Juche outlook on history. So now we're going to look at the historical analysis of history through the Juche philosophy lens, aka what historical materialism did with dialectical materialism. The question of the subject of history is a basic question in understanding the development of society, the development of revolution, from the attitude and point of view of Juche. So again, now we are getting into the historical analysis of social history from a Juche viewpoint, and then you can think of this as being similar to the dialectical materialist analysis of social history through the historical materialist viewpoint. Okay? As the leader instructed, the working masses are the subject of history and the motive force of social progress. History develops through the struggle of the masses to transform nature and society. That history develops precisely means that the position and role of the masses as the subject of history are enhanced. The socio-historical movement has its own peculiar laws, which are different from those of natural motion. Of course, the social movement has something in common with natural movement in that it is also a motion of material. The social movement, too, is governed by universal laws of the material world, as we know from historical materialism. But the social movement has its subject, whereas there is no such thing in the motion of nature. In nature, the motion takes place spontaneously through the interaction of material elements which exist objectively. In contrast, the social movement is caused and developed by the volitional action and role of the subject. The subject of the social movement consists in the masses of the people. Without the masses, there would be no social movement itself, nor would it be conceivable to talk about historical progress. The masses of the people are the masters of the revolution and construction, and the decisive factor in transforming nature and developing society. The revolutionary struggle and construction work are undertakings of the very masses and of the masses themselves. The masses of the people undertake the revolution and construction for themselves and in order to shape their destiny. It is the masses that want the revolution and construction, and it is also the masses that carry them out. They produce all social wealth by their hands and transform the world and advance history by their struggle. But for the creative activity of the masses, the social change and progress would be inconceivable. Human history shows that the masses' wisdom and ability to understand and transform the world are unlimited, though the scope of the world created and changed by each of the generations is relatively limited. The position of the masses grows stronger and their power increases through the transformation of nature and society. With the consolidation of their position and growth of their strength, their positive action on the socio-historical progress increases. The subject of history is the working masses, not the reactionary exploiting classes. The working masses carve out and develop history, but the exploiting classes try to arrest and turn back the historical advance. All exploiting classes, after all, constitute a reaction against history. They are the target of revolution. So you have the subject of revolution, the masses, and you have the target of revolution, the reactionary ruling classes. The whole course of the existence of class societies has been a history of sharp struggles between the creators of history and reactionaries of history, between the masters of revolution and the targets of revolution. That is, between the working masses and the reactionary exploiting classes. And by the way, if you didn't catch what this just did, it just perfectly explained a question that Marxism had and really highlights, right? And says, hey, look at this. When Marxism points out that the difference between a bourgeois revolution and a proletarian revolution is time, right? And that if the bourgeois revolution were not to be stopped, it would change over into a proletarian revolution. And that's why the proletarian revolution, as we know, has to continue on in all places and in all times indefinitely until there is no longer classes in existence. And then until that moment is reached, we can be said to be in the revolution, right? Not post-revolution, but in the revolution, an inter-revolutionary period, which is what Marxism called socialism, right? The revolutionary transition between capitalism and communism is the lower stage of communism, aka socialism. And so what this just perfectly did here is explain why that is the case. Why is it? If you were somehow, let's just say hypothetically, if you were somehow able to have a slave society, right? Where it was the same type of slave-based system that you had in, say, Rome or something, but it existed where people had a more modern ideology. Well, what you would have happen, or what you could potentially see or imagine happening, is you could imagine that the revolutionaries, if they were somehow able to defeat this reactionary force that arises to maintain its position, then the revolution would continue on, right? And you would go from being a slave revolution to you would go right in past that feudal revolution type of thing, you know? This is important. And the reason this is important is because it defeats that notion that I'm sure many communists run into, right, in your everyday trying to educate people, the notion that every society has to pass through a period of feudalism to reach capitalism, or a period of capitalism to reach socialism. And then this idea is then further used by people like Midwestern Marx and other mechanical, dogmatic interpretists to then say, well, the liberation of First Nations then, without the leadership of settler communist parties, wouldn't that just lead to new bourgeois societies, new capitalist societies? No, fuck off. Yeah. Yeah, I would, and that's the thing, Sam. That's the thing, too. Actually, that's perfect. It's perfect the way you put that, Sam. Even after we reach the point where there is no classes, that revolutionary struggle would still have to continue for a very long time, right? And the reason for that is actually has to do with Juche. Think about it. Because even if classes had been completely eliminated, we know that then has the superstructure automatically been eliminated? Have all the old ideas been completely eliminated? No, because the ideas persist for longer than the actual class itself, right? So even when class is gone, even when class has been overcome completely in the world, revolutionary change will still have to continue until all these old reactionary ideas are also overcome. Yeah. And the state fading away, I think, is misinterpreted by some people to then say, oh, well, there will be no government or no human organization. No, it's just that those governments and those human organizations won't exist for one class to oppress another class with. They will exist solely to serve humanity as a whole, as a united collective, right? And that will be the difference. It's not that there won't be any organizational aspects or there won't be any government or any centralization. I argue there will be. There will always be that. What we will have overcome is this cleavage of class interests, right? And instead, everybody will understand we have the same interest as a society to perpetuate our society and fighting in that interest. In addition to everybody participating in administration of society, right? Which is what we try and do through the course of socialist revolution. Which is what I tell you, comrades, you've seen happening in DPRK. You see more and more people participating in state administration until everybody participates in state administration. Right? And then when that point is reached, then we can say that bureaucracy does not exist anymore. At the moment when everybody participates in the administration of state. But it's like, how do you expect to have a Star Trek, right? How do you want to have a Star Trek, or how do you want to direct the enormous forces of production that will exist if we don't have some way of organically combining democracy with centralism? I think that's always going to be needed to, when you're talking about the limits or what humanity is then going to be able to grow into, you know? We're talking about like enormous forces that are probably unimaginable to us right now. So to continue, although they are the subject of history, the masses of the people do not hold the same position and play the same role in all ages and in all societies. In the class society, unaware of their social status and class relationship, and their strength for a long time in the past, the working masses could not unite into a political force. Therefore, they were deprived of all rights, subjected to exploitation and oppression by a handful of ruling classes, and denied their legitimate position as master of society. Even in the exploiting society, they created all material and cultural wealth by their own efforts. But they were unable to shape history in an independent manner, because they could not occupy the position of masters of society. Only by seizing state power and the means of production in their own hands, and by establishing a socialist system, can the working masses free themselves from exploitation and oppression, and create history consciously as true masters of society and their own destiny. So you see what he's saying here. In order for the masses to be able to actually transform society and nature according to their own demands, they first have to gain seizure of society itself. Which is what Marxist-Leninist theory teaches us what to do, right? In the socialist society, the working masses undergo a radical change in their status and destiny, and their position and role are enhanced. This is due to the revolutionary leadership and struggle of the working class. The process of development of a socialist society under the leadership of the working class is the process of transforming the whole society on the working class patterns. When the whole society is reshaped completely on the pattern of the advanced working class under its leadership, the position of the masses, subject of history, would be remarkably stronger, and their role in pushing forward the historical progress and revolutionary development incomparably higher. If they are to hold their position and fulfill their role as subject of history, the masses must be brought into correct contact with the leadership. Only under correct leadership would the masses, though creators of history, be be able to occupy the position and perform their role as subject of socio-historical development. And now let's not get confused here and think that this has something to do with a great man theory, as in the masses have to wait around for this one particular leader to emerge, and then when that special leader comes about, or if that leader's haircut is wrong, then boom, it's not going to happen, right? That's great man theory. Or if this leader makes a certain decision on this day, then boom, everything is different. Now, leadership, in regards what we're talking about in regards to socialist society, leadership is those people which arise through the masses themselves. The masses bring them to the fore in the course of revolution. Think of Lenin, think of Stalin, think of Ho Chi Minh, think of any revolutionary. They arose through the ranks of the masses themselves. And regardless of what individual decisions they were making on this or that day, what they were doing, most importantly, was following the teachings of the masses. They were really reflecting the leadership of the masses, right? And the strength of a leader in a socialist or a revolutionary movement is that leader's ability to inspire the masses to fight for their own interests. And in fact, the two most important aspects of a leader, two most important things for a leader. We're in an ad break, so just wait. I feel like this is an important one. You mean the Kim family isn't God and won't sentence me to death for looking at pictures of the eternal president? No. No, they won't. Love you all. Thank you all for subscribing. So, when we're talking about leadership, right, we have to understand that we're not talking about great man theory here. And the leadership, their ideas, of course, are coming from the Revolutionary Party. They're coming from the masses, etc. But what the leader is able to do, and an important trait for a leader to have, not by some means of the party selecting them, but rather an important aspect for the leader to have for them to even be brought to the fore by the masses, is one, a love for the people, a deep love for the people. Like you're as a revolutionary, right? You're guided by a love of the people. And second, the second important trait of a leadership is that they are able to inspire the masses to fight for their own interests by reflecting what the masses themselves are demanding. Right? Those are the two important aspects of leadership, according to DPRK. We need leaders who can set down their personal egos and act on the people's interest and benefit. Yep, exactly. And this is entirely, like, DPRK does have a very particular leadership theory, and everything that you see is sort of based on that. And look, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but as far as I can tell, it's fucking working. And if you ask any person in DPRK, I have had many comrades of mine who traveled to DPRK. I have had comrades who went to school in DPRK, so lived there for many years. And any one of them, you can approach any person on the street and ask them, hey, why are your leaders great? Or, you know, what makes your leaders great? And they will be able to explain to you how the leaders are reflective of their own demands and their own interests, and that the leaders are separate from the individual. Like their great leaders are separate from Kim Il-sung, the individual person. And Kim Il-sung, their leader, is a reflection of all the policies and all the struggles that they've passed. Why? Because the masses themselves are the ones who are setting policy. And it's like I've showed you before in the constitution of like DPRK, it's Kim Jong-un who's accountable to the Workers' Party of Korea and accountable to the Supreme People's Assembly when he serves on the State Affairs Commission. And that the Supreme People's Assembly has the right to recall him. And the WPK has the right to recall him from position of party leader. You know? And it's like another thing that Che Guevara points out, and also we point out in Juche, is like the leader gains the support of the masses through love and trust, right? The leader loving and serving the masses is why they return that love. Why? Because the spiritual source of obligation, of love, is trust. Think about that. You want to know what love is? I'm tired of these motherfucking, okay? I'm tired of these motherfucking bourgeois wannabe scientists coming along and trying to tell me, like think about the Rick and Morty bullshit fucking reactionary thing that you see. Okay, no offense, good Morty. You're the good Morty. But I'm so tired of that reactionary bourgeois psychological fucking or chemically analyzed, like love is just a chemical in your body and you get over it, right? Fuck that shit. That is some reactionary bourgeois bullshit to excuse their own nihilism and their own disdain for people, right? At the end of the day, love really is what Kim Jong-il said, I think. It is based on trust. The spiritual source of love is trust. And only when you deeply trust someone, you all know, can you love them, right? And only when you love someone do you have that obligation. That's where the obligation comes from. Obligation doesn't come from somebody forcing you. It doesn't come from orders and decrees and commands. You can't do that, right? Instead, love comes from trust. And that is entirely what the WPK is built on. Yeah, and think about how, I mean, the common saying, you lost my trust, you lost my love. All this, right? Like it seems cliche, but it is true. Love is when you, yeah. That's the bourgeois definition. But yeah, I just love that quote because that's what it is. I wish I could find it, but I mean that is what he said. You rest assured on that. Let me see. Actually, let me see. Yes. See, there we go. I do have it. Trust is the spiritual source of love and obligation. Love it. Fucking love it. Give me all the love. And in fact, we can even expand that further and say, what is the purpose of revolution then, comrades? Well, the purpose of revolution, the aim of revolution is to bring love for the people into bloom. Yeah. Oh yeah, plants, 100%. Rick and Morty is some cringe shit. Yeah. The April Dolph Insular is literally just two evil white dudes. Yeah. Right? I do find that part, I did find that part funny as hell. Well, it just shows you how it is like just so status quo, so settler minded, right? The whole idea that one of those people were good. Like it was like the duality, like there's no duality there. Abraham Lincoln was just as racist as fucking Adolf Hitler. At least equally as racist as Adolf Hitler. At least. I say that without flinching, okay? Abraham Lincoln, literally at least as racist as fucking Adolf Hitler. Probably possibly more racist, yes, quite possibly. He didn't fucking want to, he had no desire to free slaves. I just tell you that much right now, right? That wasn't like he wasn't like, oh, I can't wait to do this. Yeah, exactly. He signed the Emancipation Proclamation because it was going to fuck up the South and he just wanted to win and the war. He had no real care about that. Yeah, oh, he put it in writing many times, absolutely. Yeah. And he massacred Native people. The largest massacre of Native people for many years up till that point. Yeah, exactly, Morty. Perfect thing to point out. And again, yeah, it only ended once they gave the slaves guns. Imagine that. It's almost like these revolutionaries are right in saying that. What did I do here? It's almost like these revolutionaries are right in saying that revolution can only be carried out by the people themselves or something. Yeah. Okay. I'll continue on with the leadership thing here. The link between leadership and masses is a very important question, especially in the revolutionary movement, the communist movement, which is carried out by the working class and the broad masses of other people. Without correct leadership, the communist movement would not advance victoriously, because this movement itself is a highly conscious and organized one involving a serious class struggle. The question of leadership in this movement is precisely the question of the leadership given by the party and the leader to the masses of the people. The working class party is the general staff of the revolution, and the leader of the working class is the foremost leader of the revolution. How the masses are awakened to consciousness and organized in a revolutionary way, and how they perform their revolutionary duties and historical mission depend on whether or not they were given correct leadership by the party and the leader. You're not going to be able to have a successful revolution if you're steering that boat wrong. Think about it. Think about what happened in the US. Again, we can look at the USSR, right? This part right here is going to expand on it. Only when they receive correct guidance from the party and the leader would the working class and other masses of people be able to vigorously develop the deep-going and complicated revolutionary struggle to transform nature and society, achieve national and class liberation, build a socialist communist society successfully, and run it properly. Oh man, we need leaders now? Yep. We need leaders. The important thing to remember is, given that the party is the general staff for revolution, the leader of revolution, you can then go on to say, okay, so what is the leader then? Well, the leader is the core of unity, the representative of the party. All the leaders. We need all the leaders, Morty. Fill it up with leaders. Leaders of leaders, in fact. As the leader said, the masses of the people have now emerged as masters of history, masters of revolution and construction, and are transforming the world more and more as they desire. The working people, including the working class, are standing firmly in the central place of the historical development of our time. Hundreds of millions of people who have long suffered class and national oppression and exploitation are vigorously advancing on the road of sovereignty and independence and social progress, and playing a greater role in shaping the destiny of humanity and the future of the world. Because of this grand forward movement of our time, capitalism and imperialism, which has grown fat on the blood and sweat of the working masses and lorded over their destiny for centuries, is precipitating irreversibly into bankruptcy and towards its downfall, deep into the grave of history. The masses of the people, who have become legitimate masters of their own destiny, are transforming the world and creating a new history of humankind in accordance with their aspirations. This is the basic trend of modern history, which no force can ever stop. I like that. So that's what it means by the masses are the subject of social history. Human history is the history of the people's struggle for independence. The history of human society is the history of the struggle of the masses to defend and realize independence. As the leader said, that all revolutionary struggles are struggles of the masses to defend their independence. Throughout the long history of human society, people have ceaselessly struggled to free themselves from the fetters of society and nature. All the struggles to transform society, nature, and humanity are struggles to defend and realize independence for the masses of the people. The struggle for social reform is an undertaking of the masses to provide themselves with social and political conditions for the independent life, free from class and national subjugation. If they are to live and act independently, people must destroy the outdated social system which tramples upon independence. Only when they wipe out the old social institutions and set up a social system which provides people with independence will the masses of people be able to become true masters of society and their destiny and lead an independent life. And this is so important because this tells us that we cannot just simply take hold of the existing bourgeois state organs. We have to replace them. We have to rise our own state organs up on the ashes of the bourgeois state organ. That's the only way. We have to smash, Hulk smash, as that Stalin quote we read before said. The struggle to transform nature is an effort of the masses to create material conditions for an independent life, free from the fetters of nature. In other words, that struggle for us to have natural disasters not affect us as greatly by improving our construction abilities. For example, being able to blast off into space in order to gather scientific data and further human knowledge, etc. Like, all these things are humanity struggling to overcome fetters of nature, right? Including our ability to our ability to live even more comfortably, for example, right? If people are to live and make progress, and by the way, the thing people wanting to live more comfortably is so important. Again, as Michael Perenni stated, people became in USSR, right? In like, we'll call it the days of the renegades, when it was being undermined by imperialists and renegades of the revolution. You had this problem where people were basically starting to pine for capitalism because they saw the perceived prosperity in the West, right? Not realizing that prosperity is built on this extreme inequality, or at least not really getting it. Because again, they're being doled Marxism, Leninism like a catechism, not understanding that, just a generation or two ago, their parents were, suffering under, the worst extremes of oppression and exploitation. But later generations, having never experienced exploitation or oppression, it's a whole different fucking thing, right? And so what they started to, that's not even in their mind. And then they start thinking, well, of course, we want more. We want to improve our conditions. And that's why it's important that the people do have a proper understanding. Yeah, they thought that they would just be able to get this new thing and then have capitalism on top of that, which would bring them all this prosperity, right? And the reason why they made this mistake is, again, they lacked the revolutionary education. Somebody fucked up. Somebody was not ideologically educating these people. And it's not a matter of them just not teaching Marxism, Leninism in school. They did do that, right? It's that their Marxism, Leninism was just like reading the same fucking works over and over again, and they never developed anything new in this, which was very unfortunate, because here you had a society that was the only one experiencing the things it was experiencing at the time. It was the first socialist system, right? The experience itself answers a lot of the problems for us, but it's unfortunate that they weren't developing the theory, and maybe things could have gone different, Yeah. Now we know exactly. It's like they just failed. And you know, Khrushchev really like revealed how much he failed to understand this sentiment. Think about that one. We like the one quote because it sounds cool where he says, "Your children will be communist," right? It's cool. It's true in many ways, so on and so forth. But it also shows you like this complete erroneous thing where it's like not just a matter of the example being there, but the ideological struggle does have to continue. He was so confident that it was just like, this is the existence of USSR. Not only will all of our people become communists, but you'll just all become communists too. And the bourgeoisie were like, we'll see about that. Dumping all this anti-Russian fucking propaganda over our heads, right? As they did it. You heard it was a fake quote? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it to know. But, I mean, if he did say it, it wouldn't surprise me if he did. Because Khrushchev was that fucking... He was that egotist, right? Oh, yeah, I did see this. Look. Gross. Fucking gross, dude. Why are you showing me this gross shit? Blech. Who the hell wants that? Falcon, you're fucked. We have them here. We just, I mean, look, it's literally the same shit. It's literally the exact same shit. We just call them rockets. You call them Smarties. We call them rockets. Rockets is a better name, but I hate them either way. Smarties, rockets. Smarties, rockets. Smarties, rockets. Smarties, rockets. I like those too. Classic Halloween candy. No, I'll take the fucking candy corn over the rockets. I will literally take candy corn over rockets any day of the week. Any day of the week. Yeah, you heard me, Falcon. I fucking said it, bud. I said it. I will take that candy corn long before I'll take rockets. That's European behavior. Fuck that. Oh yeah, because rockets. Rockets are the indigenous fucking rockets. Yeah, candy corn is made with honey and it's delish. Exactly. Exactly. If anything, you're European. So please somebody type this, Falcon. Here's what I got to say to you, sir. All right, well, your name's not coming up, so you're like, here's what I got to say to you, Falcon. Falcon? Liking rockets is reactionary, goddammit. Look, now I lost my spot. You got me all worked up here. All right, I'll just continue reading. And now that Falcon's got me all hot and bothered. The struggle, dude. Candy corn is a word. No, that's rockets, actually. The struggle to transform humanity is the struggle of the masses to create ideological and cultural conditions for an independent life, free from the shackles of outdated ideas and culture. Only when they are completely free from the shackles of outdated ideas and culture and acquire the consciousness of independence and sound culture will people be able to hold their destiny firmly in their hands, reshape it, and live and act genuinely as independent beings. Actually, though, if you have rockets, separate the flavors and put them into Mickey's of vodka? Really? Is that a thing, NTC? What? The transformation of society, nature, and people is the main element of the masses' desire for independence. Oh, interesting. Humanity can realize independence completely only when they are free from social bondage, natural fetters, and the shackles of outdated ideas and culture. The struggle for independence should be carried out on a full scale in all spheres of social reform, natural transformation, and human remolding. The primary question arising in the struggle of the masses for independence is to realize independence socially and politically. Since humanity is a social being, independence must first be guaranteed socially and politically. This is the key to man's freedom from natural fetters and also to their ideological and cultural development. As long as they are subjugated socially and politically, the masses of the people cannot adequately benefit from the productive forces, even if these are developed. Nor can they be free from the bondage of reactionary ideas and culture. In the history of human society, ever since its division into hostile classes has, above all, been a history of social revolutions to realize social and political independence for the masses. Through social revolutions, the masses have carved out their destiny and developed society. Owing to the slave revolts, which were, so to speak, the first struggle in history of the exploited working masses for independence, and to peasant struggles against feudalism in the Middle Ages, the slavery and feudal systems collapsed. That meant progress in the struggle of the working masses for independence. But that was only the replacement of the chains of slavery with feudal fetters, which in turn were replaced with the yoke of capital, not the abolition of class domination and oppression itself. In the history of human society, capitalism is the last exploiting system, which tramples upon the masses' aspirations and demand for independence. It is a violently oppressive system, which combines class domination with national oppression. The liquidation of the capitalist system and establishment of a new socialist system mark a historic turning point in the development of the revolutionary struggle for independence. With the establishment of the socialist system, all exploiting classes and institutions which trample upon the aspiration and demands of the masses for independence are abolished or smashed, and the masses are provided with the necessary conditions which enable them to hold state power and production means in their hands and lead a fully independent life. The transformation of nature and humanity, along with social reform, is an important task in the struggle of the masses for independence. In the whole course of development of human society, the masses of the people have continuously struggled to free themselves from the fetters of nature and enhance themselves ideologically and culturally. At the dawn of human society, people's creative power was weak, and their ideological and cultural levels were very low. By their age-long, hard-fought struggles, the masses have increased their ability to conquer nature, enrich their knowledge, develop their productive forces, and steadily raise the levels of their ideological consciousness and culture. Modern science and technology, progressive ideas and culture, which have been developed by human society, are without exception the result of the historical struggles of the masses. The transformation of nature and humanity, that is, the historic cause of freeing the masses from the fetters of nature and outdated ideas, and culture, and developing them to be powerful beings capable of dominating nature and real possessors of revolutionary ideas and culture, can be fully undertaken and achieved with success only under socialism, where the working masses are masters of society. Under socialism, where the question of revolutionary change in the social system has already been resolved in the struggle for independence, the major tasks are to reshape nature and re-educate people to emancipate the masses, who have been freed from the social oppression, from the shackles of nature and outdated ideas and culture. When the work of transforming nature and re-educating people is pushed forward in a complete way on the basis of steadily consolidating the socialist system, the independence of the masses will be more completely realized in all spheres. Today, the struggle to defend the masses' independence assumes an international character. Since the forces of imperialism, which oppress independence, are allied on an international scale, the struggle to oppose imperialist domination and oppression and defend independence too cannot but be conducted without an international undertaking. Because of the community of their historical backgrounds and interests, the formerly oppressed nations and people who have been subjected to colonial slavery, with their independence and sovereignty downtrodden by imperialism, are united together on the same front of struggle to oppose imperialism and defend independence. All countries, all nations, and peoples the world over that advocate independence must struggle jointly, in close unity under the revolutionary banner of anti-imperialism and independence. This is the only way to abolish the imperialist order, which is based on inequality and full of contradictions, and to set up a new international relationship based on independence and equality amongst countries and nations. The age-long, ceaseless struggle of the masses for independence can win its ultimate aim by building socialism and communism. The struggle for socialism and communism is the highest stage of the struggle for independence. It is a struggle to end once and for all the exploitation of humanity by humanity, the oppression of class by class, and the domination of state by state in human society. To wipe out all remnants of old societies handed down through history, and to finally free the peoples from their shackles. In a communist society, the masses of the people will lead a completely independent life as masters of nature and society, and as true masters of their own destiny. Defending independence is an absolute requirement of humanity as a social being, and his inalienable fundamental right. It is natural that humanity, who regards independence as their life and soul, combats any encroachment on his independence. The masses rise in the revolutionary struggle for independence against the oppressors, and for the sake of independence, they devote all their creative talents and energies to building socialism and communism. If independence is to be defended, an independent stand must be firmly maintained in the revolution and construction. As the leader instructed, the independent stand is the fundamental stand that must be adhered to in the revolution and construction. Sticking to this stand is the requirement of the revolutionary struggle, the struggle for independence. The independent stand is a thoroughly revolutionary stand, the working class stand. The working class is the most independent class, which struggles to emancipate itself by its own initiative and to become the master of its own destiny. The cause of socialism and communism is the historic cause of the working class, aimed at completely realizing the independence of the masses of the people. Any stands which are contrary to the independent stand are alien to the working class stand, the stand of the masses, and they are all harmful to the cause of socialism and communism. The independent stand finds expression in the exercise of the rights as masters of the revolution and construction. This means that the masses of the people handle all problems of the revolution and construction in their interests, according to their own independent judgment and decision. The right to deal with all these problems belongs solely to the people, the masters of the country concerned. All questions related to the revolution and construction in a country must naturally be disposed of by the judgment and decision of the people of that country. This is the only way the people of each country can defend their interests and carry through their will and desire. The people of each country must not tolerate any foreign pressure or interference. Failing to resolve one's own problems by one's own decision, under pressure or in bondage to others, means losing one's right as master. Following the will of others and acting against one's own interests means giving up one's right as master. The independent stand is expressed in fulfilling the responsibility as masters. This signifies that the masses resolve all questions in the revolutionary struggle and construction work on their own responsibility and initiative as befit masters. As the revolution and construction are their own undertakings, they ought to resolve all problems in these undertakings by their own initiative on the principle of self-reliance. One might receive aid from others in the revolution and construction, but in any case, the main thing is one's own initiative. Trying to get one's own work done by others, or to get one's own problem solved by others, is tantamount to shirking one's own responsibility as master and relinquishing one's position as such. Only when one upholds the independent stand can one always resolve the question of revolution in one's country, the question of one's nation in accordance with one's own view and conviction, and in the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance, and carry out the revolution and construction successfully, whatever the circumstances. The people of each country must not only oppose aggression and subjugation in firm defense of their independence, but should also fight against imperialism and dominationism which trample upon the independence of other people. Only when one opposes such encroachment of one's own independence and the act of trample upon that of others can one be said to be standing truly in defense of independence. The revolutionary struggle of the masses against imperialism and dominationism, which trample upon independence, and for the victory of the cause of socialism and communism, is steadily being strengthened and developed. Nothing can stem the current of historical development which demands independence and advances on the road of independence. Not only today, but also the future, belongs entirely to the people who are struggling for independence. What do you think, comrades? All making sense so far to everybody here? Facts, exactly. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We still got like an hour to kill here. I'm just trying to see how. I feel like I could pretty much get to this. I think we can pretty much finish this actual chapter. Yeah, okay. We can finish this chapter right quick. Because we're going to raid into K. But before we do that, I can get further on this. So let's go to the next part. This is all part of, still on the socio-historical principles. The socio-historical movement is a creative movement of the masses. The socio-historical movement is a creative movement of the masses to transform and change nature and society. The masses' activity for independent life is characterized by creativity. Man realizes their desire in life through their creative activity. The objects of humanity's creative activity are nature and society. By means of their creative activity to transform nature which surrounds them and to reform the society in which they live, humanity creates new material and cultural wealth and builds a new system and a new life. The masses of the people are creators who remake and change society and nature. They are desirous of abolishing the old and creating the new, and have creative ability to transform nature and society. Human history is the masses' history of creation. Since the beginning of human history, the masses of the people have been conquering nature and making what is necessary for their existence and development by their creative labor, and effecting social progress by their creative activity to change the old. Their continuous creative activity has advanced society. Their creative activity to conquer nature and bring about social progress accompanies struggle. The process of creation is precisely the process of struggle. Without struggle, the creation of new things would be inconceivable. The process of replacement of an old social system with a new one, and the social emancipation of the masses in particular, is a process of fierce class struggle. A revolution begins with struggle and ends with struggle. The forces which go in for the preservation of the old system and life never give up their place of their own accord. A new system and life can be created only through the struggle to wipe out the old forces. All progress and change made by humanity throughout history, after all, are the fruit of the masses' creative struggle. All processes of their creative struggle is the process of developing themselves to be more powerful beings. The masses of the people have increased their creative ability, while at the same time transforming nature and developing society. The history of social productive forces is the history of the growth of humanity's creative capability to conquer nature. The history of social revolutions is the history of the process to strengthen the revolutionary power of the masses to reshape society. We see these two aspects of creativity: to conquer nature, the material, the economic, and to reshape society, the ideological and the cultural. With the growth of the creative ability of the masses, the socio-historical movement advances further. The communist movement, organized and developed by the working class, is the highest form of creative movement in human history. This is a movement to build a society where the independence and creativity of the masses of the people are fully realized. The highest ideal of humankind, which is fundamentally different from all class societies that have existed in history. The creative power of the masses, too, is exploited fully in the revolutionary movement of the working class. It is not until their involvement in the revolutionary movement of the working class, the communist movement, that the working masses, whose creative activity has been restrained by the ruling classes during the whole period of antagonistic class societies, become genuine creators of history, who transform the world to meet their own will and desire and shape their destiny in an independent manner. And if you want to know why USSR and other socialist societies explode in productivity, that's why. That's why. The revolutionary movement, the creative activity of the masses, requires that the creative stand be always maintained firmly in the struggles to reshape nature and society. Yeah, it should have been utilized fully, you're right. Again, this is a matter of DPRK translating all this stuff, by dint of their own efforts, because they don't have any Anglo-speaking friends in regards to, big relations. But yeah, we can imagine that it probably is not put that way in Hangul, right? The revolutionary movement, the creative activity of the masses, requires that the creative stand be always maintained firmly in the struggles to reshape nature and society. Adhering to the creative stand is indispensable to leading the revolutionary victory. Only when they adhere to the creative stand can the masses keep properly their position as masters of the revolution and construction and fulfill their role as such. The creative stand is one that the masses of people ought to maintain as transformers of nature and society, as shapers of their own destiny. Without maintaining this stand, it would be impossible for them to reshape nature and society to meet their will and desire, or hold their own destiny in their hands and shape it for themselves. Adherence to the creative stand is a sure guarantee for solving all problems by the efforts of the masses themselves, to meet the requirements of the revolution and in accordance with their own interests. As the leader instructed, the creative stand constitutes the fundamental method that must be relied on in the revolution and construction. A revolutionary movement requires that one should depend fully on the creative wisdom and strength of the masses and utilize them to the full. The masses are the masters and the motive force of the revolution, and the possessors of inexhaustible creative talents and strength. Only when one depends on their creative talents and strength will one be able to understand the objective world correctly, solve all problems to suit the reality, and transform nature and society successfully. The creative stand provides the method by which to give an active stimulus to the creative power of the masses, push forward the revolution in construction on one's own initiative, overcome the difficulties in the path of progress by the struggle of the masses, and ensure continued innovations and ceaseless advance. Yeah, take advantage and entitle exactly, Cinnamon, yeah. They can be, there's certain words when translated that they can get lost in translation, we could say. The revolutionary movement takes place in a specific reality, in which is always diverse and undergoes ceaseless changes. It rejects all sorts of schemata and dogmas, and opposes the outdated attitude of imitating others mechanically. A schematic viewpoint and dogmatic way of thinking restrain creativity and prevent correct understanding of the ever-changing diverse realities and block the possibility of working out a scientific method of revolution and construction. Only when one bases oneself firmly on the specific reality and maintains a creative attitude towards everything will one be able to identify the correct method of transforming nature and society and apply it skillfully. The creative stand represents the method whereby one rejects dogmatic attitudes and grasps the reality in its true perspective and concretely by one's own thinking and solves all questions accordingly. The creative stand constitutes the revolutionary method which enables one to meet most effectively the requirements of our time, when the masses of the people have emerged as masters of history, and when the revolutionary movement is highly developed. Our time requires that the role of the masses in the revolution and construction be enhanced to the highest degree, and that all questions be solved creatively. The creative stand offers a sure guarantee for the victory of the revolution by enabling one to formulate a scientific revolutionary strategy and struggle policies in keeping with the development of our time and with the requirement of the revolution, and ceaselessly increase the creative power of the masses. And the last socio-historical principle. The people's consciousness of independence plays the decisive role in revolutionary struggle. Now again, this is contrary to what we've heard before, or what we've heard with a pure historical materialist analysis, which is, of course, first it was where capitalism is most highly developed is where it will break out. Then it's where the chain of imperialism is weakest. Let's look at this now. The revolution is propelled forward to victory by the conscious struggle of the masses of the people. The leader put in a new light the principle that the masses' consciousness of independence plays the decisive role in the revolutionary struggle. Ideological consciousness determines and regulates all actions of humanity. Consciousness, essentially, is the highest quality that makes humanity superior to all beings and the most powerful in the world. It is the sophisticated function of humanity's brain, the most developed of its physical organs. The brain plays the central role in the activity of human life, and consciousness, which is the function of the brain, commands all actions of humanity. That's the definition of consciousness right there that we're using. That's our working definition of consciousness when we're talking with Juche, okay? Not the general definition that many people will be familiar with. This is with any philosophy, including Marx's philosophy. For example, take the example of metaphysics. In a Marxist terminology means something totally different compared to if you tell somebody who's not a Marxist to tell you what metaphysics means. They won't say what you're thinking, they'll say if you're thinking from a Marxist perspective. In fact, we can Google it and see that for ourselves, right? If we were just to go, if we just Google metaphysics, it comes up with a branch of philosophy that deals with the first principle of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, substance, cause, identity, time, space. Abstract theory with no basis in reality. But it's more than that, right? When we're talking in a Marxist concept, it's actually a theory that tends to be static and disconnected. It's hard to figure out when you're first getting into philosophy that philosophies use specific definitions that can often differ from the general definitions. It's true. That took me a while to get as well. Being autistic and philosophy being a special interest of mine helped a lot. Ideological consciousness reflects humanity's desire and interests, and for this reason, it has the most active effect on his conduct. Yeah, exactly, Cinnamon. So see this part here, now we have two different kinds of consciousness. So we have ideological consciousness, and then we have objective consciousness, or knowledge, as we could also call it. And ideological consciousness is what is sort of like, how can I put this in a good way? Okay, here's a good example of it. Let's say that you have two nuclear scientists, right? One nuclear scientist creates a bomb that's going to destroy a bunch of people. The other nuclear scientist is compelled to create a means of generating power to help a bunch of people. Well, what differs from these people? Do they have a different knowledge? No, they both have the same objective knowledge of nuclear physics. What differs between them is that they have a different ideological consciousness, right? Philosophy was a special interest through your teen years, and now it's communism generally. Yeah, that's what happened to me, and that's why when I started studying Juche, and I was hearing what other people were saying about Juche, I was like, wait, people have got this all wrong. Like I saw so much misinterpretation, and that's really why I started doing the Juche lesson thing. Yeah, I have ADHD. Philosophy leftist theory gets my hyper focus going. Yeah, yes, it does. Okay, so I'll just read this part again. So this is about your ideological consciousness now. Ideological consciousness reflects humanity's desire and interests, and for this reason, it has the most active effect on their conduct. Without the determination and regulation of ideological consciousness, humanity's independent and creative activities would be inconceivable. If humanity is to be an independent creative being, they must have consciousness of independence. This consciousness means the awareness of one's being the master of one's own destiny, and signifies the will to shape one's destiny by one's own initiative. Only when humanity has the consciousness of independence can they conduct conscious activities to conquer nature and actively struggle against the oppressors who encroach and trample upon their independence. Right? It seems so obvious when you say it, right? But like, it needs to be highlighted. Because it's true. That is the reason why people fight against their own interests, right? Humanity's endeavor to acquire a scientific understanding of the world and transform it actively is none other than a manifestation of their consciousness. Humanity's role in transforming nature and society, after all, is the role of their ideological consciousness. The consciousness of independence plays the decisive role in the masses' revolutionary movement for independence. All revolutionary movements are conscious movements. A revolutionary movement begins with awakening people to an advanced idea and emerges victorious on the strength of the masses of the people who are armed with that advanced idea. Now, I'm just going to pause here to say and remind you that that has nothing to do with idealism. That is simply recognizing the material role, the material force that ideas, revolutionary ideas, play in shaping society, and the active effect that they have in organizing people into that political organism that we need to effect material change. that has nothing to do with idealism, okay? That has nothing to do with ideological consciousness coming first and materialism and materialists and material itself coalescing out of that. That has nothing to do with that. Because what you're missing if you make that mistake is this part right here. Okay, you're missing the part right here where it says an advanced idea emerges victorious on the strength of the masses idea. Okay. Wait, so where does the revolutionary idea come from? Well, the revolutionary idea in the first place is made possible by the particular stage in history that they're at, the material stage in history that society is at, right? But that doesn't mean that it's restricted to that one society. And this is a mechanical interpretation again. Like to give you an example, you can have a socialist society break out like here in let's say in Russia, right? You have a socialist society emerge there. That can inspire a society that's pre-capitalism to then build a socialist society themselves. And I would argue that as we've seen with Cuba and with DPRK, in fact, they can do that. Especially the case of DPRK. We have literally seen a society that went from being pre-capitalist or very not well-developed capitalism at all to being a socialist society. Right? Because what mattered was that capitalism had already emerged in the world. There doesn't need to be this stages development where every society passes through slave society, then feudalism, then, that's completely erroneous. That's not how it works because people and societies and nations are connected on a global scale, right? Dialectics. That's dialectics. And that's not idealism, that's materialism. I see that as a common mistake. The reason why I wanted to get on a rant about that is just because I always see this whenever you mention that the revolutionary movements are conscious movements. A revolutionary movement begins by awakening people to an advanced idea. This right here confuses people, and they think that this means idealism because it's saying that the revolutionary movement begins by the advanced idea. But no, first of all, it has nothing to do with idealism, and even if it did, that's the reality, right? Unfortunately. And the revolutionary movement does begin with this. For example, could you have people who struggle against colonialism without first having the idea to struggle against colonialism, right? No. Of course, that idea has emerged because of the particular material conditions that they're living under, but that idea is the thing that has motivated them to struggle. They don't just blindly struggle for socialism and then the socialist idea comes to them. Which is the way that people make it sound when you interpret this and then go, oh, that's idealism, right? No, that's just telling you the role that ideas play in affecting material movement, right? Yeah, idealism is absolutely another one of those words. Exactly. The struggle against a person stealing their own home, but that's a personal fight, not a social movement. Exactly, and it's totally different, right? As you can see with any colonized people. Think about how hard it is to get colonized, speaking from myself, even Palestine, right? Trying to get other First Nations people to be like, look at Palestine, look how encouraging this resistance struggle is, right? Is a reflection of this. Yeah, right, Cinnamon? It's like, oh, you have an idea? Well, clearly you're not a materialist anymore, And this is literally what I see all the time. So, I just wanted to sidetrack about that because that is one thing I see. And if you comrades do start defending Juche and start trying to correct people about Juche, if you see erroneous takes, you'll see this said too. So just be prepared. All revolutionary movements are conscious movements. A revolutionary movement begins with awakening people to an advanced idea and emerges victorious on the strength of the masses of the people who are armed with the advanced idea. Right? If they're all armed with reactionary ideas and only reactionary ideas, are they gonna struggle further? No. Ideological consciousness is the decisive factor that determines humanity's role in the revolution and construction. Ideological consciousness determines the class character of the actions of people who participate in the revolutionary movement. See, that's so important right there. Your class origin doesn't determine it. It's your consciousness that determines what class interests you fight in, right? And this is again proven in the fact that there is the existence of class traitors, right? There can be no supra-class ideology in a class society. And what is basic to humanity's ideological consciousness is their class awareness. People's attitude towards class struggle is determined by their class consciousness. Of course, people's activities are based on their social and class positions and limited by them, but their social and class positions have effect on their actions always through their ideological consciousness, right? It isn't like the social and class positions are physically restricting the people, right? It's not like the social and class positions have a biological restriction on the people, right? So what is it? It's in their minds, right? The social and class positions restrict the people because that's what's in their ideological consciousness. See? Which class interests people struggle for in a class society depends on which class ideology they have. Only when they have ideology of an advanced class, the consciousness of independence, can they have a correct class standpoint and struggle for the victory of the revolution. Yeah, fascism has to try and cloak itself behind that supra-class ideology, the class collaboration bullshit. The will and fighting power of people demonstrated in revolutionary movement are also determined by their by their ideological consciousness. The level of the willpower and strength demonstrated by the people is determined by their ideology. Only those who have a firm consciousness of independence will be able to take an indomitable attitude towards the revolution, actively participate in it, with a strong will, and struggle to the end, overcoming all difficulties and trials. If the masses' revolutionary ability is unfathomable, but it cannot find full expression if they are not ideologically awakened. Ideologically unawakened masses are unable to rise in revolutionary struggle, in spite of exploitation and oppression imposed upon them, nor can they successfully transform nature and society to meet their needs. Only those masses who are conscious of their class interests can demonstrate their revolutionary force to the full and guarantee victory in the revolution. The role of ideological consciousness steadily increases with the development of the revolutionary movement. By nature, the communist movement, the highest stage of the revolutionary movement, requires a high degree of consciousness from the people. The socialist and communist societies are built by the purposeful and conscious efforts of the masses. The role of ideological consciousness is incomparably enhanced when building socialism and communism after the seizure of political power and the establishment of the socialist system by the working class. Capitalism depends on the discipline of hunger and the rod, but socialism and communism rely on the high level of people's consciousness. True, control is necessary in socialist society, which is transitional, but the more the remnants of old society are eliminated, as progress is made in building socialism and communism, the greater becomes the significance of people's consciousness. Socialism and communism provide all conditions for increasing the role of people's ideological consciousness to the full. In the socialist society, the advanced ideology of the working class prevails all over the community. Capitalism subordinates even humanity's thinking and action to money considerations. But socialism and communism make the masses of the people true masters of society, and therefore give full play to the revolutionary enthusiasm and creative zeal of the masses. Exactly, and that's why. And then Morty, that those things, right, is what then forms into this cohesive revolutionary organism that has a unity that the imperialists can't understand. And when they look at it, they go, "Oh, personality cult, etc." Right? The tremendous role of ideological consciousness in the revolutionary struggle for socialism and communism. I don't want you going on that table. Thank you. For socialism and communism is also connected with the characteristics of the revolutionary thought of the working class. The role of the ideological consciousness in social progress depends on its class character and content. The reactionary ideology of the exploiting class hampers social progress. The individual need for independence fundamentally differs from selfish greed, which ignores the collective and subordinates everything to the interests of an individual. Both the collective and the individual needs for independence can be satisfied to the fullest only through collectivism. Individual demand divorced from collectivism becomes selfish greed. Such greed encroaches upon the demands of other members of the collective for independence and hampers the unity and cooperation of the collective. Bam. The role of ideological consciousness in social progress depends on its class character and content. The reactionary ideology of the exploiting class hampers social progress, whereas the advanced ideology of progressive class gives impetus to the development of society. The revolutionary ideology of the working class, the most independent class, has an incomparably greater revolutionary influence than any other advanced ideas in history. The revolutionary thought of the working class mirrors the laws of social development and the aspirations of the masses in a scientific manner, so that it becomes a great material force in social progress. It is a weapon with which to understand and change the reality and create the future. Unlike the reactionary thinking of the exploiting class, which hinders the forward movement of the historic and advocates the old moribund system, the revolutionary thought of the working class performs the mission to push forward and lead historical progress. The revolutionary movement is a conscious movement, and for this reason, one must always hold fast to the people's thinking as the main thing in the revolutionary struggle and construction work. Doing this is an important principle that must be maintained in the revolution and construction. Grasping humanity's thinking as the main thing in the revolution and construction means solving all problems by attaching decisive importance to the ideological factor and enhancing the role of ideological consciousness. Attaching decisive importance to the ideological factor is a law of revolutionary movement. Material forces, too, play a great part in the revolutionary movement, but the existence of material conditions does not give rise to revolution automatically, as I said. How to make use of these material conditions depends on people's conscious activity. Whether these material conditions are prepared quickly or not depends on humanity's activity. The revolution can be pushed forward only by the active struggle of the revolutionaries and the masses. Fundamentally speaking, a revolution does not always break out when all the necessary conditions exist, nor is it carried out always in favorable circumstances. Waiting with folded arms for all conditions to ripen is tantamount to refusing to make a revolution. Primary importance, therefore, to be given to the ideological factor in the revolutionary struggle and construction work. And on this basis, strenuous efforts should be made to create and solving all necessary conditions. Nice, Vivian. Hope it does. Solving all problems by raising the level of people's consciousness is the method inherent to the communists. Exactly. Fidel has another good one like that, BB. Solving all problems by raising the level of people's consciousness is the method inherent to the communists. The communists who struggle for the freedom and happiness of the people lead the revolution to victory and fulfill their noble mission by awakening people ideologically and making them conscious and encouraging them to undertake the struggle of their own accord. The communists have a powerful ideological weapon capable of awakening all the people to activity. Although the capitalist class too strives to spread its ideology, capitalist thinking cannot be accepted by the masses as their own because it fundamentally conflicts with their interests. Only the working class ideology, which champions the interests of the working masses, can be accepted by all the people, and it alone can dominate the whole society. Doing everything by awakening people politically and ideologically is a solid guarantee for the triumph of the revolution and construction. Reliance on the high degree of the masses' revolutionary consciousness will give a strong impetus to the revolutionary struggle and construction work, overcome unfavorable conditions, and speed up the victory of revolution. Here we go. That's the socio-historical principles of Juche. Next time when we do our reading, which will be on Thursday, we will then go through the guiding principles of the Juche idea. That will be our next one. We're going to take a break right now. Well, first we're going to look at my Twitter here. Yeah. Oh, right. Fidel. I did want to look at this. No problem, BB. I'm not going anywhere, though. Don't forget, I'm going to be making a special appearance on K, How Do You Say? And therefore, we're just going to be hanging out in my stream for the next, 40 minutes or so now? We're going to be hanging out in here for 40 minutes or so, and then we're going to raid right into K, and I will go on and guest star on K's stream. She has some questions and some discussion she wants to do, so that should be a fun time. So I'm going to bring all my comrades who are still with me then along for the ride as well. Now there was this really good, there was a really good Fidel quote that is very similar to what you just said, and now I can't find it. Must have had it. Well, what Fidel said was, everyone knows that revolution will succeed in America and the rest of the world, but it is not for revolutionaries to sit with folded arms waiting for the corpse of imperialism to pass them by. Kitty, what are you doing here? We're silly. We're silly and we love you. Is Kay a communist? I'm not sure. I think so. I see Kay in lots of other communist channels, so I'm guessing she is. She's at least as based as a communist, so. Don't go behind my TV. Yeah, that's it. It's not for revolutionaries to sit with folded arms waiting for the corpse of capitalism or imperialism to pass them by. He said one of them. It's one of those two ones. I can't remember exactly which one. So what do you think of that book so far, comrades? Is Juche philosophy making sense to you? Yeah? Non-complete chat? Yeah. K's a lot of times in Subversive History. David Tavarash, etc. So Juche starting to make sense to everybody? Everybody's getting a grasping on it? Don't forget too, look, we got new emotes now, chat. We can change these. It's just I noticed that I unlocked a bunch of new slots, so I just threw up what I had available right now. But look, we have these new emotes now. And these emotes you get just by following the channel. You don't even have to subscribe and you get those emotes. Pretty fucking good deal. Yeah, follow K because we're on our way there very soon. You advocate Juche? I do advocate Juche. Yeah, in the words of Hassan, I do support Juche. Juche. I highly recommend it. Don't forget, it is. I did now add it to the theory list. So if you type theory list now, and you go to our theory list now, you come down here to the this part, and look, I added it to right here. So Juche philosophy compilation, not to be confused with the Juche idea, which is one work that's in it. Look at this. You should also read Red Skin, White Mask. We read that last time, and it was good. Look at this here. Claire Daly and myself were suspended from parliamentary foreign missions because we went to Venezuela to witness an election. What happens if you go to Israel to support genocide of Palestinians in Gaza by the imperial apartheid state of Israel? You get rewarded and championed. Right? I feel you there, Mag. I do feel you there. God damn it. I want you to see this one too. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why I wanted to show you that. It's like ridiculous. They throw them out for witnessing an election there. No, you see, Cinnamon, but that election was opposing imperialism, and that's not good. Imperialists cannot have that.
أنا الليلة سأبات في بيتي المهدم ولن أرحل. اللي طلع على المستشفى 8 اللي بعرفه أنا 8 ولكن شوفي عندي تحت البيت فيه كان 200 البيت كان فيه 200 ما بأطفال نساء آمنين. يعني أنا لما انصرت القصف بقول مين عايش بس يقول اسمه لأنه كتار يابا مين عايش. يعني بكل صراحة هنيئا لهذا العالم الحر، هنيئا لأوروبا، هنيئا للاتحاد الأوروبي، هنيئا لأمريكا باستقوائكم على الأطفال والنساء.
Okay, wait. Captions are too small. I can also do this as well. We also have this option as well. Because if the captions are too small for you, I'm going to assume they probably are for other people as well. Is this any easier to read?
أنا الليلة سأبات في بيتي المهدم ولن أرحل. اللي طلع على المستشفى 8 اللي بعرفه أنا 8 ولكن شوفي عندي تحت البيت فيه كان 200 البيت كان فيه 200
No, okay.
ما بأطفال نساء آمنين. يعني أنا لما انصرت القصف بقول مين عايش بس يقول اسمه لأنه كتار يابا مين عايش. يعني بكل صراحة هنيئا لهذا العالم الحر.
Congratulations to this free world. Congratulations to Europe.
هنيئا لأمريكا.
Congratulations to USA.
على الأطفال والنساء. إذا بيعتقدوا إنه الشعب الفلسطيني سيذل أو يكسر، لا والله والله لن يذل ولن يكسر ولن نرحل من هنا. أنا الليلة سأبات في بيتي المهدم ولن أرحل إلا أنا خرجت من تحت الركام. انظر يا بايدن كل الصواريخ والطائرات وحاملات الطائرات التي أتت إلى غزة لقتلنا أنا خرجت من تحت الركام.
God damn.
أنا الليلة
Yeah, he was spitting all right. Like the way he said it though, like, Biden, look Biden, I came out from underneath the rubble. Just like, that's fucking powerful the way he was putting that. Okay, so we got about half hour. The settler colonial, I saw this one here. The U.S. is fascist. I will die on this hill. And I don't mean this metaphorically. This person. I disagree, but okay. Fuck off. A lot of disagreement around this point can basically be summed up to white people saying, well, I don't quite feel like fascism yet. That's because this system largely still favors you and the average settler over colonized nationals inside your border. And then, I just added, just to contribute further to the statement the comrade here made, the settler colonial genocide in North America is the model of fascism before the term was coined. Nazism in Germany is the radicalization of white Eurocolonialism encouraged by the fear of great replacement theory. Modern colonialism has always been fascist since. The fears of the great replacement theory, after all, have never left the minds of the colonizers. Right? That's all you need to understand. And then you get it. Like when you look at it like this, it's so easy to understand to me. Like ever since, it's like they didn't ever get over that great replacement theory never went away. You still see it today, the white genocide theory, right? It's all the same thing. But as soon as that fear emerged in Germany and it radicalized the white settler colonial genocidal tradition, it never then stopped. Colonialism ever since has used fascism and is fascist. Because, again, it's never not, that fear of the great replacement has never gone away ever since it emerged. I'm gonna fill up my water right quick.
Miền biển xa, người đi khắp phương trời. Ở nơi xa đó, người dân đói nghèo. Từ đau thương người đi khắp năm châu lòng tin mặt trời chân lý sáng soi. Dõi chiếu sáng dân mình. Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh. Vượt trùng sông, người đi khắp phương trời, luyện tôi ý chí, lòng núi căm hờn. Hồ Chí Minh, người đi khắp năm châu lòng tin mặt trời chân lý sáng soi, dọi chiếu sáng dân mình. Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh.
Afternoon Unicorn.
Miền biển xa, người đi khắp phương trời. Ở nơi xa đó, người dân đói nghèo. Từ đau thương người đi khắp năm trao lòng tin mặt trời chân lý sáng soi rồi chiếu sáng dân mình. Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh, Hồ Chí Minh. Vượt trùng sông, người đi khắp phương trời, luyện tôi ý chí, lòng quyết tâm.
This sounded like an epic anime. This would make an awesome anime intro. Oh no. Unicorn lost the TRRS. That's almost as bad as losing your membership to the Juche gang. Almost, not quite as bad. Just remember, we're a little bit more subversive around these parts. After all, we are banned in entire countries. You know? For that. No, I got banned because other people named Bam a communist. I'm the communist that got banned. Someone else named the names. Oh no, not Bam a communist. Speaking of not being in the Juche gang anymore, Bam a communist's subscription to the Juche gang has run out. If there's any generous comrades in chat, you know, Bam a communist definitely is well deserving of a subscription. And also would help feed my family, which is a good thing to do here on Indigenous Peoples Month. You know, you want to help. Just kidding. But not really. But I am. But I'm not. But I am. Oh my God, that emote is amazing. Nice. This was sent by Powerful Finger. Yeah, Poland. The song is from the 1880s. Cinnamon. That is depressing, I'll give you that. Nice. All right, we're still killing time. Here's an instant fail compilation I was curious to see. Sometimes these are good.
Y'all already know what time it is.
We're just waiting to go to K's, basically. Yeah, you deserve that.
You got into it. No! Mom.
Put it in the microwave.
The cat? No.
Hey, seriously, is this safe?
Papa was a medic back then.
50-50, what, like 50% we live, 50% we die?
50-50.
I'm just sad.
Oh God.
Cause you're poor? Cause you're poor?
Cause you're
I
poor?
heard you the first time.
Yep.
Ciao Sammy. Qual è il tuo preferito?
Yes, Angel, because we're poor.
This McDonald's give me a canned Coke? What situation are you guys in?
I'm sorry, you can't record.
Okay.
Stop recording me.
I just want my food.
Welcome, welcome! Yes! I mean, we enjoy all the
Yeah, we're Get too poor. You mean we're poor? What? Oh God. Oh fuck! Oh, that activated the vertigo for some reason. Whew! For some reason that video like set off my fear of heights for a second. I felt the dizziness, you know, the vertigo. Oh my God. Fucking car seat melted to him. Unicorn. I think it's gonna. She's got some questions she wants to ask me. So like, socialism, Juche. Gonna be. I think some of it she's asking about me. So some of it will be about me as well.
Like it just doesn't.
You really need to adjust your attitude. For questions or complaints, please contact the manufacturer.
Please contact the manufacturer. Oh my God.
Put a hole in it, use your thumbs.
That's a good one.
Please contact the manufacturer.
Cat and a mouse. This one is good. Look.
Use your thumbs.
What? Nice. It's oh, you see that it's got glass over it or some shit.
Oh my God.
It's my cat with it. Nice. Tossed herself in the trash. He did not like you touching him.
Calm down.
come down. What the f? No, 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 no. No, no. Please come down. Hello. I'm doing my best. I will be there as soon as I can.
I'm gonna do what about it and how I'm gonna do what about it.
You don't really deserve that.
What? What? Are you okay?
Being scared of mice when the mice will run away from you. Makes a lot of sense, I agree.
The structural integrity of the iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Wow.
Oh. Meu bem, você
Look at that structural integrity.
Hey,
Where am I? What was that? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just had a nightmare.
Good God.
I'll show you what it could be.
about it and how.
Don't mind me.
I'll show you what it could be.
Alright. Let me just have a few puffs of a joint before we raid K's. I'll be right back. Thank you, GMO, for justifying it.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Oh. Personally, what I would have done is just grab a big spoon or something and see how much of that seasoning I can scoop up and put back in a jar.
Mami.
Yeah, you already know how it is. Look at that.
I had to pop my earphones on over a train set. Sure. It's all part of life for its pageant. All part of life for its pageant. Come on, baby. Yo, you can whoa.
You are the same type of cow. This is a Emmanuel, do not do it. Emmanuel, don't do it. Emmanuel, don't do it. I'm trying to educate people right now, okay? Can you just stop? Can you inches tall? Emmanuel, every time, Emmanuel, don't do it. Emmanuel, don't do it.
Draai lijn. Echt net als eerste. Oh, is net als eerste.
I didn't have a cat. I get a dog. Ooh, my boyfriend never proposes to me. Dang it.
Il fait chaud aujourd'hui. J'en peux plus et tout.
No one is here. No one. See? Look. No one. Stop barking.
Whoa! 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 Max!
Here. It's got such a long, thin neck. Oh!
Oh no. Sananya sudah semua ya, Kak?
What the? I fell? How did I just do that?
Here on the Rainbow Mountain with my family. Bulgari! 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 Awesome!
Alright, let's go see Kay. Gonna do an interview over there. Don't forget our raid messages. If you're subscribed, you have this one. If you're not subscribed, you have this one.